Boom. I've got no idea whether this is actually working or not because we were having problems. I don't know why we were having problems. Just having problems. Yeah, he is. He's back in his usual spot. No, it's been one of those. I think because Dom's show's cancelled tonight. Oh God, I've got nothing to do. So I thought, go for it. No, it's been one of those. I think because Dom's show's cancelled tonight. Oh God, I've got nothing to do. So we'll see what happens. Go for it. But as yet, I'm not quite sure if I can get that to work. Probably could call this a social experiment, if you like, to see how many people just turn up out of the blue with no announcement whatsoever. Because we're mental like that. So, yeah, so it's been one of those things where nothing to do. So if anybody wants to come in and have a chin wag about something or other, more than welcome. I don't know, actually. I think the last Korg Oasis I saw second hand was about, oh God, two years ago, something like that. And I think it was about 2,200 quid, that is. And you just don't see them second hand very much at all, really. I think mostly because I don't know. There's something different about it that Korg haven't actually managed to recapture again since. So if you do see one, you might as well grab it if you've got the pennies to hand. So what have we got here anyway? Oh, both kids got COVID. Oh, you poor bugger. Yeah, Keith with him Watford, yes, completely mental, absolutely batshit crazy, in fact. So, but like I say, anybody wants to come in and have a chat, yeah, please do, because honestly, I'm not interesting enough on my own. So I could tell you about my day, but then you'd probably end up slashing your wrists or something. So, because it was a quite interesting day actually, but not massively interesting. Not really interesting enough for national television. Let's put it that way. Got my new mug. Makes coffee taste better. Oh, Wags is in as well. Hello, buddy. It appears that a lot of us are at a loose end. I suppose being a bit anagoraphobic for the last 40 years, I suppose this is my new version of socialising, perhaps. Well, I did a thing the other day. What was it? Oh, I put up some very, very cheap shelves. I don't know if I can show you this. Hang on a sec. I'll turn the camera up. There you go. So everything's up out of the way, looking all neat and tidy. And that was, those 4 shelves came to 16 quid, I think, at Amazon. So that's what, yeah, £4 a shelving system. Quite robust as well. camera will never be the same now I've moved it. Yeah, it's a very cheeky show, actually, Prometheus. Not that I'm going to pull my trousers down and show you, but there you go. Yeah, I've been watching Crufts as well. And I saw the flyball. And I thought the current champions were going to win it, but mind you, I would have started the race again with that many full starts in it, to be honest. Is there another show still on then, Steve? Or are you just watching the TV and this for some awful reason? Ah, Pete. Yeah, all right. They went relatively well. I didn't get as much done as I wanted done. Mainly because every now and again you get customers to say, oh, there's only a couple of things wrong with it, and then you turn it on and you find the whole thing's a bag of wild cats. So, yeah, I've got a T8 that's actually just a case full of shit, basically. It's an awful mess, so we'll have to sort that one out. Yeah, we're having Pretend Thursday, because it's something to do. So, there's still nobody come in yet, and I'm sitting here just talking to screens, which is about the ultimate level of my social skills, I think. So I can't do much else. So I know we're not going to have Dom come in because, well, he could come on and pretend to be a silent movie star, I suppose. You know, do that for 20 minutes. That'd be quite amusing, actually. Yeah, Chris, I know what you mean, mate. Because I saw the Facebook post saying that Dom's show had been cancelled, and it was like, oh, really? What am I going to do? What am I going to do tonight? I don't know what I'm going to do. I was looking forward to that. So, and yeah, so I thought I would go on, see what happens, whatever, like you say, a little cheeky show on the side. But there you go. But, I mean, what is the matter with you people? Look, there's 15 people watching this now, watching me babble on about absolute shite. But there again, why not, I suppose? If I can do it on Thursday, I can do it on Sunday. Yeah, he's got a lot of those really brilliant filters. I'm sure he's got a silent movie star in that collection somewhere. So, oh, hello. We are joined, our roving reporter. There he is.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, buds.
I felt bad you were lonely here, so.
Pete's picking up, isn't it?
Jamie still has his show going on since Dom doesn't have a show. Jamie's doing.
Oh, he's running over,
longer,
is he?
So.
Oh, that's
yeah. So.
Yeah, but
no worries.
His show will be structured and have, news and things in it, won't it? So.
Yeah, but you can get that anywhere, right? This is the place to be.
Yeah, about 3 or 4 times a week, actually. Here we go, and in the news this week, yes, we know. We saw it on the other 3 shows. So
hey, I was wondering, have you done any more hydrosynth experiments lately and had success with MPE on other devices?
Yeah, I put MPE on hydrosynth into the OBE Mark II.
Okay.
Which was pleasant.
Nice.
To say the least, yeah. And I'm thinking of dragging out my Motif ES7 and see if we can access some of the sounds on that via sequencer tracks. Put in the sounds you want into the sequencer tracks and then play it from the Hydra. So that might be interesting as well.
That's cool.
We'll see.
Yeah, I need to hook mine up to my EPS 16 Plus. See if that works well. It's supposed to work, but
yeah. Well, it will in sort of like a channel pressure type of mode rather than MPE itself.
Oh, it won't even do the poly?
I think it will do the poly, but I think you have to set it up as a channel pressure.
So you still have to. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because the EPS is too old to know what the MPE code is.
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But you never know until you plug them in and try them out. You just never know what's going to happen, do you? Sometimes you get lucky. So.
Yeah, have to experiment, I guess.
So, how's the world of the microscope going?
I've been so busy with work, trying to learn some gadgets I bought that I never used yet. It's I still have several hours of video to edit, and it's killing me. There's not enough time in the day. People who are retired and bored drive me crazy.
Yeah.
Because if I could quit, I'd be so happy to have all the project time in the world. So
yeah. No.
Trying to be a working stiff and do all that stuff is impossible.
You want one of those new Macs to do your video editing?
I would. I mean, I've been a Mac user since. Well, I probably said this on some other chat somewhere else, but my brother actually won the senior all-night party at my high school back in '85. My brother's older than I am. He won the grand prize, which is a Mac 128K donated by Steve Wozniak, because we went to the same school. And so he donated the prize, and it was like a $3,300 machine at the time for a 128K Mac, and 400K floppy. It didn't even have ADB at the time. It was a serial mouse and a little RJ11 clip-in keyboard, and it was hilarious. But it got me started on computer stuff and computer art, and I couldn't really do music on it. It was too primitive. But I eventually got a Mac Plus used and started doing music on that. But I've been using Macs. I used to work at Apple too. I had several jobs at Apple, different departments. So I love Apple a long time, but I'm not a bleeding edge Apple guy anymore. I mean, I have some recent iPads, I guess. But computer-wise, I'm still like running older OSs and stuff. I'm just,
Yeah,
I know that people have these nightmares of they upgrade and nothing works because the developers are always behind, and so I know how it is. They're paying, and it's like I'm using computers, those kind of computers, mostly for fun, not for work. So I don't really want to spend millions of hours troubleshooting when I'm trying to have fun, because my day job is IT. I don't really want to do my day job in my fun time if I can help it.
Oh, yes, busman's holiday then, isn't it?
Yeah, basically. So.
Oh, here we go.
Hey.
Good evening, Kent. Evening, Andy.
Hello. How's it going?
Yeah, pretty good. You?
Where are you today?
All right.
I'm in the workshop again. I've just been watching Jamie's show, and I saw that you were live, so I thought I'd come over and find out how you are and how your weekend has been.
Yeah, it's been interesting. Yeah.
Did you get those 7 synths that needed fixing on Friday fixed? Or?
Well, no, mainly because there was a couple of customers who kind of overestimated exactly what was wrong with their keyboards.
They didn't know what was wrong.
No, they lied about what was wrong with their keyboards. There was a massive difference between sticky keys and the computer doesn't fire up. So
wow.
So that simple little job turned into a massive problem, to the point where I've had to stick it to one side, order some parts for it, stick it to one side now. So I think I've only got one more to do, which is a 106 with noisy chorus, would you believe? Oh, here we go again.
Well, was there a 106 that didn't have a noisy chorus?
I have heard them with very quiet choruses before now. You just get one now and again. You just go, "Ooh, that's pretty clear and shiny."
So, is it what? I mean, is it power supply noise? Is it just needs a filter cap across the power rails, or what?
To be honest with you, I think it might be probably something to do with the surrounding circuitry. It probably capacitors or something like that. Something dying
Yeah.
and drying out.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, I'm just going to turn the volume up a bit and see if is that any better.
It's certainly louder.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
it
a
was
little
fine for me beforehand, but
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there was some people in the chat saying it was a bit quiet. So. And they'll know better, I suppose.
well, of course, yes.
You were just relaxed.
So, yeah, it's a nice quiet day. He said, wishing. Yeah. It's,
So what's your worst thing this
so,
week? The thing you just talked about, or was it?
Oh, tomorrow? Oh my godfathers! The workmen come in tomorrow, and they're going to start ripping all sorts of stuff up. And what happens is they keep sort of like knocking on the back door, and I go to the door and go, "Yeah, like that." And he goes, "Oh, this stuff over here, can you move it up the other end of the garden?" What? All that stuff? Yeah, please. And it's like, yeah, okay, I'll move those 40 keyboards to the under end of the garden. God help us all. And it's just moving shite around from one spot to the other. And there's no room to do it. It's just
Wow.
mad. So I've got a whole week of that coming up. Which is why I wanted all these keyboards sort of like done at the front door and ready to go out. But not to be.
Well, having gone through having a fairly large extension built in the past, everything takes 3 times longer, works out quite a bit more expensive than you thought it would,
Yeah.
and generates 100 times more mess than you ever thought was possible.
Yeah. Plus, then there's the whole list of compromises as well. So, where they're going, oh, well, we can't do that because of this, that, and the other, or whatever it is. And go, okay, so we're going to have to change the plan and the layout of certain things here and there, which is just, it's just a pain in the arse. It really is. So, because you get a picture in your head of what it's going to look like when it's finished, and already it's not going to look like we envisaged.
No.
Because of certain issues, and we can't put it there. You've got a drain there. We'll go over it. I don't care. Nobody ever's been near that drain in 40 years, so don't worry about it.
Well, I ended up actually sacking the electrician because he couldn't understand how to install both 12 volt and 240 volt wiring in the same room.
Oh,
Because I had probably about 20 switches and a couple of banks of 8 and 4
yeah.
that were 12 volts, just operating relays. And he couldn't understand why I wanted to do that until I explained some of the loads that were being switched and why I wanted them switched, and I wanted them computer controlled. And in the end, I ended up doing all the wiring layout myself, and then just getting an electrician to finally hook it up to a separate circuit breaker board. And it saved me a couple of grand.
Yeah.
But it was the fact that an electrician, one of these people you're meant to trust, one of these qualified people, and unless you are a qualified electrician, you really shouldn't touch mains wiring and all that sort of bullshit, when it's entirely logical.
Well, it's funny you said that,
But he couldn't get his head
that
around
link
it.
I shared. That link I shared with Adamski in the chat, in Jamie's chat, the Conductive Labs interview with the guy who one of the designers of the Noodler, and he said he got into electronics because when he got one of those Radio Shack old projects with the little thing had transistors and stuff in it, He didn't understand how a transistor worked. He asked his dad because his dad's an electrician. He goes, I don't know. I don't know how the transistor works. I just do home electricity. So,
Yeah.
electrician.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
he said he got into
those
electronics because of that.
yeah, those old 150 in one type kits with the spring contacts were
I love 'em. I still have
absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh,
Could even do
God.
pulse width modulation with it. One of the settings on there, I was getting some sweepy stuff with it. So
Yeah.
it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, I must admit, when I do get more time to myself, certainly going to do some music in here. Finally, all I've done so far is just spend money.
That never stops.
Yeah, but you know, it's got silly because I'm buying keyboards and I'm going, yeah, that's a really brilliant keyboard. I'm really looking forward to using that. And then a year later, going, I'm really forward to using that keyboard, and it's which is just
That never happens. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's just sort of there's something just doesn't sit right with me about that. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like, it's like this modal. I played a couple of notes on it and liked the sound. Yeah, very impressive. It hasn't been on again since because I go, oh, I'll get round to playing that. Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay, whenever, mate. So,
But I wouldn't feel bad about that. I mean, I've got something like around 19 synths,
yeah,
and I'm a woodwind player. I mean, I learnt to play the clarinet. I mean, I played in an orchestra playing the clarinet. I'm not a keyboard player. But I've always just liked playing with synths and just making noises. Not necessarily music, but I make soundscapes and I keep myself amused just by playing things that to me sound really nice. And I'm never going to share them with anyone because, frankly, there's enough good music out there without someone like me trying to impose my ego on them. And I just enjoy noodling around.
that makes sense. Yeah. Hello, Mr. I Like Cheese.
Evening, Andy.
Thanks. Hello, Andy. Hi, Sassy. You all right?
Yeah, very good.
Is this microphone working tonight? Just out of interest.
Yes.
It
Yeah.
is, yes.
Hooray! Oh, joy.
But I'm going to take a drink anyway.
Well, why not? Why wouldn't you?
Talking of microphones, I was looking at buying a new mic today, and I was looking at the Rode NT1A, which I think looks very nice. It's about 140 quid.
Yeah.
And then I had a look at the Behringer series of mics, and they do a Behringer, I think it's a C1 condenser mic. It looks pretty well built, 1-inch transducer, and I love Rode. I mean, they're an Australian company. They're really, really good quality mics.
Yep.
But I'm actually tempted just to perhaps piss some people off and try a Behringer mic just to see how it sounds.
Yeah.
I'm sure Robbie was using a Behringer one for quite a while, wasn't he? Ken, you might.
Yeah,
know
I think
better
he
than me.
was. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was. He was
Yeah.
using the. He had the condenser one. He's obviously decided to move away from it. I don't know why, because he always sounded fine to me. I don't know enough about mics. I've noticed Grace in the chat. Grace is an engineer. She knows about these sort of things, but I don't know. I mean, we sort of mentioned it the other day, didn't we? About buying. How do you? Unless you can actually go and try them out for yourself and go, oh, I like that one, or that one feels nice. I mean, especially if you're a vocalist and holding one in your hand, why
Yeah.
would you use anything other than an SM58? Because everybody knows
Yes.
they work and sound good. But in a room like this, where I
Yeah.
just get,
I've
Well,
had the same NT1A since 2008. I only bought it because my friend worked at Guitar Center, got me his discount, and told me it was good. Works great. So
Yeah, well, I'm with sort of Andy on this, that unless you're in a studio environment recording someone, I mean, I've done that in the past, and you want a different mic for a bass drum than you do for a vocalist. Duh,
Well, quite, yeah.
But if you just want something for home studio use, for talking to people online, for perhaps listening to some vocals, perhaps feeding something into a vocoder, the requirements and the expectations are very, very different to a studio mic. I mean, a vocalist, the vocal pressure on the microphone diaphragm is going to be a lot greater than someone just sat at their desk talking into a microphone.
I mean, that's from a bass drum or a snare drum. The amount of energy that's generated.
Oh yeah, they're shifting. Shifting so much more air.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
I don't know enough about it. I mean that ultimately, that's why I went for this one, because it was designed for speech more than singing, and it seems to be quite popular. I mean, we know Dom's got a couple of these. Lula May's always got one, hasn't she? Speaking of Dom, better soon, mate.
Yeah, I hope it gets better.
Yeah.
But also, I don't want a USB mic. I've got loads of USB mics.
Yeah,
I've got a Shure SM. I've got a Shure headphone mic or headset mic, which is really, really good if you're doing presentations and that sort of stuff.
What are you using right now then, Sas? Because that sounds all right to me. Sounds very clear, very full.
I'm using a Tascam DR05X,
Right.
which I use for recording sounds outside, and I've just hooked it up as a USB mic. And it's a stereo mic. It records really well. It records at 96 kilohertz onto SD card. It's great for capturing samples from. So I'm quite happy with that. But I want something that I can feed into my mixer that isn't a headset mic, because I smoke, so I don't want my hand constantly hitting the microphone. And I just thought that that something a Rode NT1A or whatever is a very popular mic,
It's a better mic,
but then
isn't it? Yeah.
but then the Behringer ones are half the price, and I thought it would be really interesting to try one of those and see if anyone could actually tell, because I doubt they could.
Robbie's in the chat. Come on, Robbie. Which mic should he get then? Will that Behringer one do the job?
Call in, Robbie.
Well, when it comes to money, it's go with the Behringer. If it's about brand, go for
Your lighter's not working,
SM7.
Pasty.
Even if it is cheaply made, you don't have to touch it much, so it won't fall apart. So,
Oh, he's
Switch
gone
the
all
light on,
dark.
Robbie.
Whoa.
hey,
Evening, Rob. Blah.
Humbug.
I'm going to take a drink anyway.
I would. I ain't got one. I've literally just got back from hospital. Fucking hell.
With your mother-in-law.
Yeah.
How did that
Twice.
go?
Twice in 2 days. Yesterday, it was a scheduled appointment for eyes. She's got cataracts and she's got glaucoma and double vision and all this crazy old stuff. So I had to take her in for a checkup. So everything was pretty much okay. And then the missus went out with a bunch of old school friends yesterday, and they stayed over just down the road and were going to come up and see Jackie's mum, because they all grew up around each other. So they went to say hello, and as they got round, she was she said to Jackie, I don't feel very well, and she was having a stroke. So thankfully just a mild one, and I've literally just dropped her and my wife off at her place. But she had loads of TIAs, these mini strokes, and this one, it was apparently a little bit bigger, but nothing. So she's had a bunch of drugs. She's been in hospital all the day, and the thing is, you can't go in with them anymore. You have to throw them in an ambulance and say goodbye and wait for a call, because you're not allowed to sort of congregate in A&E. So my missus has been a little bit, but everything's fine. She's home. So,
Well, you're allowed to be a grumpy old fart then.
Oh, well, yeah,
we'll
yeah.
let you be that.
I
Not
have,
Not
yeah.
that you're anything other than, but.
Oh, no. Well, apparently, me and Kent are super grumpy old farts when we get together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
you
I heard
are.
that. I heard that as well.
Yeah.
But you see, I'm probably more in the old fartish territory like Kent than you are, Robbie. That's it.
Well,
You have better stories than I have.
I'm old. I don't know about being grumpy.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? It's worse than that, right? Here's 5 people talking to each other and 19 people watching on a completely unannounced show.
Well, yeah, I didn't even know this was going. I literally came
Nor
in.
did I. Yeah.
Nor did I.
And I opened up my because I'd left my computer and I opened it up and I just saw in the chat in Jamie's show, Sass saying, "Oh, I'm off to talk to Kent."
Yeah,
and I
me
thought, talk
too.
to Kent,
I
talk
thought-
to Kent, what?
I
So I
just
looked
thought,
and there's a little red icon next to your name.
Yeah.
I thought, the fucking. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
So I
The
thought,
tarts
well,
on YouTube again.
yeah. Well, do you know, I half suggested that you ought to just kind of fill in or something, and you've clearly done.
Well,
that,
it
so-
was. I mean, that just goes to show just how fucking sad I am. It's like, oh, Dom's show isn't on tonight. What am I going to do now? Well, what I was actually going to do, I was going to do some sound tests
Right.
and actually go into YouTube, because I've done it before where, when you do record only and you do it within the computer,
Mm-hmm.
and it sounds like everything's working.
Yeah.
And then you actually go out and do a show, and then stuff that you've prepared and stuff like that doesn't work.
Well,
And you end up doing a dance to no music, like I did on Dom's show on Sunday. For fuck's sake.
Roger.
but the thing
Yeah.
the thing is, oh, by the way, hi Andy, hi
Hey, then.
Andrew, or Andy. Take whichever one fits, and hi Sass. By I haven't said it.
There we go.
Everything you do, if you do it in the recording environment, as long as you don't change any settings, when you go live, nothing changes.
I beg
apart
to
from-
differ. I beg to
All right.
differ.
Yeah, I've done some live stream
StreamYard
tests that
doesn't
didn't work
change
out
it.
right.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
it's I don't know what's going on there.
No,
Can I ask
I
a
would-
techno nut question, if that's all right? I've got a Steinberg UR22 Mark II interface, and it doesn't want to talk to this computer at all. It was absolutely fine on the Windows 7 machine, and now I've got a Windows 10 machine. I've not yet upgraded to Windows 11, and I've been told not to bother, so I'm not.
No,
going to
don't.
until.
Don't.
But it just won't have it. The audio's all distorted and nasty. I don't know what's going on.
Drivers.
Like I say, yeah, the
Drivers,
first thing
drivers,
is
drivers,
drivers.
drivers.
Yeah.
Go to
All right,
Steinberg, find the latest
Welcome to my
drivers.
day job.
Well, it's
check.
supposed to be. It's supposed to be all class compliant, isn't it? So you don't.
Yeah,
need to
there's
do that.
class compliant and there's class compliant.
All right. Okay. Well.
Yeah.
So
There's Roland
they
who doesn't
might-
care about class compliance.
Yeah. Yeah, was it? Hello, IT. Have you tried turning it on and off again?
With
exactly.
Windows,
You got if you guys
the
haven't
best
seen
thing
it-
to do
Okay.
is boot it up without
Yeah.
anything connected, and then connect your devices one by one
Yeah.
and give them a couple of minutes to work out which driver they're using.
Right.
And that way you tend to avoid a lot of issues. If you boot up and you've got, say, a USB audio device, it's like a mixer or whatever,
Yeah.
and you've got a USB microphone
No, I haven't.
and a Bluetooth speaker and all this sort of crap that a lot of people just naturally have attached.
Bluetooth hard, a USB hard drive, USB keyboard and mouse.
Yeah, you see,
nothing fancy. I've got the mixer plugged in via USB, only because the Steinberg wasn't working. But I've been thinking, and I'd really quite like another audio interface. So I was I'm thinking, well, I could probably do with one anyway. Rather than just using the stereo in, stereo out from the Mac key. So I've been thinking, well. So I was going to ask, any recommendations for decent audio interfaces? Because
It
should I try and-
depends
Steinberg?
how much money you want to spend I mean, I've got a Behringer UMC 1820 and an ADA 8200, as well as a couple of USB Behringer mixers, all connected to my main PC, and they all work really, really well together. And the I've got to say, the UMC 1820 and the ADAT, which gives an additional 8 inputs, sounds really, really well.
Bigger. But going for one of these ones, I was looking at the Scala 18, the Focusrite Scala 18 thingammy jiggamy. And
20.
okay, what?
1820.
18i20.
Oh, whatever. I mean, because I don't know all the lingo enough, because I've never paid enough attention to it.
Don't worry, it doesn't help.
So it doesn't.
I'll tell you what, Andy.
You can't go wrong with Focusrite, I've got to say.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'll
there's
tell you
not-
what,
That would
Andy.
be my recommendation.
When it comes to pricing, right? One of these.
Kent uses a dog as his interface. Oh no.
See that?
Oh,
Can't
what's
see
one
it.
of that? What's that then? Is that?
Right, that's an M audio.
Oh right, yeah.
Oh, all right. Okay. Well, I've got M-audio speakers in here.
Right, she's 8 channel out, USB, all the bollocks. Does really nice. Sounds good.
Right.
Now, if you want, you can have that.
Have that.
Yeah,
You mean
I'm not. I've got another one now. So if
All
you
right,
want
I'll give it
that,
well, I'll give it a happy home. I'll be happy to try it.
well, the thing is, your base station.
Oh, what? Have you knackered? Is it dead forever?
Oh, mate, it's not a happy girl at all.
Oh, no. Oh. Oh,
It's the
dear.
first time I've ever seen a rack synth cry.
Right.
Do you know, I plugged it in and it just went. Oh, turn me off again.
Salty tears.
Yeah, she's not happy, and it's surface mount as well. It's got a surface
right.
mount in it as
listen,
well.
mate,
so-
if it's not retrievable, it's not the end of the world. It really isn't. Oh, never mind. It was on
Yeah.
it was on a whim.
But if you
brought
want to
the
use
broom back
this,
out, like.
if you want to use this old girl,
Yeah.
I think she's about
So I looked up to CPM
Two.
for a minute.
2 or 3 years old, something like that.
Right.
And yeah, it's been used in anger. I've done tracks on this that even impressed Ty. Fuck me, that's
Yeah,
good going, isn't it? So yeah, if you want it, it's yours.
Oh, you're a gent. I graciously accept. Right,
Let me
I mean,
make sure I've got a power
Hey,
supply.
Quick side thing, if you guys hadn't seen it, there's a really funny video called Tech Dude, the server is down on YouTube, where the sales guy calls up, the guy's playing Halo, and he tells him all this terrible advice about his IT problem. And he goes, I did what you told me. I rebooted the computer 3 times. I did this, and it still doesn't work. And he's like, oh yeah, that's too bad. He's playing Halo. It's just a very funny video if you had IT issues. And the asshole IT guy is just giving you shit. So
Yeah, it sounds
Well, I
about
think
right.
the best solution is simply to mention you've got a problem, and somebody will send you something like Kent's just offered. That's bloody
Yeah,
genius. for
I went to
Armory.
Kent and said,
What a
you know,
start.
I'm missing something in my room. It needs to be
And he-
like
And
yay
he gave
big.
you a DX1.
A DX1,
DX1, yeah.
Yeah.
Works all the time.
Well, talking of IT support, Andy Synth Addict, I was doing support in a fairly large company many years ago, and I had an urgent call because the office that had an issue couldn't get their server booting in the morning, and it was in the financial industry, so it was quite important. So I had a very rapid drive overnight of about 300 and something miles, and I got to the office first thing in the morning, met the manager, they opened up, and I went in and I said, what's the problem? And they said, we just can't, the server's failed. And I thought, okay, well, I've got about an hour to get this thing replaced, get it reloaded and get it up and running. So I turned powered the server up, and it gave the no operating system disk fail. So I removed the floppy disk and pressed the power button again, and it booted up. and someone had put a floppy into a server, which is a no-no at the best of times.
Yeah.
And I had driven overnight 350 miles just to do that. I mean, it was great. The manager was so embarrassed, but it just shows that, you know, sometimes it really is the simplest things that mess people over.
Well, this isn't tech
In the
related.
days of Windows 10 2.4, he had those emergency repair disks, and people would often leave those in the drive
Oh god, yeah.
of the server
Yeah.
and reboot.
Well,
and no Windows.
it was NT351, I think.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah.
That's programmed by T-Rexes. I had a similar thing, but not computer related. I live in rented accommodation, so if anything goes wrong in the house, I report it. Somebody generally comes out and fixes it. And in the conservatory we have, which is kind of our dining room, the ceiling fan, which is also a light, just wasn't working. It just stopped working. And I checked all the bulbs, I checked the fuses, it was nothing. So I phoned the letting agent, and the letting agent says, oh yes, we'll send somebody out, and nothing happened for a few days. So I phoned the letting agent again, a little bit more irate this time, and eventually an electrician comes out, and he's looking at it, and he takes the switch off the wall, and he tests this. He says, everything's looking as it should be. He says, have you got like an isolation switch? And I'm like, no, where would it be? Because there's the only isolation switches are in the kitchen, you know, where all the appliances are. Oh, it would be where the electricity comes in. It would probably be down here. And then he goes and looks down the corner, literally in the far corner, and there's an isolation switch. And someone, be it human or cat, had turned it off. And he goes, click. Let there be light. Let there be circulating air. And I've never felt so embarrassed in my life. I said, because his call-out charge is probably 7,500 quid. I don't know. So
You put a nice cover over it.
yeah. I'm just trying to think who would have, because it's one of those isolation switches that takes a good old push.
Yes. It was probably knocked by the edge of a DX1 or something. It was,
The DX1 was nowhere near it. It was bizarre. Really bizarre. But there you go.
is that Heinrich in the corner?
It is.
It's Henrik. Hey, Henrik. You're all
All right,
right.
mate.
Definitely not runs.
Yeah, not rats. I'm glad you put that, because we would not have been able to tell.
Well, I don't wear my glasses red.
Runs. Oh yeah, actually maybe yeah. Hi, Runzy. Oh, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, glasses in a couple of... G'day.
Yeah.
We're none the wiser.
You should have just put Rands, and I think we would have probably believed it for a little while.
Yeah, well, it's a Sunday night,
it'll
isn't
be long in bed
Yeah, true.
it? Bless you.
if you carry on till about 4 in the morning. You might just emerge.
Yeah, I won't be able to do that. I've got to
me
get up
neither.
at nice bright and early to let the workmen in, and that really irks me. They go, just let your fucking selves in. Back gates open. No, please.
They want
no.
tea.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You have to. You must come to the door and let us in. And I'm going, really? Yes, you know, in case they get eaten by the dogs.
Look, I've got a new toy.
That's a surprise.
Oh, yes. Have you used it yet? And is
No.
it any good?
Well, build quality is superb. Speed of delivery was superb. But as to does it work, I haven't been able to try it, because I've been in and out of bloody hospital all weekend.
Does it have the switches on the back so you can switch between A
Normal.
and B?
No,
The normal door.
Yeah, the normal stuff. So you have to take the case off. That's probably the only drawback of this thing, is that, you know, because it's so small and it's pretty much crammed as much as you can on the surface, that all the dip switches for the normaling are.
Oh, right.
So all you have to do is just like 3 screws off the end, 3 screws off the end, and that's it.
Is that
but
that funny
Stereo
patch
decks are
bait
monojack.
thing?
They're all. Well, it all depends, because he's been very clever. So, like, these jacks at the back are tip ring sleeve, So they're essentially stereo jacks because it's 2 channels per thing, which is then why you need one of these insert cables. So it splits it into 2 monos that you can then feed out elsewhere, and then everything on here is just standard 3.5 Eurorack stuff. I've never had so many jump leads and cables, patch cables.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I'm not making bleepy bloopy stuff. So,
But still, you have to pay the premium tax that there is for mono jack leads.
you say that, but he threw in. So there's 4, 12, 14. So there's 14 patch leads that he said he sourced them at a certain price and said I could, he'd do me a deal. So he threw all those in. I did actually buy a pack of. Is it IntelliGel? Are they a Eurorack thing? Yeah. So all I needed
Canadian
was
company.
one. I needed one cable to go on the back of my MS-101 to do the velocity to filter, because that's how you do it. There's 2 points and you just do one, so you just need one patch cable, and you can't buy just one patch cable. You have to buy a pack of patch cables, and so I just went to Juno, I think it was, and bought a pack of 10 IntelliGels. So 9 of them have been sat in my drawer for the last 3 years, and one of them is in the back of the MS-101. So I've got plenty of patch leads. So, but yeah, I've got some more insert cables coming tomorrow or Tuesday, and then I'll route the Rev 5 and the Rev 7 into this, and then start, trying it out, seeing how. But very well built, and yeah. Hopefully it works.
I've just picked up an X.
Speaking of TRS, isn't it cool the EMAX 2 has TRS jacks for... Go ahead.
So,
I was just going to say, I just picked up an XBT patch panel, and it's 48 way, but with an additional row, so I'm going to build my own panel so I can do effect sends in and out as well.
Well, I was really, really lucky back in when was that Fairlight thing, Andy, that I did when you came in?
November.
Yeah, it was November, wasn't it?
So Robin Scott, we'd been messaging, and he said, "Do you need any patch bays?" And I said, "Well, I'd like some, but I've got really nowhere to put them at the moment." He said, "Well, I tore down my studio a couple of years ago, and I've got 3 48-point patch bays, hand built, and all. And he said, could you use them?" And I said, "Yeah." "How much?" He said, "We'll sort something out." And then he just put them in my boot and said, "There you go, you have them." So,
oh wow!
Bear with me, I've just got to take this phone call.
Yeah, no worries. Evening, Manny.
Hey, good evening. Can you guys hear me or no?
Yes, very good.
Manny.
Yeah, but I'm taking a drink anyway.
Good.
What a nice surprise.
Don't need an excuse. It's good. Drink.
Inky!
Hello,
You there?
can you hear me?
You there?
There you are.
Oh, good evening,
Hey, I don't
Inky.
see you.
Hello.
Hey, Inky.
I'm trying out a
Hey,
new
Inky.
mic, so you have to tell me if it's good, bad, ugly.
It's a bit thin,
Bit quiet, bit thin.
thin sounding.
Whoa,
Yeah,
whoa,
little-
whoa. We can do lots of things with this mic. We can
Give
make
it a
it
boost.
louder,
Oh, there you go. There you go.
and we can do echo,
Oh.
and we can do high and low.
Dub
I'm on a
style.
DJ mic. It's quite cool.
Seems to be working really well.
What's a
Yeah.
DJ mic?
Well, it goes into a DJ mixer it's a non-phantom powered. Am I going to get this right with a degree? A dynamic mic? Is that right? Have
Yeah.
I got? Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that
Not
because I
powered,
don't?
it's
I mean, I've got a degree and I honestly don't know anything. But a dynamic mic is the powered one,
The quarter-inch jack?
And no, this
XLR.
one's
Mics are not
this
powered.
one's a
Is
condenser
it XLR?
mic.
Okay.
No.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So it's just a really cheap 20 quid mic that seems to be working better than the Rhodes one, with no phantom power on it.
Oh, hey, Inky, is that an NTA1, by the way? Your Rode.
Yeah, I didn't like it. He's rubbing.
Oh, right. Oh, Sussy was thinking about that, you see. So actually, Sussy gonna get the bearing of
Yeah,
it.
no,
Inky
no,
doesn't
no,
like
that-
it.
No, unless you're like singing, unless you've got a really high voice we don't know about, Sassy,
yeah.
and you're getting your stilettos on and singing high vocals.
You know me too
in
well.
In a vocal booth, I'm suggesting no, mate. No, it was suggested to me and Rans, and we're both going no, mate. It's just not for a podcast, not even for So
But
for
it's
vocals,
a proper vocal mic, as in
So-
singing.
No,
I thought
no,
the
it had-
NT1A had the range for speaking as well.
Well, it does, but it really accentuates in the high vocal range. So where it comes in, where it shines, is great female singers. But if you're just going to do a podcast or going to sing, the Shure mics, the Shure, what is it, 57?
Yeah.
That's-
58.
7 SM58.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm always getting it wrong. It's a 58, right? That's better mics. I've had better experience of what is it? The AGK 45.
AGK.
Yeah.
AKG.
AKG,
yeah.
sorry, yes.
AKG. Yeah, I took a couple of
I'm
them
such a
home
nerd. I do apologise.
and sang through them and had a better response on my voice than the Rhodes NTS1. It's all
The
about.
AKGs are quite. The AKG 414 is expensive, isn't it?
Yes.
I loved them. I took
That's
a pair
that's
home and I
studio
really wanted to
quality
steal them.
bastard to mine.
Oh, they're great. And you can sing through them. I sang through them and I'd better. Maybe they'd do 50-50 between that and the SM. Whatever, 57.
58, 57, 58, either.
58, yeah! Oh
I
my
know nothing
god.
about mics, do I?
I'm never going to remember that, am I? I know I'm so wrong. But yeah. But that
Yeah, that's
that
57 in the
Rode
last
mic-
couple of nights.
My
Well,
best
either-
mic is an
either do.
AKG.
Yeah.
You got an AKG as well, have you not, Ramsey? Alright.
What have you? What have you got?
Ramsey.
I can't remember the number on it.
Well, like us all, like we all have. It's somewhere about 60 to 70. You know what I mean?
Well, what mic are you using, Manny?
He's got it muted.
It's
Take a drink.
really good. It's really
Yeah,
good.
saved you there, money. I saved you. Got you back.
This is a. I don't even know what the heck it is, honestly. Let's see. Dynamic, bidirectional. I pulled it out of the bag
Yeah.
of gear that we gigged with 20 years ago, and it happens to work. So there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at, Manny. Yeah.
My favourite mic is whichever one I'm speaking into at the time.
In the right
That's all I know.
direction.
That's
In the
all I know
right
about it.
direction.
Oh yeah. If it's got speak this end,
If
or
you're
if you
turning
can
your
read
back
this,
to it,
reverse.
if you're turning your back to it, it's not the right mic. It's
Hmm.
not the right mic for you. It's not doing you well.
No,
Well,
I need one of those mics behind you like that, mounted behind my head. I'll be laughing.
Yeah. Is it not a nice mic? Change your mic to a Dan.
I recently dug out an old Miko microphone, which I think dates back to about 1955 or something. It's a carbon
God.
granule mic.
And it works.
Well, I haven't tested it yet, but it weighs about 3.5 kilos, and it's made of highly polished stainless steel, and it's about a 4-inch diameter stainless steel head, and it looks beautiful. I mean, it's really Art Deco styled,
You wouldn't gig with
but
it then?
I haven't wired it up yet.
But no, before
I'm-
you wire it up, don't you need to look if that
Did
thin
you?
film doesn't have a doesn't
Excuse
it
me.
have a thin film of like conductive material? A very thin-
It's a carbon granule mic, so they work slightly differently. But I'm hoping that it has that vintage compression sound. So I'll let you know how I get on with it.
Well,
Can I
a fun-
just point out an exercise in irony right now?
Sure.
I'm an Englishman, and I've made the noun cheese with a capital letter. and the native German speaker down there, he's written German with a small G. It offends. Stop it. Es sollte groß geschrieben.
Do I look at it if I care?
That's typical Brooksy. He's just
It's
like
awful. I
No,
spent my
he's
entire
just-
time.
on the rights for everyone who doesn't really care. You know what I mean? Get on with it, nerdy German.
Hey,
Hello,
John Cleese raising family
ha-
overseas, actually.
hello. Can we introduce nerdy German properly? Because I don't
Yeah,
think
go on,
he's
let us-
been proper.
No,
I
no,
think
we
he got a shortcut on last week's show about.
Well, last week was fine. It was the week before, or some time ago, where I got like 5 minutes.
2 or 3 weeks ago, yes.
Yeah, no, nerdy German. What's your real name and what do you do and what are you about and what? Someone's going to take control of this car crash of a show. I mean,
Hey. No, hang on a minute.
No, otherwise
No,
we're going to
no,
be
no, no, no.
No,
No.
otherwise we're
That's
going to be
the side
into
talking.
Sky Electrics.
I'll
Oh,
let
it's
you-
a bit boring
I'll have you
to
know-
build.
I'll have you
love
know,
Sky-
woman,
I
right,
love Sky Electrics
this
to that
is
point.
supposed to be a car crash.
Yay.
It was designed to be a car
By
crash.
the guy,
okay?
No.
yeah, exactly.
Fiona's
Jay
not
and the White
driving. No, Fiona. Right, nerdy German. Please introduce yourself to everybody and what you do and what's your real name, please.
Well, real online name is Native VS. Real name is Robert.
Hello, Robert.
Go for probably best to stick with Robert or Native VS so that it doesn't get confused with the Rob
Oh,
or
you're
Robbie.
Native VX. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yes, Dinky.
Oh, well, why did you never? Oh, okay.
Where have you
got with the
been? Where's your
plan.
blankie?
No, because it was about 3:30 last time, and then, well, I mean, I forgot that. Sorry, Native. Hello.
330 litres, I think.
So what? You just thought it was just a nerdy German had joined the show?
Well, forgive me. I mean, forgive me.
But sometimes he is virtual as well, though.
Yeah.
No, he
It's
has
like
a twin
kindergarten
brother.
talk. Who is your daddy and what does he do?
There's a
Oh,
great
no,
live
we
stream
don't.
last night. So what have you got to the left of you? Is that like a proper job there, Native?
Proper job? Proper
Yeah,
job?
proper
I don't have a proper
moogie
job.
A proper moogie thingy.
Hang on,
What
We're
is
in the
that?
music industry.
What is that? Well, you know. I'm a
it's-
promoter. I'm not an actual maker of music. I just promote. Come on, proper jobby. What is it? It's a moogie thing.
No, it's an MU system with some synthesizers.com, some SDG, some Corsend, Adobe Audio, so Paula, formerly of Modal, and a SynCube module. There's some varied MU stuff because it has a correct size of jack, one that one can actually plug in without breaking it.
And you
Quarter
see
inch, that is.
Yes,
you're
I mean
correct.
B-gate would be preferable so that you're not shorting it all the time, but I don't think anybody could afford a synth built with B-gate sockets.
And do you put the Buchla system into that? Do you?
I mean, I
Experiment
used
with
to. I mean, when I built it first, when I just changed it onto the power from there, when I got pissed off running it off the bench power supply, I just used that power supply for a while and ran it through there. But I mean, for Buchla it's actually quite nice because level-wise, it runs on line level, your audio stuff, and the voltages are 0 to 10 or in the easel 0 to 13.5. But all the audio level is proper line audio level.
Right.
Hello.
Did you get that, Lisa? You see that first word, nerdy? You really got it
well,
there.
well, no. all I got from that was I need to get to know Native very well and ask him to. Well, lots of questions later. That's all I got from that. I got. Hello, Native. I'm so respectful that I know all you lot because I really am the dumbest person in the room. Okay, we've got
No, you're not.
Ian J. Cole. Yes, we have.
Good evening, Ian.
No.
The dogs aren't in the room. The dogs aren't in the room there, Kent. So I am.
There are 10 people in this room, and only one of them has ever superglued themselves to a patio. Alright.
And his name is Kent.
Twice.
Talk about it in
Twice! Oh, okay, you win it twice. You done it once, you don't win it, and twice.
Are you alright there, Robbie?
Sorry, let me just jump in. Original Synth has just said, when are they going to remove the mini jack sockets from Eurorack like Apple did?
Yeah, USB-C only.
Yeah, hang on a minute, Roland.
You're right, buddy.
Roland didn't. Roland had mini jacks on the System 100, excuse me, and System 100M. Come on.
Yeah,
mini jacks,
remove
they're all
those.
evil.
Yeah, we need to remove those. Go for tiny jacks from Switchcraft that Buchla used. A lot more expensive,
God.
nearly the same size, but different.
And really annoying.
Hello, Ian.
Hi, Lisa. How are you doing? All right.
Hello, I just thought I'd acknowledge you because, like, you know what it's like in this bus. You know, you get on, you pay your ticket, and you sit on the back bus and they ignore you. You know what I mean?
Pay your ticket?
Time and effort, mate. Time and effort.
Where's my
Sitting here.
fucking money?
You haven't prepared anything for me yet. Wait.
Yeah, do you know what?
Wait.
Somebody messaged me and said, "Oh, you should have a what do you call it button? A donate button." And I went,
You need 1,000 subscribers for that.
"What? People are not going to pay for this. Come on."
Oh, they do though. I've seen you sponsor some real stuff.
Yeah.
And you, Andy, stuff that I'd like to sponsor too. But
You see, Kent, if
as
you
a
were on...
poor musician, I'm hoping you'll sponsor me, so it's going to go round in a circle where basically the same pound is going to go from Kent to Andrew to Todd to me to Sasquatch to Process Network
But
to Ian
if-
to Mac.
if-
But it gains interest, I suppose.
If Kent were on Twitch or OnlyFans, just imagine how much he'd be reeling us in.
Do you know what?
Well, if you were live streaming all the
I've learned what that is.
This could work.
watched
This could
photography.
work as long as we don't leave Robbie and Kent on their own, because that Scale Electric thing, I nearly cried.
No,
I'm sorry.
they weren't alone. I was involved in that as well.
No, but you were silent. You were a silent partner, and I was like, I wanted Scale Electrics. I was a girl, and then you went into, oh, didn't it take so long to set up? Yeah, you had it. I had a tiny kid with knitted tops. It wasn't the same.
Wait until we start talking about Hornby train sets.
I was about to say.
I like my dad. I love
below
train
gauge
sets.
there.
I probably love that shit.
Oh, don't go down the Hornby rabbit hole, for fuck's
I
sake.
do like it. Little making strawberry
Well,
trees out of little sponges.
Double O or triple O.
Double O, come on.
No, double O.
But you can get more.
My better half is calling me off somewhere, so I got to take off.
All right, buddy.
Been fun, everybody. Thank you.
Cheers, Andy.
Yeah, look after
Bye,
yourself.
Andy.
Take care, buds.
Slot cars are the bomb, though. About the only thing I have is a much as is almost synthesizers as slot
Oh,
cars.
go on.
Oh yeah.
Is that a
tons of them.
Deltic? Mr. Jacob.
It's a Pullman. It's not the engine. It's all I've got left of my train set as a kid. That's the
Oh, I
only
always
thing I've
wanted
got.
that one.
Show us the cab, Ian. Show us the front.
Yeah.
Oh.
Show us the front of the cab. Show us the front of the cab.
Yeah, come on, give us the money shot. Oh, look at that.
It's almost PPG blue.
It's
Almost
beautiful.
Yeah.
Looks like
I used to be a train spotter.
Me too.
Can I say? Is it really?
You're the guy who used to go around
train-
putting all those little dots on the trains.
Ba-dum.
Ba-dum-ba-dum. Where's the drums when you need them?
Yeah. Jim.
Yeah,
Where are you, Jim?
Yeah.
Right, can I call back in and leave Jim to come, and I'll call back in a minute. Right.
I don't think Jim's here, is he?
I've not seen.
Well,
Jim
he
in
can
the
be
chat
when
box
I'll
tonight.
I'll come back in. I'm just going for a little yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
A little one.
A little,
Well, I was also into Mammoth steam engines.
Oh, yeah.
If you remember those.
I had a friend who had a Mammoth
steam
traction
car.
engine. Yeah.
It was a steam car as well, wasn't it?
Little tray of paraffin or something underneath.
Methylated spirits.
Yeah, I took out many a rug with one of them.
and the occasional cat's tail.
Yeah.
I'm going to go big boys here. I'm going to say York National Railway Museum is just
fantastic,
absolutely amazing place.
That was a wet dream for me at about age 12. That place.
Robbie, if you get a chance, go again. It is really, really fab.
I've not been for a while.
I went almost. Why do I want to go on the? I loved it. It was really, really a brilliant.
I used to
fabulous. Really enjoyed it.
I used to stand on the platform at Norwich station when I was a kid, and in between collecting the numbers of all the engines, they did, yes. We don't have motorways, we just have trains. And I used to get, in between getting all the numbers, I used to hassle the drivers, and they used to let me take an engine, like usually a Class 31, up the platform from one end to another. Before they would then shunt the carriages around to stick the engine at the other end. Back in the days when you had an engine at one end.
I can go one better than that.
Go on then.
I knew, not well, but I knew him because he was the church warden at the church we used to go to when I was a kid in Doncaster, called Basil Fleetwood, and he was the last ever driver of the Mallard.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and that was always like, oh, really? And he had loads and loads of pictures. Used to show me the pictures. No, sorry, this sounds awful, doesn't it? Because I was about an 11-year-old kid, and he'd be showing me pictures of the Mallard. Yeah, exactly. Of the Mallard.
Of my Mallard.
Do you like gladiator movies?
Yeah, he was a delightful man. So let's not get horrible, because he was a delightful man, and that's what he did. He drove the Mallard, and he was the last one doing it. He drove the Mallard on its last official.
I've driven a diesel electric, and I've got to say it's a lot harder than you think it is.
Oh, I bet it is. Yeah.
What are you talking about now?
Grandfather
trains.
Oh, okay.
Hang on, Ian's trying.
Speak up, Ian.
My grandfather drove the Mallard and the Flying Scotsman.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
He wasn't Basil Fleetwood, was he?
No, it wasn't. Jack Copley. And
unfortunately, Basil Fleetwood is 30 years dead. But so
is Jack Copley.
Well,
but they are
amazing.
They're beautiful, beautiful machines. Anything steam related for me is just engineering heaven.
Fred Dibner was watching one of those this week, and he went on his thingy. He was trying to drive it up a hill in Sheffield. It took him half an hour to get from the bottom to the top.
Yeah, well, my grandfather used to own a fleet of steam traction engines, and I've still got all these old photographs of his fleet. 12 steam engines, absolutely beautiful.
I'm going to go nerdy again. I'm going to say poor Manny's sort of glazing over there, so I'm going to ask Manny. For the man who I thought was just Mr. 6 Operator DX, you've got an impressive wall of modular behind you. I didn't realise it had grown to that extent.
Well, you know how fungus gets under your nail? Robbie gave me a lot of grief for this. Actually,
sod off. He's used to it.
So it's actually worse than that. Well, actually, I won't say worse. Over lockdown, I just decided I wanted to revisit my teen years of modular analog. So I've never ever owned a piece of Behringer gear, but I figured I didn't want to spend too much to go down that rabbit hole, so I went with I originally was just going to buy the 2500 stuff, but it was so back ordered, I dabbled in the Moog stuff instead. So that's kind of how that started to come together. I actually have another skiff that I got to have all my legit stuff in. There's a company out here on the West Coast called Weston Audio, which does a lot of really nice precision phase and FM capable analog oscillators. And I picked up a lot of their stuff and some weird things like a clay sequencer and stuff like that I'm going to make a real single skiff thing out of. The only thing in here that I'll probably end up keeping is the Suit and Tie Guy modules I have in there, and maybe one or two of the Dopfers. But my goal is to use that Doper 3D joystick to control real time the FM stuff on the Weston Audio. So
I'm surprised that no one is actually doing a joystick MIDI controller, a standalone joystick MIDI controller. I mean, I'm tempted just to build one. You know, just use a Teensy and a really good quality joystick.
Yeah,
because but
just
being able to map it to, you know, whether it's, you know, filter resonance or whether you want to use it as a replacement for a mod wheel or whatever. But it just seems like it's a completely no-brainer concept, but no one is doing one commercially.
Well, joysticks cost money, good ones, right?
Yeah.
That's why nobody's doing it.
It's hardware intensive, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
You know, especially for something that's got to hold up and have good resolution. And ideally, you can get 4 axes on it, you know, right, left, up, down, twist, and the thing.
Well, I bought 3 joysticks for the Anaglyph, and they were 198 quid plus VAT each.
Do you know the cheaper way of getting the joysticks?
Go on, steal them?
No, buy a radio-controlled car.
Yeah. Yep.
And dismantle the controller, because you can pick up a really good controller for about 130, 140 quid, and you get 2 really good high-resolution joysticks.
Mm.
And if you can get a helicopter one, then you'll get the 4-axis as well.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah.
But, why are they so expensive?
A lot of small parts, so like
they're quite machine intensive.
Yeah, and not many people use them. I mean, how many times do you see a joystick that isn't just a switch contact one? I mean, you know, if you think Atari joystick, that's just literally pushing switches, whereas an analog joystick will have really high quality potentiometers.
Aren't they still quite common in the industrial automation, or is that mostly switch contacts?
They've mostly changed these days, but radio control is the way to get some really good quality XY joysticks.
Yeah. Speaking of radio, I looked on the bottom. This is a Radio Shack SM57.
Oh, what about a trackball? Couldn't that be fun to play with?
I've got an old controller called a Spaceball, which is it's labelled as an 8 degree of freedom movement system. So it's imagine a ball about 4 inches in diameter, and you can twist it, you can push it forwards, backwards, sideways, etc. You can push down on it, and it also has almost like an old style palm control. So you've also got finger controls and thumb controls as well, all on a ball, and it dates back to about 1994. It only runs on Windows 95, but it is a fantastic controller, so configurable.
I'll stick with my SY22.
I must admit, I never use my joysticks on the keyboards where I have it. I never use them.
Yeah, that's what was weird about me fitting 3 to the Anaglyph, because I'm not a big fan of using joysticks yet. I put 3 on it. It's like twit. So I ended up going the wheel route, but then I got 6 wheels in the design, which is quite annoying.
How about a ribbon? How about a ribbon controller?
It's got one.
Make it 8 wheels, like the old PPV keyboard for Peter Baumann, where it's like 4 mod wheels and 4 resetting pitch wheels. And can then route with various. Well, ideally you'd have user functions. You could route them to any parameter.
Yeah. Mind you, I mean, the Anaglyph is going to be one of those synths that I don't think will ever be built. Because technology.
Why don't you sit doing live streams every bloody given chance you have?
Hey, I can't work in the dark. Piss off. I tell you what, you want to see the workshop, man.
One problem about joysticks, in my opinion, is that sometimes I want them to return to center, and sometimes I don't. And it's quite impossible to find a joystick which can do both.
No, this is where, if you buy a radio control system, a lot of them have an adjustable thumb screw on at the very top of the stick, so you can either set them to be self-centering. So, for example, if you're flying a plane and you want to be able to let go and just have the plane fly horizontal, or you can adjust the thumb screw so it locks into position. So again, that's where the best source of joysticks I've found is.
What are the joysticks on the modal stuff? Are they just regular kind of switch-based things? Because
I think that they're just the regular Alps ones, I thought.
I don't
They're
know.
nice.
I'm
They are
completely-
nice, I'll give you that.
Yeah, because
I
I'm
think
just
they're
thinking.
just 200k pods.
Right.
It's a standard Alps. It looks like the standard Alps one.
Yeah. Although they could be digital encoders on them.
I am not an aficionado of joysticks, so I couldn't. But all I will say is that it's nice. You know, it's a nice little joystick. My only quibble with it is if you're, because obviously it's your pitch bend and mod. It's far too easy to modulate when you're pitch bending, if you know what I mean, because it's all on one thing, and if you just push slightly the wrong angle, you get the unwanted modulation.
Yeah.
It's more annoying when it's the other way, when you're trying to do some only modulation and then
and vice versa. Yes, yeah. It's because everything's on one thing. Whereas, like, you know, the SY22, you had your joystick, but you also had your pitch bend and mod. So the joystick had a function. I understand why they've used it. It's a modal thing, isn't it? They like their joysticks.
If anyone needs any washing doing, Henry,
yeah.
running his own laundrette.
I got some t-shirts. I got some t-shirts I need doing.
His washing machine's empty now, so that's free. So he'll do it for you. Are you any good at ironing, Henry?
Is anybody?
Oh, I love it.
Well,
Yeah. So
You love
there's
ironing.
an iron here. Yeah,
My grandma
but I'm
taught
not doing
me. I'm
that.
a pro.
Yeah.
I find it interesting that the Hydrasynth comes out and it's got poly aftertouch, which a lot of us have been asking for. Even those of us who are crap like me have been asking for many years. But the way that we control synths hasn't really changed. I mean, Rolly was on the way to developing something, and I haven't played a Rolly, but certainly from what I've heard, and Rich Hilton has demonstrated some fantastic articulation on that keyboard. But we know that Wagyu always jokes about the D-beam, but there's a lot of scope for someone to bring out a controller that incorporates, joysticks. What's that controller that looks like a piece of wood that you
the touche.
Yeah, the
touche.
Yeah.
So you could have a ribbon controller, a touche, a joystick, a touch strip, a D-beam, whether infrared or ultrasonic, and just incorporate that into a hybrid controller type system, and just to provide that variety of control and expression more than anything. Because that's what controllers are for, isn't it? It's about expression. It's about being able to inject some different way of injecting parameters into a sound.
Yeah.
And I find it frustrating that no one's doing it.
Well, I think the Lindstrument gets close. I'm a massive fan of the Lindstrument. I never really got on with the Rolly Seaboard. It felt like
I
dead
gotta
flesh.
go. I have to use both hands to bring back the clothes. So.
Well, I think the Seaboard is really for pianists and people who really have a feel, whereas the other controllers, and to a certain extent even polyphonic aftertouch, if you can press 3 keys down and vary the pressure on each one, you can make a really complex sound. But being able to dynamically adjust through the use of different controllers, I think would add something that perhaps is missing. Rather than having to turn a knob for filter and resonance.
Yeah.
Just being able to move the joystick and combine that filter and resonance change at the same time, or wave your hand over a D-beam or ultrasonic beam or whatever.
Yeah, the Seaboard though. I mean, as a keyboard player, I found that I had to unlearn what I'd learned.
Yes, Yeah, Rich Hilton said the same.
That for me, just, I mean, I had the thing for a fortnight and just couldn't really get on with it at all. Whereas learning the instrument, it was a completely different interface, totally. So I learnt it from scratch, but actually, I still love it. It's sat down there, you know, and I play it all the time.
No.
Robbie's showing off the KX88 again, just to rub salt in the wound.
No. It's my eternal kitten.
He can play keyboard with his pussy.
Yeah.
A talent and yet not known before.
Mitty.
The only problem with having cats and keyboards is that cat hairs get everywhere.
She's settled.
No, mate. Try a husky. Jesus Christ. Oh.
Look at this thing, honestly.
Cute as hell.
Oh, yeah. She's waiting for my son who's in the shower.
Oh, bless him.
As Wagyu says, a random MIDI event generator. Yes.
Yeah.
So, Robbie, your son has to go through your studio to get to the shower. So he comes out.
Right. This is going to make me sound really. So we have 3 showers in the house. We have this one, which is because this is a bedroom basically, but there's an ensuite there, which is my bathroom. Okay, nobody else's, mine. And then we have a family bathroom next door, but unfortunately there's a fault with that, so he's having to use mine. So that's why he's coming through. But then my wife has her own in the main bedroom. That's her little bathroom. You see, all these bathrooms.
Is
tragic.
Is your son?
Hey, Inky's back.
I just wanted to chip in. Apart from Robbie's son going back into the bathroom, is he having a nice shower? This whole expressive thing about joysticks is really intriguing, and I'm into Imogen Heap gloves, and I bought a Micro Freak this week. It was a very it was a very drunken purchase. So I've been looking at the Hydrasynth.
You've been talking to Grace?
No, I've been looking at the Hydrasynth and the Micro Freak. Now, never on either of them, till Kent played the CS8 80 patch on the Hydrasynth, have I liked the sound on either of them. However, I know 3 people who play them well, and in their music I can't tell where they are. But one of them, who uses a Hydrasynth, doesn't play like me, and the other 2 do. And I thought, well, I'm going to order this plastic box, it's 300 quid, I'm going to hate it, I'm going to send it back to Anderson's. But the touch capacitive keyboard at the moment only goes through USB, but it's poly aftertouch, and if you use it on the actual device, so it can send out more notes than 4 when you're using it on USB, right? It's it's pretty crazy, but you can use it. You can slide up it like a guitar, like a xylophone, and to be fair, I thought I was gonna hate it, and I stuck one of those Zoom CDR. What is it? 70th.
70 CD.
Yeah, stuck that on it. Then realised I'd get my Neutron out, so now I've stuck it through Digitone Effects. It's still good. That touch keyboard.
Well, as I said, it's all about expression.
Yes.
You don't have to be a great player to get a really good sound out of an interface that gives you the ability to inject expression into a sound.
Right, but you only have so many ways, so many hands, so many ways to record it. So if you're doing if you're doing a long piece with very much expression and not much percussion, and it's very musical, that's different to doing something a bit faster, and it's each to their own. But I was blown away. I was blown away by the actual. I don't know how you could get away with this live. 300 quid.
Yeah. To detour that point a little bit, Inky, one of the age-long discussions we've always had, behind the scenes when we develop instruments, is this whole thing about controllability and expression. And you touched on something important, which is ultimately to have the more expression you want, the less notes you're playing.
Yeah.
Ultimately, you want a myriad of expressive monophonic instruments. I mean, polyphony, and whoever's definition you're using, is kind of the bane of real-time expression because we don't have the muscle control and memory bandwidth to do that with 10 fingers. There's a reason why Switched On Bach still sounds great today.
But there aren't many real instruments that have that, though. There are not very many instruments that have got polyphonic anything.
Correct.
Really, I mean, you look at an orchestra; it's full of monophonic instruments which are highly expressive.
Yep. And even a guitar. Honestly, a guitar is not really an expressive polyphonic instrument. At best, it's duophonic when expressive. The other 4 notes, you can't do the same thing simultaneously to when you're playing a lead. Even if you're doing tap-on techniques and a bunch of hammer-ons and stuff like that, it's a different deal. So to that point, most polyphonic acoustic instruments are triggered and they do their thing. There's very little you can do with them.
Well, this is kind of like the Hydra synth merged with that what is it? The one that you touch the internet and it makes this sound. Anyway, the point being is, it's very expressive for a very low cost.
Absolutely.
And if it could do it over MIDI, I mean, I know true players want a weighted keyboard with poly aftertouch, but it needs to be weighted for true players. This isn't for true players. This is for people like me that go, oh, actually,
Inky, it's really difficult to have weighted and poly AT together. They're not good bedfellows.
But you ideally you would like that in your ideal world, wouldn't you? Which is what I'm saying is this is a different world. This is press it and it will work.
But it's a different skill set actually. You don't have to have weighted because it's a different input. And in fact, what Ken was saying, the biggest bane of weighted keyboards with poly aftertouch is what you do with the dead zone and the slem. Because if you play at velocity, you can't bounce the sensor unintentionally.
Yeah,
it's really tricky. I mean,
not a single person that learned to play weighted keyboards has any inclination for polyphonic aftertouch. It's a different thing. Yeah, it's back to what Ian was saying. You've got to learn. You've got to learn a new technique.
It's a different skill.
I mean, somebody like Keith Jarrett might be able to pull it off. Like if you know his clavichord album.
Maybe you could contact him. Is it anyone got his number? Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
I don't think any basement, mate.
I don't get me wrong. Anymore after his stroke, but he can no longer use his left arm.
It's not that it's impossible to have the two coexist on the same board. It's just that it's not ideal.
No, it's not, and it's going to be bloody expensive.
Now, see, the other thing is, sometimes when you're playing, you don't want to use poly AT. So a little switch where you go, no AT, thank you, and bash the hell out of it. Cool. This is why the AT had to go. The keyboard on that is using very finely balanced weighted keys, but the weights are at the other end.
Yeah, and they're about 12 or 14 inches long, those keys, aren't they?
Massive bastards like that. And they're very finely weighted, and they've got the pivot point precise. So you can play it lightly without triggering sensors. You can play it quite hard without triggering the sensors. But then when you want those sensors, you just whack the fuck out of it, and there it is.
That's a fine balance, and that's the problem. I'd like that with slightly weighted keys like a piano.
You could
and I
have it in
know
key, but
I
what we're
couldn't
talking about.
even afford it, but
Yeah, no, this is it, and this is the exact
Yeah.
point. To get a keyboard that was both
exactly.
weighted, proper weighted piano type keys, and be aftertouch as well.
I'd sell.
Very expensive.
You're up in
I've
the
been living in this
double
house
thousands.
with
You know,
no
double thousand figures.
electricity.
Talking about that. Oh, what's it called? I forgot the name of it. That new thing. The
Osmos?
Osmos. Thank you, Robert. Yeah.
Oh, the Osmos, yeah.
Osmos. I mean, that's where that is going. That's where that is.
Well, when it happens.
If it
If
happens.
the Micro Freak,
What'll happen?
if the Micro Freak inputted the same sensitivity through MIDI as it did the USB, it would pretty much be an Osmos. I mean, this thing is amazing. I mean, I thought I was going to hate it.
It's a great little
I thought it was
thing,
a
isn't it?
con. I thought it wasn't going to work. And I've looked into it, and I'm like, you're touching it, and you're going, oh my God, that's... So you can play it like a guitar, or you can polyphonically play it in paraphonically in 4 notes, but it exports over USB to anything that will take polyphonic over USB. It will do 16 notes. So you can do 16 notes polyphonically, and it's so smooth. It's a weird experience. It's not a keyboard player experience. It's a more I don't know, guitar kind of weird kind of live
It's definitely
kind of.
odd.
Oh my God, this is insane. It moves up and down like a mother foe. I'm sorry. I was going to send this back. I thought this is £300 of absolute rubbish. I woke up, bought this drunk, and I never.
It's gone.
Now I know why 2 of my friends go, this is a magic sauce. I would never sell it. I'd get another one. It's my favourite synth. And I know now, because I can't hear it in their mix. It doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. They're making live jams, and they're making proper live jams on the spot, and it doesn't stick out, but it's their secret sauce. And I get it. I get what they're saying.
Yeah.
The high, I get what
That's a long way to say you got your
FM
freak on.
does. FM sticks out, doesn't it? The Hydra sticks out. You've got to make them sing together, and it's pretty hard. And you have to have a certain type of music, which my friend does really well. He's got Hydra and FM and all that jazz, Rapture. But you've got to. That's a skill set in its own. For me, that's like, wow, you know.
Can we welcome Keith in Watford?
Welcome, Keith.
Yes.
Let's keep
Nice to see you the right way up.
Well, thank you.
I've got case envy
Welcome,
right now.
Keith.
I waved
great-
to the camera.
What a proper synth cave that is.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I hope my video, my audio's coming through, because the video
good.
is really
We can
slow
hear ya.
on.
No, it's
'Cause
working.
it's-
Yeah,
we can hear you.
I can hear you, can see you.
Okay, that's good.
I
'cause
got that.
I'm
I've
actually
also
now
got
coming.
cuddly toy envy as well.
What? One of these.
Yeah.
It goes with all the others that are in the room. If you can see them, some of them. But yeah, it is a cave, and that's my problem now. I have synth envy, and
Oh, it's
I
nice,
literally-
okay.
haven't got anywhere else to put anything. There's 3 more synths standing up over there. There's one here.
You have a ceiling, for God's sake, man. You're not exploiting all the space you've got.
I'm in the loft. I mean, that's about.
I know the feeling.
I don't
Yeah.
think he needs any more encouraging. I think we need to go round and explore what he doesn't need and what we can borrow off him. That's my
To be honest, Inky, in your case, the only thing I have anywhere near a box with no keyboard and things is the Arturia Microbroot 2S.
Sold for £1.
I am.
I'll borrow it. I'm coming to collect it. I'll borrow it from a year and a day.
It's really the most likely bit of kit. It's the bit of kit I hardly ever touch. I've never got the hang of it.
I could
Okay, why is that?
I could patch it up to my Neutron, which I never actually touched.
Well, you'd have two
Go on,
machines
Andrew.
you'd never touch then, Inky.
No, then two makes a
Just
thing
send
go
me a
right, doesn't it,
Neutron. I'll
Andrew?
have
You
your
know
Neutron.
that. It takes two to make a thing go right, you know.
No, it's just something.
What's in the
like
rack to your left, Keith?
My left here.
Yeah.
Well, if I start at the bottom, there's a Mackie hard drive recorder 24 track. There's a Roland XV 5080. Then I've got the Alesis HD24 ADAT recorder. Here, I don't think Robbie can see it.
U3.
But it's,
Emulator.
I'll take these off. I'll take these
Is that
off.
an E64?
No, we can.
No, it says Yamaha MIDI rack.
Oh.
Take this off. I'll take this off. It's got
Ooh,
8 orange
TX8.6.
lights. Yeah, it's got 8 red lights, 8 LEDs, and a single. Yes, it is. So, Bobby, how are you getting on with yours?
A TX816. Fab.
And you're talking about Synth Envy?
No, sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
absolutely.
mean Rob is Robbie's still in the room.
No, he's
No,
disappeared.
Rob's gone, unfortunately.
No,
Oh, okay,
apparently Sasquatch's alias has just been busted. For anyone who didn't get that. Anyway, carry on, Keith.
Right.
Don't carry on giving secrets away. It's nothing to do with us. Carry on. With
Emu.
Synth Engine.
E4X Turbo sampler.
E4.
Mm.
I said there was an emulator. I said it was an Emu.
Yeah.
I knew that. Is that a cow wire above it?
No,
No, 2500 at the top.
It's the Proteus 2500 Emu. Yes.
Oh, you
Yes.
proper nerd.
8 MIDI patch bay. Arturia.
With mini
Micro-
wires. Is that got mini wires in it? When you say MIDI patch bay, you mean?
Well, no,
full-size
it's
jacks?
8 MIDI. Yeah, you can put 8,
8 MIDI
in.
outs.
Oh yeah,
and 8 MIDI
I'm
out.
just checking. I've got a friend that's
Yeah.
doing a product.
So it's,
mini.
it's,
The
it's
Robbie, the other Robbie knows about. Anyway, yeah.
it's the old way of connecting all your MIDI gear together,
Yeah.
so you can use your keyboards and play.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not
No.
young. I'm not young. Anyway, get on with it.
SY55 Yamaha down there. So there's the Micro Freak, the Moog Workstat 01, Yamaha drum machine of ancient, probably 90s. Right at the back where you can't see is the Gent SX1000.
Oh, my favourite old synth.
Music ground in Doncaster with all the different coloured knobs. Oh, the good old
Yeah.
Yeah, and the overlays, the
Yeah, but
paper
then look at the way
overlays.
that the ARP 2500 different colour knobs. Proteus, no, Prophecy, sitting down
Yeah,
there.
spotted the prophecy.
Yeah, and the little key step, basic, sitting down there. Down here, not wired up. Waldorf Pulse.
It's about this time. You wish. you
Akai X, an Akai
What's this?
S3000.
S3000 XL.
Wow, well done, Brooksy.
Oberheim Matrix 1000.
Oh.
Of course.
Emu B3. What's that one? Oh, Korg Wave Station SR.
SR.
But basically, it's a porn studio, isn't it?
No, well, basically, he just puts it in a van and he needs to tour. That's what
And then,
he needs to
yeah.
do. He needs a bit of solar on the roof, but man, let's go.
TX81Z down there.
Oh.
My studio's better. I've got pink wafers.
TX802, which is at work.
My kitchen's better. It's got cider, but I'm not there.
So I think only Wagyu and Kent can beat you.
Well, we don't. No, we
Well, we know
don't,
Wags
because-
can.
No.
No, we don't know. We don't know Wagyu can. We have no evidence The Wagyu
No, this is
can.
why.
Because if he's watching right now, Kent is
he's
in
there.
the chat.
He
Right,
was
Wagyu.
anyway.
We don't know. We have no evidence of Wagyu towers.
he's just
No,
said
no,
something
I
to
mean,
papers of
come
biscuits.
on, mate. You put it off. Oh,
I'm still waiting.
Ooh,
I'm still
I broke
waiting
my
for an
leg.
invitation to Switzerland.
Ooh, I had to buy 20 cents. Ooh, he's got beer runners. Do you know he's got beer runners? Do you know
That's
he calls people and they get him beer? So, Wagyu,
Don't
if
you do
don't
that?
get on, you're banned from every competition ever. Especially,
You can do that?
especially,
I
yeah,
didn't know you
yeah.
could do that.
I called Nick,
I went to
Solid
have
State,
superpowers.
even
Oh,
though
what?
he's checked him out, he's
Go
gone. He's gone. He's off. No way.
But that's why I
Jump
wanted
in,
to
Wags.
come on.
Cowards,
Come
we
on, Wags.
need-
Come on, any
Come
come.
on, Wags.
Have you come?
Get your hand on the camera.
That's why I wanted to come on and say, Wagyu, it's all right. You come on with a half-hearted built studio because all of this should be under there in racks.
Been on before.
Here.
He's just making us wait.
No, here, which you can't see, is a Mackie 32.8 bus mixer, but it's got a foot of wires and bits of paper and boxes on it. Yeah, you can't see the half-built modular wall, which is all got to come down and be rebuilt. Keyboard stand, desperate for Jasper's 6-layer A-frame thing because I've got 3 on there at the moment, and I've got another 3 over there. And
All I can say is it looks like a really great setup.
Yeah, it does.
It's a proper cave.
Yeah, it
Really
is.
looks fab.
Oh.
It is, and then because you was talking about railways earlier.
We need
opened
more YouTube like exploratory cave things and.
You need a pop plant. Not.
Well,
the series you got to call it Synth
well, I don't even know if I'm following you on YouTube. Am I following you on YouTube, Keith? I mean, this is terrible if I'm not. But we need more YouTube.
You need to clarify exactly what you mean by synth, because I've got well over 450 synthesizers.
Yeah, but you don't play them all at the same time, do you? Some of them are not in the
That's
shed.
a MIDI setup from hell, isn't it?
Yeah, but
And
do they
even
count if when you plug them in, nothing happens? You see, this is the thing.
They count if you plug them into the shed and the dog plays them in time.
Oh, in that
That's
case, I've got about 12.
What?
And then,
6
and
dogs,
then-
2 boards each.
And even then, yeah.
How do you manage to fit like all 450? Like,
You stack them on top of each other in a very
Yes, but
random way.
Honestly, Robert,
E-
you
even
need
then-
to go and visit Kent. You've got to go and visit Kent. You really need to visit Kent.
No,
I mean,
it's like it's a Stephen King novel. It's Synth Cemetery. It's amazing.
I've seen
Yeah.
Martin's
Yeah,
storage,
it's
Martin's
weird.
garage in Switzerland, and like
Good
how-
evening, Fiona.
Oh,
how that is cramped
Good
with
evening,
undersets.
She's taking control. She's sensing the urgency of the business.
Is it quiz time?
Who
Yeah.
did this? Did you do this?
Nelly One Crafts.
Nelly.
But all I will say
Did
is
you
for the
do
railway
this?
buffs,
Is that the pregnancy test that he told us?
the railway buffs.
One of the dogs has been chewing a bottle of super glue. Right, can you open your mouth? Open your mouth.
It's stuck for words.
Yeah, see? It was you. Git.
Nelly One Crafts. I'm not joking.
And
Spring away.
next day, there is a dog found super glued to Kent's patio.
Yeah.
Leg.
And I'll lay down and join her. Oh, I don't
No,
know.
but I will say to the left of all this stack of synths is the loft window, and I look out onto a local railway line. I'm not a train spotter, believe me, but because the main line is that side of the house and too far away, and there isn't a loft window
Okay.
there. So
Keith, you just said you you've just given it away. You are a train spotter because the main line. I'm not a train spotter. It's on the left,
No.
but it's on the.
Main line.
Keith.
No.
Keith. We love
What?
trains. I grew up next to a train line. I mean, I'm not saying anything, but you have to seriously get blown your game. I'm not a train spotter because
Hey.
actually the left.
Hey, Ian's got them going through his house.
What?
Well,
Ian's got
Oh,
trains
yeah.
going through his house.
Well, what's on the back of Ian's wall then? We've had what's on Keith. What's on Ian's wall?
On back of my wall, I can, because I'm on the iPad. We can have a look. We've got
Ian
Cog
dropped a
700.
jump, by the way. On
Oh,
YouTube.
is that a new one or an old one? Is that an old one?
That's an old one.
Yeah,
That's an old one.
Yeah, that's really
Robert
nice.
has one of those as well.
He does. He does
Yeah.
indeed.
We've got
You can
We've got,
tell by the wood.
Michael Cog, the one with the speakers which don't get used.
Sorry, just before you go any further, is
Yeah.
that
Hurdy-gurdy.
retail racking unit that you have them
It's
hung from?
Slatwall, yeah.
Slatwall, yeah.
Yeah.
Ian,
Brilliant idea.
Yeah, this is half a garage.
Ian did. I do believe Ian did used to do some sort of musical shop.
I did. I used to own a
commercial
hi-fi shop. Yeah.
premises and deal with large retailers. Is that
Yeah.
not right?
Still
Ian?
do. Still do record.
Yeah, but not from a retail
And-
premises.
oh,
anymore.
Well, yeah, I do.
But for
'cause I've
many
got a-
years you did. For many years
Yeah.
you did, didn't you?
All
Yeah,
I would
shop-
say is that Slatwall is a very cost-effective way of mounting synths.
It is.
It's really, really affordable.
Nah, Unistrat's the way forward.
Unistrat's pricier than Slatwall.
Well, you don't
Okay,
benefit with
and
Unistrat.
Slatwall
You-
looks cooler.
you-
I'm sorry,
you
I know.
buy
I know
fake
those
Unistrat
metal
from
strips-
Orbital.
Those metal
You got-
strips look good, but then wooden strips look better. And if they're costing like I'm going for them, I'm sorry. Especially if I might
Like,
be
I
have to
can't
live in a
afford
van in the
Slatwall.
future.
I just have a wooden wall, and I have shelves. You just screw the shelving straight in, and you can just take it out, move it, it's brilliant. But
I
Slatwall's very
kind of
cool.
like.
These things are. These are what I normally use, which is just a
All these
little.
options.
They're meant for
Hanging
glass-
clothing on.
Glass shelves, yeah.
Yeah.
Although I did buy some. The 700 is on a purposeful designed one that tips, but they were bloody expensive, and they took about 6 months to come.
Is that a black sledge?
There's a black sledge up there, yeah. Kronos there. We've got a TR8, OP6, Hydrosynth. The only synth that I've ever bought from Behringer, which is that's my last purchase. Oh, we're there. Which is a TR8, TR3, TD3. The only thing that's missing, what's called the Korg P machine, which is that.
Korg what?
Korg P machine. There's a bit of an in-joke. If you ever listen to the Korg podcasts, they inadvertently announced that one of their synths was going to be have a P in it. And it was actually the Prologue. So I said it must be called a P machine. So. And that's probably it. That's more or less it. There's a micro audio monster. The terrible bloody thing with the
the Arc, Zoom Arc.
Can't-
Is that the
can't get
96 or the 48?
It's the 96. I think it's absolutely pile of junk. Can't get my head around it.
Makes an interesting controller though.
This is it.
We've been there.
I keep coming back to it every so often, but I've got an OP1 upstairs, Korg Cross, and a microstation under the sofa next door.
Okay, you've got an OP1, and I know lots of people have OP1s, and they all swear by them.
Yeah, I love it.
I had a play with one in a music shop, and
Go on then,
I just
Sal.
didn't get it.
No,
the interface is well. I think the interface appeals to people who like Apple.
That's the reason why. You
Outdated.
drink proper full-on double espresso. Full-on double espresso.
The keyboard
Not
thing
worth
is crap on it,
£1,000.
but actually there's two things that if I go on holiday, I take my iPad, which has got loads of apps on it, and I take the OP1 everywhere. And I can go a couple of months without touching the OP1, but every so often I'll just pick it up, and I'll always come up with something really different and weird, and I love that about it. It's not a conventional synth in any stretch of the imagination.
No.
You know, but-
And it's not cheap either.
No, it's not. I mean, I bought mine. I've had it about 7 years. So it's probably first generation, if that. No, it can't because it was longer. It was out a good few years before that. It's flaky. Every so often I have to reset it and wipe the whole thing, start again. But it sort of works most of the time. You know, I have to say the Black Sledge, great synth from a layout point of view, but an absolute pile of crap. The software is crap, and it's so plasticky. I would never gig with it.
Is there like a sticky key thing with the Sledge, isn't there?
I've never had that actually.
Hello,
I've heard-
Mickey.
I've heard that.
Yeah. So, hello.
Yeah.
It probably would happen if it's plasticky
But-
and shit.
I mean, it's a studio synth, really, isn't it? Because you wouldn't want to take it on the road because it wouldn't last a week.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything else. Oh, we've got there's
At this point,
all,
I'm just gonna.
it's all
I'm just
into
gonna,
that, which is Tascam Model 24.
Sorry, Ian. I'm
nice.
just gonna bow out, and I'm just gonna
Okay.
listen to you lot talk, and I'll be on the chat. All right.
Okay.
Good to see. Good
All
to
right.
see.
Cheers,
you.
Vicky.
Yeah,
See you later.
I'll be here.
Take care.
I'll be there. Bye bye.
Thank you.
So how's
Matt?
Mickey?
Not too bad. I was going to say, hello, Manny. You're on mute, Manny, so...
Oh, I'm still waiting for a coffee as well.
You don't have your beer service?
So, hello, Manny. Yes.
Hello. Yes, hello, Mickey.
Manny, I have something to do. I wonder if you can hear this. You ready?
Yeah.
What's that?
It's a synth.
Yes. But
I
what's
get
the-
a point.
This directly relates to Manny.
It could be many synthesizers.
Yeah, but it's only one.
It's only
11?
one.
Core Optics?
Pick one.
DX11?
If it was me, it'd be my
It's
SY99.
SY77.
There you go. As you should.
Yeah.
I just thought because Manny is the king of the SYs, and it's a 100%.
Well, Manny's just the king.
I would
That is true.
Can I please get something off my
Hey,
chest?
the only way.
Go on.
Can I please? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Please let me get this off my chest. Let me get it off my chest.
Spit it out, man. Spit it out.
Has anyone
Do it.
got a spare noise gate? Because if they have got a spare noise gate, can they send it to Sassy?
I'm sorry, it's the fucking boiler.
Sorry,
It's not
Sassy.
nice. You can't blame her all the time.
I'll drape a quilt over it and die of carbon monoxide poisoning instead.
What a great plan.
What could possibly go wrong?
Exactly.
And it's a pity Yankees left the chat room because I've been deliberating. Am I going to get like an MC707 or an AK MPC1? And she was like, "Get the AK MPC1." So I've good news, Enki. I've got the MC707 coming tomorrow.
Ooh.
So I didn't take her advice at all. Yes.
Do you want to know what? I mean, just look, right? Just look.
Yes. I see it. Yeah.
I mean, it's so deep. It screws my brain every time I switch it on and try and play with it. It's brilliant. There's some fantastic stuff in it, and I am learning to love it slowly. I've only had it 14 months, so I'm learning to love it.
It's a
slowly.
slow burner. Okay.
That's a lot of foreplay.
I'm getting.
So what the
There were
reason that I
months
went
when
for
I honestly, I went through I can't get on with this. I've got to get something else, and I've got to. But I'm learning. But if I was you, I think the MC707 is a really good plan, and I think he's actually also I think very seriously thinking about buying one of those. You're on safe ground anyway, so yeah. Well done.
Because I have the Jupiter X and it's got the similar kind of sound engines, with Zencore, etc. So I just thought it makes more sense, So it comes tomorrow, from all the way from Germany. So yeah, I'm a very excited boy. Today is my first day being negative of COVID. I've been so sick. So so I'm still alive. So I tuned in last night to the ProSynth Network and on Thursday night, and I was very sick. So I'm out of bed. So I need a shave. That's about 3 weeks worth of growth there. So I have yet to hit puberty properly at the age of 49. There we go. So I now actually have to start wearing glasses. So yeah, I can see. So Kent, what's in Kent's bin today?
Oh God, I really want to know.
Yes, I really want to know. I really want to come around your house and just do what we call in Northern Ireland bin hooking.
My base station looks like it's heading in that general direction, to be quite honest. It's what was it? It's the only synth that's ever switched on that cried. Thanks, Ken.
Burst into tears.
Tears?
No, not again.
Or screams. Screaming tears.
Yeah, screaming tears.
What? What's wrong with the X1?
The DX1.
Doesn't that scream? Yeah, doesn't that scream?
The one I gave to Robbie. Yeah. what a rascally wabbit. Yeah. You go. Yeah, it's lovely, beautiful DX1. Please take it, Robbie. So, no, it'll be all right. Once this power supply's sorted out, it should stop screaming.
Ken, that DX1 was it yours to give away? Who did it belong to? What? They're not just lying around on street corners. These things, are they?
Yeah, they're lying around in Kent's garden. That's where they are.
There's that DX I've had here for. Holy mother. I think it's 14 years.
In which case, it's yours by law.
Yeah.
Well, no. There are
not.
rules that you have to follow.
Oh,
yeah.
I think it's an 1872 act originally. But basically, if you're a repairer and someone hasn't collected goods, there is a very precise procedure that you have to go through before you can then legitimately and legally dispose of any uncollected item.
Yeah, that's why I lent it. That's why I lent it to Robbie, because I can't sell it.
There you go, Geert. Sorry, Geert says Mickey's got a red phone line direct to the Kremlin. Oh dear. So,
I've got 3 orange phone lines to nowhere.
You've got to nowhere. I've got a green one which takes me directly to the Irish Embassy.
Thank you, puppy.
Too funny. Hey, Mickey, I got something for you. I don't know. Can you guys hear this? Is that coming through? Not coming through?
No.
Try again, Money.
I'll have to try something. Give me a second.
To be fair, one of these 3 phones here is an actual phone, so I could actually wire it in. And I've been tempted to wire one of the other 2 in as an intercom. And open the door downstairs, so I no longer have to leave the room when a delivery comes.
It makes me think of that meme that is spread around by younger people these days, showing a photo of a rotary dial telephone, saying, "Do you know what this is, and how would you use it?"
One of these,
exactly.
Yeah.
What happens? Prophone Network.
Yes, called a telephone.
The Prophone Network.
Oh well. I've got. Do you know? I've suddenly remembered why I don't turn the light on in here. It's such a shit tip. It's unbelievable.
You know what?
It really is.
It doesn't look like it here.
Well, look. Hang on. Let me fire this thing up. No, let's do this. There we go.
Thank you, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I'm really upset.
You ready? Ow! I just went over my foot. Fuck. Fucking chair. Right. What we got? I got my hand over the camera. Brilliant. All right, let's try that. Right, there we go. This is where we work from. Yeah, there you all are. Right, so we got.
Are there enough screens?
Yeah, almost. I've removed some. What are you on about? Right, here we go. We've got more shit over here.
A rabbit. Is that a real rabbit?
Yeah, it's a rabbit.
It looks like home.
Yeah. Hello, Rabbit. Hello, Rabbit. Mind out of the way, Rabbit. Right, there we go. So we got various shit here. We've got a shitty Behringer mixer. Got a rack of stuff.
Oh, I like the acoustic panelling. That's very
like that.
smart.
Yeah, there's lots of acoustic.
Very Egyptian.
Right, so there we are. We've got drum machines. No, I'm showing the speaker. No, there we go. Drum machines. That thing, whatever it is, I'll turn it on one day. We've got, it's another rabbit. Oh, get out of it, Rab.
Oh, Timberwolf.
Timberwolf.
A sheep in wolf's clothing.
There's a modular I might turn on eventually. Where is it? Oh yeah. Okay, right. Modal. Like a
Sweet.
CS80.
Like a sweet CS80 guitar.
Hans Zimmer.
Dog.
Zimmer.
More Hans Zimmer. Black Cat.
Complete Control 61.
That looks like a perfectly normal space for someone who likes synthesizers.
Yeah. How many normal space contains a CS80?
Well, apart from that, obviously.
To be honest,
true enough. And I too have one of these.
Have a slack sledge.
A sledge. That got dirt cheap. I mean, stupid cheap.
Free, you mean?
No, it still costs. It's my TR-77. Love you. Oasis. SL8, yeah, grand down there. Oh, Behringer bits.
SL8, 8 grand, very nice.
Shite. More shite. Lots of shite. Supercomputer. And they. There's something.
Well, that's lots of lights.
Oh. Ooh. Oh, come on there.
Oh, just broke.
Just broke. Didn't need that. But then there's the cupboard. I mean, the cupboard. Oh, Jesus Christ. The
Quite
cupboard.
surreal watching Kent waft this thing around. Excuse my expression.
I beg your pardon, madam.
And actually see it happen in the bottom of that right-hand corner. It's
Brilliant.
There you go. Replace it with
David.
David.
Good evening,
instead.
David.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Right, I'm going to turn the light out. Hang on.
There's only one person who
Greetings,
can
David.
stop you from buying modules.
Yourself.
Who's that?
I'm not answering the question. I'm just putting it out there.
That has to be a trick question.
Is it my headphones, or am I getting someone in just in my left ear?
Yeah, that was actually quite weird. I got that too, Sassy.
I don't think so.
Me too. Yeah, I got it too. I kind of enjoyed it.
It's weird sitting here watching myself sit down.
Keith is now sideways and muted.
Yes.
I thought I'd do that sexier than that, but obviously not.
Keith is saying.
Oh!
That's setting. There you go.
What's happening here?
This is the advantage of me speaking to you from my workshop rather than the room that I use as the studio, because otherwise I'd just be playing On the Run by Pink Floyd constantly.
Where's the problem with that?
It's the constantly that's the problem.
Actually, shows the
Once or twice we can go with. It's quite a good track. Now, was that you playing that synth there, Manny? Because that was definitely coming through.
This is me.
Oh no, it's Robert. He's knob twiddling.
I can twiddle knobs.
Oh, hello.
Okay, right. So everybody play Jump by Van Halen. Hold on.
2, 3, and.
Oh, what?
So Ken, you've got lots of fluffy rabbits, even though they're.
No, it's just the one rabbit that I use
just
on.
the one? Okay.
Yeah, I use it on Luna May's show.
This kind of it seems to be a theme. So we've got Ian now with his. I don't know. What's that? A Power Ranger? What is that?
I don't. It's an alien. It was my son's
it's an alien.
alien.
All right.
Where's the camera gone? There he is. Oh no, that's Leeds, isn't it? Yeah.
That's in the north.
What? You're in Leeds? Never mind.
No, I'm
somebody
not
has
in
to be.
Leeds.
And
Well,
Keith has got. Is that?
And I've got.
Yeah, you've got one.
Yeah.
Keith has
Keith has a-
Humpty Dumpty or something. It's
That's an M&M, Keith, is it? Keith can't
Got a
be-
parrot.
your mic's muted, I think, Keith.
The adulterous.
Can't hear you, Keith.
There's obviously a strong correlation between synthesizers and stuffed animals.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
not being able to use microphones.
Yeah.
Why do you need to use a microphone? You just plug the synth in. Like, you don't need a microphone to pick it up.
I sent my cuddly toys to Lula May.
Yeah? Oh, sweet.
Cuddly Tommy.
I should probably send her this rabbit.
Into the rabbit. That looks quite disturbing. What's Kent doing today? Shoving his fist in the mouth.
Yeah. No, I used it to get the because they always have a staring competition. So I just go I don't know.
Yeah, that's enough to freak anything out.
I can
Yeah,
beat
yeah.
you at the staring competition.
It's quite scary, really.
Oh, what was he called in Watership Down? General.
Oh yeah, what was his name?
I can't remember. No, I can't get it.
Not Thumper.
Oh, Mickey.
No, not
General Thumper.
Yeah. I remember.
So
going to pick-
we need Mickey, Darren, and Kent all together.
Well, and we have Synth Avenue Q.
Oh, there we go.
Superstar Bear.
I feel left out now.
You need a cuddly toy.
I did have some, but I sent them to Lula May.
We need some more.
I'm waiting for Manny to pull
Or-
some
or
weird
chicken
thing out from under the desk.
They're all over the place.
Has anybody else got ducks?
Pardon?
Flying ducks in his studio.
Oh, they are. Ian.
Coronation
Oh
Sin.
yeah, look at that.
Yeah, held it on to his house. Yeah, we go.
Classic.
Do.
They are original as well, 1950s.
Oh, they're gorgeous.
My wife wouldn't have them anywhere in the house apart, so I thought, right, they're going to go in the studio then.
Oh, come on. John Shuttleworth, Pigeons in Flight.
Ah,
Pigeons in Flight. Pigeons in Flight.
Oh,
Come on.
forgot about
have you got the
cat.
singing carp as well?
Somewhere. Wish I work with a cat there.
Is that a lie?
You've stapled a cat to the ceiling.
Nailed it. Nailed it.
So what happened to Rob? Did Rob disappear because he knew I was coming on, or what happened?
Oh, he got a call, then he went quiet, and then
Disappeared.
stayed kind of quiet for a little while, and then went off again.
Oh, he's sideways again.
Might have gone to pick his missus up.
Yeah, I think Rob might have a life. So.
I
Gets
heard
in the way
different.
sometimes.
I heard different. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well.
Yeah. It's all a rumour.
No,
It's only
he has
it's
a
only at
wife. He has a
weekends
wife.
where it's only at weekends where he isn't actually tied to the desk that we see him at.
Yeah. Well, only I think it's days with a vowel in it.
Nice one.
So Manny was trying to show me something earlier on. Don't be rude. So,
Yeah,
okay.
1 minute.
Wait.
I think he's trying to get audio to come through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really concerned that everyone seems to be so organised in their studio, whereas my place is just piles of crap everywhere and
You know
loads
what?
of loads
Do you
of
know what?
test gear.
Do you know what, Sass? I can't even spell organised. Never mind be it.
MESS.
But
This
I
is-
mean, you
this
know,
is all
I've got a
luck.
stack of like 4 oscilloscopes next to me at the moment. None of them are plugged in for some reason.
Yeah, I got 2 that aren't plugged in. I got one that's always plugged in but doesn't work. So there you go.
Oh,
hello.
oh,
That
That
working
was
now?
from Gary Newman.
yes.
I'm going cars with that.
Keep forgetting this archaic interface only sends inputs 1 and 2 to the streaming.
Ah.
So this was for you, Mickey.
Okay. Oh, that sounds
Very
epic.
nice.
So, was that the SY 99 or 77?
No, it was the DX11.
99.
DX11.
DX11.
Now
I
it's
used to have a
99.
DX11. It was a great
No,
new
it's
machine.
not.
So, well, that's probably my next purchase is trying to get myself an SY99.
Yeah,
But they're like
filters
hen's
work
teeth.
so much better.
Yeah.
And the cool thing I love doing on it is you close filters while you open up the FM or vice versa, so you have competing harmonic motions across them.
Yeah.
It's just really cool stuff. Lots of
See, my only problem is because I live in Ireland, the only thing that people ever did when they bought a synthesizer was have a banjo preset. So not very. So there are very, very few people in Northern Ireland that I am aware of that would actually have a synthesizer set up. You know.
Sounds
I think there are
lovely.
a couple. There are a couple.
Yeah, a couple, a few.
Definitely a lot more once you get down to Dublin.
Yeah.
There's a few guys I know in Dublin that got a shit load of stuff.
I know, but they stole them.
Yeah. I remember because I used to go to Ireland regularly because of my family out there.
I'm sorry.
And no, it's all right. They do used to go, why did you talk so funny? But and they had a music shop there. I remember back. This would be about 1983, and they had a Polymoke in the window. It was like, oh, they know what synthesizers are. Because it was really weird. Because it was sort of like, wow, you got cars and electricity. Wow,
Yeah, and the ability to vote.
Yeah, I mean,
weird.
oh God, you wear clothes and everything. Wow, you know. Because when I used to talk to when my mum talked about Ireland, it was like how she used to sleep in the same room as the cows and the chickens and all this sort of thing.
Yeah.
And they lived next to the railway line because my grandfather was a train guard. And they talk about all this sort of like, sounds like the Middle Ages when she was describing things. So of course when I go out there I was expecting the Middle Ages when I got there, something like, oh no, wow, God, it's fantastic. You've got shops and roads, wow, so ahead of everybody. So there you go.
My grandfather's house, he had an outdoor toilet. The only problem was it was in the next town. But yeah, Ireland's come a long way since electricity came. So who's playing the little melody?
Money.
Anyway, guys, I gotta go. So I'll catch you all later.
Nice meeting
All
you.
right. Yeah,
take
nice
care,
to see you all.
Okay.
Take it easy.
Cheers.
Take care, buds.
Bye-bye.
Ta-da.
I think it's native BS, but I'm just guessing.
What is that coming through?
Yes.
Well, Manny, you're muted right now. So maybe when you're muting,
The microphone's muted.
It's fine. I don't.
oh, there we go.
Look at that.
We can hear you now.
On that one, guys.
It's a Modi X.
Yeah.
It's got a flashy blue knob.
It actually
Money
sounded pretty
definitely
nice.
has a flashy blue knob.
Dead.
Yeah, that's smart morph on your montage.
Montage.
I would not have a Modi X in here.
Sorry, Money. I'm
dear.
sorry for any offence I may have caused.
What, do you not like a plastic keyboard without aftertouch?
What makes the Nautilus such a hard non-purchase Because I want the Kronos engines, but I don't want the end-of-life hardware. But they've left so much stuff off the Nautilus.
Can't get the Kronos anymore. It's discontinued now, isn't it?
No, you can still get the Kronos too, but like I say, all the hardware that runs it's EOL, so it's break.
Yeah.
SOL.
They should go back to the Oasis.
Oh, which Oasis? The Oasis PCI card from the late 90s?
No, not that far back. Whoa. Stop. Not that far back. Yeah.
I nearly bought one of those just for the sake of how terrible would it be to try and run it on a maybe NT4 system, maybe Windows 2000.
Did Windows 2000 run anything?
I can remember for some business though, and it was relatively nice. I mean, yes, XP came out a year later.
Yeah.
So it was sort of pointless. But unlike ME, it actually did not crash every time you tried to use it.
Because when I used to fix PCs, I had a guy bring in a machine running Windows 2000, and he was using Cubase SX, and it was just a virus in a box. It was awful. Nothing fucking worked at all. Nothing worked with anything. It was an awful thing.
I didn't even know that Cubase actually ever worked on NT. I thought they ported it to 95 originally when they started. But
they briefly did one that worked in NT. And
before XP became the thing of.
Yeah, Wagyu's right that Windows 2000 was NT5 effectively.
Yeah. And NT5 was all right unless you wanted to run anything vaguely exciting. It was all right for spreadsheets and emails and stuff like that, but it didn't really get on with any of the games at all very well. Although it would run them, but there was always a loss.
Too many games were still, but too many games still wanted DOS and whatever 12 or 8-bit support that was still available in DOS.
Windows 98 was a dream operating system. It was fantastic. I loved that. And I've got to say, Windows 7 was similarly really, really good, both in enterprise and domestic situations.
Well, there was that thing going on, wasn't there, where you go with Microsoft, it would be really good shit, really good shit,
yes.
really good shit.
I mean,
as opposed to Apple, which
was
shit.
No, I mean, when Microsoft decided to do yearly OSs, I mean, that's when it went absolutely down the bin. When they did 98 SE fixed a lot of the 98 issues.
Actually, I've just had a brain fart. It wasn't Windows 2000. It was Millennium.
Oh God, Millennium was awful.
It's like take the worst bit of 98 and get rid of all the good bits of 98.
Yes.
Yeah. It was that. And he was trying
the
to write
perfect
Cuba.
mess of a computer would have been Windows Millennium and a Packard Bell PC.
Or a Gateway.
And guess who had one? Me.
Wow.
But I run Reason 2.5. My first venture into Reason. I actually run okay. Yeah. So, but now I'm in Reason 11. And Kent mentioned Cubase SX. I'm really thinking about changing over to Cubase. They have a cross-grade promotion on DJ Disc Store for £280. And it's been such a long time since I've used Cubase 5 VST.
I updated to 12.
Yeah.
And because I'm saying, all these features and stuff like that. Turns out it's features I don't use or never have used. So, but at least it says 12 on the icon now.
Yeah. Does Cubase see when you're saving a project? Does it still have a separate folder for all your audio and all the data?
Yeah.
So
unfortunately, on the C drive.
Right. Okay. So at least with Reason, it self-contains the entire project into one shell, and you can drag the whole. It's just that one icon anywhere. It's brilliant. And you can self-contain all the samples. And that was my only problem with Cubase is the fact that if you wanted to take it to somebody else's computer, kept searching for files because I didn't have the right, directory structure. It's like
Well, for every project you create, you first create a new folder, but it's your project.
Yeah.
So and then if you have different versions, you can leave them in the same folder. But then, and then you never press the clear audio pool when you have different versions in the same folder, because that's a good way to get rid of audio that might be not used in some versions of your project.
You see, that already seems like a pain in the arse. At least with Reason, you just hit save and it's in one contained.
It depends,
because it's fine. But if you have like a 3-hour 48-track recording or 64-track recording, moving that around, and if you do denoising on some files and all that fun, and do some other destructive editing, then you don't want to have and create a new version of a file. You don't want to copy all that data again. You just want to have your edited files, and if you want to go back to something you fucked up, you can just quickly go into your backup folder, drag the audio file across, and you've undid whatever disaster you may have done.
Well, we're definitely getting to a time now where it's not so much a problem, but at one point where most new PCs had a SSD drive for their, their C drive, and it would be if you were lucky, 256 gig. But because Cubase normally automatically puts everything onto the C drive when you do your projects, it can fill up. But to make things worse, Windows in its infinite wisdom thought, what we need here is a 90 gig swap file. And constantly emptying the bloody C drive out to make room for stuff.
Yeah. But the swap file was in because Microsoft couldn't determine how much physical memory any machine would have. Therefore, it was easier to go for a swap file type memory allocation as opposed to a physical memory. And this is where the Apple Windows thing comes in, when Apple know precisely how much memory is available to the operating system because they own the hardware as well as the operating system. It's so much easier. But the swap file in Windows was because that Microsoft don't own the hardware. They don't control it.
Yeah, but the pain in the arse was the more RAM you had, the bigger the swap file would have to be. Automatically set.
Yeah, but automatically, yes.
Yeah, so I had 100. I had 128 gig of RAM in mine, and it decided because of that it needed a 90 gig swap file. I was like, really? And yet when I turned the swap file off physically in the settings,
it'd be a lot quicker.
I mean, they go, oh yeah, you will see some sort of performance impact. No, I didn't. Mind you, the thing was overclocked off its tits. I mean, it was really stinking along. I think it was about 5 gigs a core. And this is what? Nearly 10 years ago. So, it's pretty quick.
I'm going to
Is
bed
anybody
now.
using Logic Pro at the moment?
Can I just say I'm off? I'll see you, Ken.
All right, buddy.
See you,
Love stuff, mate. All right.
See you, Manny.
See you, Andy.
Bye.
See you,
Hello,
David. I'm off. I need to get up in the morning at stupid o'clock. So
Next time, bring a cuddly toy, okay?
I'm gonna have to go out and buy a cuddly toy now, Mickey. I'm sorry.
Well, that's what we have to do.
Yeah, I know. I had them. Okay, cuddly toys it is. Right.
That's
See you, Andy.
I got to drop two for a little bit.
So I can finally edit my name and spell it
Alright.
correctly.
Anybody running Logic Pro?
No.
No.
I open it up when I don't have anything on my Mac, and I need to quickly do something and realize that it's really slow if you don't use it.
All right. Okay. No, I was just wondering how it actually contains a file. Does it work in the same way as Cubase, or does it...
like any normal workstation, just put audio in separate folders. So when you, I think Ableton, when you create a project, it basically creates a folder structure for you. And I'm just used to in Cubase and in Logic all the time to create my own folder structure and deal with that the way I want. And like Pro Tools, you always have your it always assumes a folder structure, so you basically always need to create a super folder for a new session in the first place, because then it creates its own folder structure for any bouncing and exports and whatever you do, which where it's even more retarded. Maybe it made sense in the 90s to have your fixed structure, but in some ways, how about having a dialogue field, or that you could at least enable, like, do you want to just quickly bounce a file to the desktop, maybe? I don't know, just an idea, rather than a subfolder in my session folder.
I don't know. You see, yeah, if QBS did the same thing as Reason, not a problem. But I don't know. I might just upgrade to Reason 12, or possibly go to the subscription service. I don't know.
I think I should upgrade from my Reason 2.5 at some point.
So I like Reason 2.5. It's how I got started. It's very CPU friendly. Even with Millennium and a Packard Bell.
I think I installed it on my last laptop on Windows 7, and it actually worked really well. I was like really surprised. Oh, if it works with Reason 2.5, it's working without problems. How do they manage? Oh wait, that's nothing external. Reason is a self-contained system where you can't do anything else.
Am I the only one looking forward to when Behringer release their free door?
Do you know what? It'll be interesting. As much as people hate on Behringer, I think they're going to put everything they can into it. And they'll possibly copy every other program.
I hope they do.
Well, I think they'll come up with their, because they'll want to have everybody using it. They're not going to hold back. They're just going to have bells and whistles the whole lot.
Yeah.
Didn't they own Traction for a while, or in some way were involved with Traction for a bit?
Not too sure.
I mean, that was years back, but I thought they were somewhat involved with Traction after Mackie got rid of it.
I just think it will be really interesting to see what the adoption will be, bearing in mind that the company is so divisive in terms of its support. But I think looking at how Cakewalk has continued going under BandLab or whatever it's called now, and that seems a reasonable application for what it does, and the fact it is free. Whether Behringer's version will be competitive with the commercial products, and I suspect it will be. They want people to buy into the brand, and what they've done so far, love them or hate them, seems to have worked really successfully. So will the same work with the doors?
Well, they'll want the ecosystem to be all encompassing, especially with all the hardware. So all the hardware is going to work 100%.
Yeah,
with whatever they call it. So
surely it depends on which door Behringer rip off.
All of them.
What, Reaper? Basically, just rip off Reaper, and then you can configure it the way you want.
Yeah.
I can remember. I think it was some big
Adam Project's
engineer
brilliant, Rob.
at NAMM a few years ago who everybody thought he was using Pro Tools, and he did this big demo at NAMM. It looked like Pro Tools, and then he started dragging effects onto clips, and he's like, "We can't do that in Pro Tools." Oh no, it's actually Reaper, and he made it look exactly like Pro Tools, so that everybody else on that booth would just look at it. Yeah, this is proper Pro Tools. This is proper recording, and oh no, Reaper can do it all if you want to hate yourself that much to make it look like Pro Tools. But there are templates for Reaper to make it look like Cubase as well, which I have looked into in the past. But then I sadly know Cubase so much that I know which historic features I can find under which sub-menu, which SX1 features, and which VST5 features they put back into SX2 or SX3 I can still find in the sub-menu where they shouldn't belong, but they still belong.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm an outlier, possibly because I'm not a professional in the professional musician business, but I tend to use DAWs, and I have quite a few of them, really just as a glorified multi-track tape recorder. I like to try and get the sound right before I record anything, rather than trying to tweak it afterwards.
Yeah.
And just use it really more as a simple editor. I'm not great into plugins, so I don't play virtual synths or anything. I'd rather use the hardware. And for me, all I need out of a digital workstation is just the ability to record something really simply, and if necessary, just do some simple editing and check some effects on it. And pretty much all of the applications I've tried, the complexity is overwhelming. And I'm someone who's been in the IT business for bloody decades, and I do sometimes wonder whether there is feature overload.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, for a long time, that was kind of the space that Digital Performer played in, but that was Mac only, so there you go.
Yeah.
But I'm the same way. I have Cubase, I've got Logic. Over the years, I just basically use them for work slightly capable onboard sequencers, because I want it right before it goes in. I record it. I maybe put some global effects. I might edit a couple of bum notes. I use like 10 to 20% of what they're capable of. It's pretty pathetic.
Yeah.
But I miss my old C-Lab Commodore 64 sequencer. That was the bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The famous C-Lab Commodore 64 sequencer that was a sort of rip-off of Steinberg's Pro 16, allegedly, which was why then Gerhard Langeling was working for Steinberg, allegedly, for some time.
There, Mickey.
Oh. So
Manny, can you turn your mic up a bit? The guys in the chat.
There you go. No worries.
Right. So yes, talking about computers. I was in Miotic the other day. You ready?
Yeah. ZX Spectrum.
Oh yes.
How terrible.
Oh, how wonderful. Suppose you had a Commodore or an Amiga. It's tatty.
I both loved and hated Sinclair products. I had the ZX80, 81, Spectrum 48. Played around with a QL, and they were both absolutely fascinating, amazing, and yet absolutely fucking awful at the same time.
I'll tell you what this is. This is actually the brand new form factor for Behringer synths.
No, that's too slim.
Isn't it?
Too slim.
Oh, dear.
How painful is it, like writing out a full assembly program on that keyboard? That just sounds like
you got used to it. Believe me.
You did get used
No,
to
you
it.
didn't.
No, my symbol shift key is worn. So that's a
or even worse, if you're writing hex
doing that
tables from a
was
magazine, if you're like writing just hex tables from a magazine, how terrible is that?
Doing it on a ZX80 was pain. The Spectrum was, a millennia ahead of the ZX80.
Yeah, right. So I've got a game here on cassette. Is anybody aware of the ZX Spectrum games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So name me probably the most famous game.
Oh, Chucky Egg. Of which era?
The original era.
Manic Miner.
Getting there.
Jetpack Willie.
Yeah.
Caterpillar.
Frogger.
Horace
Asteroids.
Asteroids.
Oh God, that was dreadful.
Oh God, yeah.
That was such a shit program.
Of course it was. Oh dear. So yeah, so I borrowed that just to show my son because he's got a PlayStation 4, which isn't much bigger than that.
Because that
And I'm
series finished with Horace picks up hookers.
That was the most popular one. That was very full of Clive's.
It's a bit like Leave Us with Larry.
There was a game. I can't remember what the hell it was called now. And it was basically a guy. I don't know whether it was sort of porn related or.
Jenny Thompson.
Leisure Suit Larry.
Leisure Suit Larry.
Leisure
That
Suit
was it.
Yeah.
God, that brings back memories of as a teenager.
Trust me to know that, eh?
Yeah.
But which one? I mean, the titles got better and better.
Oh yeah, there was loads of them, wasn't there?
But that was such a funny thing. I mean, they'd say that porn sold everything from VHSs onwards, but Leisure Suit Larry, Jesus,
We're now really advancing all new platforms.
Yeah.
Oh, I have something else here.
Well, I mean, the main thing I hate about Leisure Suit Larry was that ultimately it's a Sierra online game, so you die every 5 minutes, and you need to constantly do save games. Which, if you've grown up with the Lucasfilm style adventure game, where you actually very few fail scenarios, or like Monkey Island, where there's only one way to die. When you then go to Leisure Suit Larry, and you just every 5 seconds, something stupid I do makes the game a no-win. It gets really frustrating.
Well, I don't know. I think I'm with the area that frustrating was just normal. I mean, the first computer games I ever played were in arcades. So, you put in your 10p or your 50p or 50 cents or whatever, and you had 3 lives, and that was it. And Asteroid, Space Invaders, Defender, Donkey Kong,
well, I mean,
etc.
they're fun that way, but it's more if it's a long form game with a longer let's call it narrative. In Leisure Suit Larry, but if it's a longer form puzzly adventure game, it's really frustrating, if you like.
Well, yeah, but there were the Laserdisc based games. Dragon Quest, I think, was one. Dragon's Lair. That was an arcade game, but it was long form, but you still only had 3 credits, and that was it. So the built-in frustration in games where you lost your lives and had to start from the beginning was a common factor. It just made you more determined to get better for the next time you played.
The future of shopping. People didn't want to go shopping.
Oh yeah, the C5. Yes.
Would you local Spar?
Yeah, the Tesla of his day.
Yes.
Great concept, just wrong time.
Wrong time.
Yeah.
Look at people riding around on electric scooters and electric bikes these days.
I mean, it's the fashion that sold it to me.
Very Logan's Run.
Isn't it?
Yeah, David and Andy were wearing those suits yesterday.
Oh dear.
Friday, I guess it was Friday.
I was saying on Tomorrow's World, so people on the road, on their C5, and then this big massive lorry coming up behind them, And it's like, maybe not.
Wasn't it $3.99?
Yes.
It was some ridiculously cheap
and
price,
the motor was from a hot point washing machine, and it used 12-volt lead acid batteries.
Right. So, I've got the order form here. Where's the order form? All right. So,
I think the office is closed.
The price was
try call the phone number.
£428, which includes 29 packing and delivery to your door.
Yeah.
And they only took Access, Barclaycard, or Trust Card.
Oh God, Trust Card. Bloody
yeah.
hell. That's almost as bad as luncheon vouchers, hey, Ken?
Yeah. Or you took a check.
Well,
how mad is that?
Well,
where do I need to send the check?
reflected the time, didn't it? It reflected the time because they were talking about, was it coal-powered cars?
Yes.
So
Yeah, that came up on Facebook the other day on Blue Peter.
yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah.
But I mean, you know, extracting fuel from wood or coal. Well, I mean, you know, there used to be coal gas in the UK. I mean, you know, that's what
Yeah.
all the big accumulators were for.
Yeah.
So
when did that change? 60s or 70s?
70s.
70s.
Yeah.
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 But Sinclair products were fantastic. They were obviously built down to a price, but you know the flat screen TV was absolutely fantastic. You know
Well, he
using
beat the Japanese to that, didn't he?
a flat CRT
Yeah.
and using electron beam bending. Just it was brilliant, absolutely phenomenal. But you know, power hungry, as was everything in those days. You know, we didn't have lithium batteries; they hadn't been invented, or rather, they had, but they weren't domestic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lead-acid batteries are still quite good at what they do. If you want a lot of current instantly,
Oh yeah.
there's-
Yeah, but for a portable device, a lead-acid battery isn't the best solution normally.
well, it depends how portable.
It's either portable or it isn't. I mean, I remember having a Toshiba laptop. I say laptop. It was a luggable, and it weighed, I think, about 25 pounds.
Was this
And it
Windows
had a-
3.1?
Yes, and it had a CRT, and then the next version had a monochrome orange LCD, but it still weighed about 15 pounds.
I had a mate who had a mobile phone that weighed more than that. It's
Oh,
ridiculous thing.
my first mobile phone
What do you mean, a
was
car phone?
basically a suitcase,
Yeah.
and it plugged into a rack in the boot of the car.
Yeah. You had the one that you could carry around in the
Yeah.
case. You could set it up in the kitchen and all this sort of
Yeah.
things. Bloody
Yeah.
hell. You couldn't
Oh,
even
they
play
don't make
games
it
on
like
it.
you do. Oh dear. So I do have a remote on the StarTech, but I've got this week over here, which
Yeah, flip phone. Yeah.
yeah, but they've done a new version of this, haven't they? The Razer Flip or the Razer X, is it?
Yeah, it's great ergonomics.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I kind of like this. You know.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't snap in two if you sit on it.
Yeah, because it's already snapped into. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at least with that, you know.
And the screen don't break if you drop it.
Yeah.
Well, the thing I miss most about Nokia is being able to text blind. Like that's the worst thing about the touchscreen phone. It's like you can no longer text blind.
Yeah.
Like on a Nokia, you just like eventually get used to it. Yeah, mistakes were plenty, but still.
Yeah, my favourite Nokia was the 6310i, and it only had to be charged once a week. It was phenomenal.
What was the game that was on those phones?
Snake.
What Snake?
Snake.
Yeah. Yeah, many an hour spent playing that when I was bored. That was the life of a sysadmin.
There used to be a time every Christmas or every New Year at the stroke of midnight, and the network would just go down because everybody's texting each other. You know,
Yeah.
Happy New Year, you know, and you'd be trying to send a text message and it wouldn't go because the whole network's just bottlenecked.
Yeah.
And now nobody does that anymore whatsoever. Because people hate each other now. Like, yeah.
But there are some of us who've always hated other people anyway, so... I mean, the lockdown didn't really make much difference to me, I've got to say.
I think the pandemic brought out the mutual hate of other human beings amongst everybody.
I think I hate people slightly less than I used to before pandemic. I've changed for a
That's because
positive, which is really weird.
I do think people are more polite now. After lockdown, I think people are more polite in public than they were.
Lots of strong extroverts seem to be slightly less extroverted than they used to be.
I work in Tesco, and what you have is people will still lean right across you, and they'll say excuse me at the same time or sorry, and they'll still grab whatever they're looking. So, and you're thinking to yourself, don't worry about the global pandemic, and you're sorry, and you're still doing it.
Whereabouts in the UK are you, Mickey?
Northern Ireland. Can you not tell by the accent?
Well, I didn't want to assume or presume anything.
I would be where Rob would class as bandit territory. So I'm close to the border of the Republic. So we place in the backside of nowhere called Mount Norris, but it's near it's a new city called Newry.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Which oddly enough has been in the news of late because this Sue Gray woman is meant to be doing this report into the the Tory party Christmas partying and stuff. She actually bought a pub in Newry, and then she hated Newry, and then she sold it.
Well, I used to have to go to work in Portadown. Sorry, my phone's going.
Portadown, call it. Want you back?
Portadown.
Portadown.
Every time the office got blown up, I had to go in and sort out all the IT there. So I spent quite a lot of time over there. Absolutely loved it. Great people. Certainly found them more polite than in Liverpool. So.
And who was the company you worked for in Portadown?
I can't say. It's
government body, obviously.
I can't say. Yeah. But I used to love going over there. Fantastic, beautiful, beautiful country.
Yeah,
lovely people.
Portadown has changed quite a bit since then, I'd say. Yeah.
Well, I used to go over, and these security services would basically dismantle the car every time I went over, and if I was carrying any electronic equipment, they would quite happily take that apart as well. And I used to hand over the schematics just in case they needed to do any work on it for me as well.
Oh, they actually put it back together again.
Yes, they did, because I was standing there. I was standing there threatening with all sorts of hell and damnation if they didn't. But during the troubles in Northern Ireland, it was the resilience of the people there was just absolutely amazing, and going in after a terrorist incident and just seeing the vast majority of people were just sickened by everything that went on, and it was really heartwarming. Especially, I mean, I used to go over there, and the security services would tell me that, they would provide me with a set of plates to change on my car, because they said if you have English plates, you're a target.
Yeah, that's it.
So it was.
It always struck me as weird, though, how they, it got coined the Troubles. It was a fucking war.
Yeah, it was a localism. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like saying, the Second World War, that was a bit of an argument.
Nazi boy. They didn't want to call it.
It wasn't a war.
Not in the traditional sense, but there's still war? People dying.
It wasn't even a civil war. It was more gang warfare. I think is probably the best way of putting it.
Oh, I don't know.
Guerrilla warfare.
Yeah,
in their own inimitable way. So but people had to get on with it. You know what I mean? But talking about number plates, and especially UK English number plates, like every car over here now has an English number plate because the roads over here are so bad. You don't want to buy a second-hand car because the suspension will be destroyed. So if you get a car imported from England, the car is going to be fairly decent because it's motorway miles.
Yeah.
So they're just going up and down very well maintained roads. We're here, it's just.
But saying,
see roads, it's just a home.
I used to frequently drive down from Belfast to Dublin. And it was so funny. You got to the border with the Republic of Ireland, and the road would go from tarmac to concrete.
Yeah,
it was so bizarre. I mean, it's laughable now, but it really was a very different country.
But it's the opposite way now because Ireland's still part of the EU, and they've got all this funding from the EU, and they have a fantastic road infrastructure. You drive in Northern Ireland now, you're like, I can't drive on these roads.
Yeah.
Because you know, I mean, we have an MOT every 3. Well, when a car hits 3 years, you have first MOT, and then you know that by the time you come up to your next MOT, you're gonna have to get that car fully serviced, especially the suspension, track rod ends, the whole lot, because the roads are just that bad. But that's down to our, locally voted in, devolved government who aren't in it for brown envelopes.
I can remember when I was over there and I was out driving with my my uncle, and we're driving down this lovely tarmac road, 2-lane job, either way, and then it just stopped. It just finished, and then it's just fields and hills.
Yeah, no, because they're taking the road in. That's why it was raining that day.
Yeah, it was like he goes, no, that's as far as this road goes. Yeah. So we had our sandwiches. He turned the car around in the field because it wasn't even anywhere to turn the car around, and drove back again. He said, "Oh yeah, most of the roads going to the east of Ireland." He said they go along and then just, this is far enough, sod it, and stop. it's bizarre. Never seen anything like that.
Come to Ireland, folks. You'll find a road on the field, but you won't be able to leave.
It's great.
But I've got to say, Belfast is a beautiful city. The architecture there is just stunning.
Oh yeah, that's where all the money went. You see, nowhere else.
Well, I'm not a great fan of devolved governments, I've got to say. I mean, I think that Kim Jong Drakeford in Wales isn't doing a particularly good job, and
there's still a better roads than here. It's okay. Take your blessings.
Yeah, but I think that is a problem of devolved governments. I mean, whilst we were in the EU, there was a lot of money thrown at Wales, both for industry and infrastructure. Northern Ireland, I don't know why that was ignored, because it is a quintessential part of the UK, as far as I'm concerned anyway. Scotland similarly was sort of ignored. It got some EU funding, but I mean, once you get off the M74, is it? Basically, you're back in country territory, and the roads are not great. But the amount of money that the EU ploughed into the Republic of Ireland was absolutely obscene.
Yeah.
And which is why the likes of Google, Microsoft, etc., set up there, and they had really, really beneficial tax deals, which
weren't they just?
Apple still does. I mean,
still do.
Everybody in Ireland pays for Apple. Apple doesn't pay taxes. It's like you pay to be working at Apple there.
Yeah, but there's far be it from me to suggest there's a lot of corruption going on down there, but in my personal opinion, I think there's a lot of corruption going on down there.
No, come on. I remember when I was out there, and this fertiliser factory just opened in Arklow. It was huge place. And I remember my auntie saying to me, she goes, "Yeah, that'll be gone in 5 years when they have to start paying feckin' tax."
Yeah.
And it was literally to the day.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody. Everybody's out of work again until the next company comes in.
Yeah, but all these big companies tended to do that. They were getting a nice, lovely tax break. They'd invest loads. Everybody would love them. They'd employ lots of people, and then 5 years afterwards, gone.
Yeah. The only trouble is when the wind was blowing in the right direction, the whole town smelled of shit. It was an awful smell that used to come in this factory. And the waste used to go into the river, and it would run out into the Irish Sea.
Irish Sea, that's it.
And so the river would go orange every now and again. I mean, bright orange. Where you go,
this is the funny thing about Ireland.
Not getting in there.
If you are on the east side of Ireland and you look at the Irish Sea, the water is
muddy.
It's muddy, it's murky. You go over to the west side, and it's
Clear.
the Atlantic, and it is stunning. So me and the wife went to Donegal 3 years ago, and it was just like paradise. And we'd never been there before, and it's a 4-hour drive, and unreal. You know, and you just think, oh my god, you know, look at that side that we happen to live on. You know, oh, it's terrible.
I've sailed along the east coast of Ireland. It's beautiful, but once you round into the Liverpool Bay, I think is the best way of describing it. You literally see the delineation between clear water and then the muddy, brown, silty, sandy water that separates Northern Ireland from the UK, the rest of the UK.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because my uncle used to drive a skip truck, and when I was over there, I used to go out with him in this truck, and we went to the Baby Sham factory. And I said, "Oh, he goes, where are we going?" He says, "Oh, we're going to the Baby Sham factory."
The Perry factory.
Yeah, he goes, "You'll love this. You'll love this." And I went, "Oh, okay." And it was skips full of rotting pears, and I've never smelt anything as foul again as skips full of rotting pears. It's
you haven't been to the Guinness factory?
Oh no, we did. We used to pick up skips from there as well. Yeah, that was quite ripe as well.
Yeah.
And now all your skips are full of synthesizers.
Yeah.
Yes, if anything,
do you know what?
Anything in there that's worthwhile getting out.
Well, I threw about 12, 14 cents out into the skip.
Yeah, you said about
and Native VS wasn't there.
And
are they dead or are they working?
Most of them were dead. They're carcasses, or they're not really.
Right.
They,
as long as
they
it's
have
not
no.
chucking out, you know, oh, I don't need this anymore. Just chuck it in the skip.
No, nothing like that. But the following morning, gone. Every single one of them.
But you literally could have put them on eBay. And you could have put them on a 24-hour auction, and people would have
such an arse. It really is.
No, just do collection only.
It's like with Senso, with the parts and stuff like that. I mean, the last time I spoke to Senso, he's going, I hate selling parts. It's just people going, yeah, I'll have them, and then you never hear from them again.
Sell the carcass to sell it, take it or leave it.
Well, you would. I mean, all right. There was a what was one of the things that went in there?
Yeah, as Wagyu says, I bet the Juno shells would be on eBay right now.
Yeah.
No, those Juno shells were rusty, mate. They were bollocks.
But it's still on eBay.
Yeah,
that's what phosphoric acid was invented for.
Yeah, but no, there was a thing called what was it called? A Music Man or something. Little sort of like a piano thing.
Oh, I bet you 1060 as you had.
Yeah, something like that. It was some little piano thing. I must admit, the Selena. Yeah, I suppose I could have kept the keyboard. I suppose the keys would be useful. But you know, there's two T8s in the garage still, and an Elka 405, and 4 Polymogs, and you know, it's like I just
carcasses. We're talking about. We're still talking carcasses, yeah.
No, these are complete, but absolutely buggered beyond redemption. And
sounds like any Polymog.
Well, most of them are, aren't they? You got to admit.
I mean, if you've ever heard like the story of the Kraftwerk one, Alfurters, there was a big story on like the sequencer forum in Germany, where the guy who bought it from him was basically, it had like holes drilled everywhere to try and get some air through it, because to stop it overheating constantly. Because of course, back in the Man Machine tour, it was built and Computer World tour was built in these big consoles, and that would make it overheat even more. So apparently the whole thing was like had holes everywhere and other ways to put the panel up to try and get some air through it.
Yeah, because I mean, they did a Mark II power supply. They put a Mark II power supply in them in the end. They dumped the old power supply because that did get freaking hot. And that was still a pretty unstable power supply. It was all over the place. So in their infinite wisdom, they went, let's put this power supply in the memory moog. What could possibly go wrong?
But I mean, how much does Rudy actually do with a lamb? I thought he power
He
supply
does
and
a
processor
list-
board and
Well, he actually does a little bit less than I do when I restore a memory moog, apart from he updates the EPROMs so that you can have... and you can put the dot matrix display in it as well. But I concentrate more on stabilising them so they're actually, when you turn them on, you can play them straight away from ice cold without even pushing auto tune. And they will stay like that for about 3-4 years before you start getting beating, and you will have to push the auto tune. And it's all down to changing the resistor packs on the voice cards, because they put shit resistors in those.
well, the cheapest they could find, right? Like any Moog.
Well, like any manufacturer these days.
Yeah. You know,
I mean, but when Norlin took over Moog, I mean, it just like went down. I mean, that was a big mountain that it just instantly seemed to have, quality-wise, gone down.
Well, Norlin was a company that was more interested in shifting boxes than making instruments, really, anyway. Always got that impression from them. But, no, so little things make all the difference. Replacing, where they've put resistor packs of 1% resistors, take them out, put in 0.1% resistors.
Yeah.
And then calibrate it, and lo and behold, the thing was absolutely bloody beatless right up to the top C.
Yeah.
And stays there.
But also, don't forget, a lot of the when the old synths were being built, you know, especially the old Moogs and ARPs, the only organisations that had access to things like 0.01% resistors were aeronautics, NASA, etc., you know, military, etc.
Well, that's why you bought
because
your
they were
op-amp from Raven. Like that's why you bought your 5532s, like my console that's full of them. You bought them from Raven because that was the only way you got the actual high quality ones.
Yes.
Admittedly, they were also
the
building
prices
these,
were.
but they were building these to a price point as well, so there's always going to be against them. Whereas today, when people are trying to get 20k for a memory Moog, it's worthwhile putting the 0.1s in.
Yeah. And you can justify putting, Nippon Chemicon caps in rather than, El Cheapo Chinese brand.
Yeah, yeah. Although I must admit, with plus minus 15 volt power supplies, the quality of the caps are not overly important over a long period of time.
No.
As opposed to something that's kicking out some real poisonous shit. Then you get good ones in there, you know.
But I'm still a fan of the old school linear power supplies. I know switching power supplies are so much more efficient, and in some cases can be less noisy in terms of inductive noise.
But what I like about linear power supplies over switch mode is that when you take a linear power supply out of a machine and set it on the bench, and after 10 minutes you've done what you had to do, and you pick up the power supply and put it back in,
it's not going to kill you.
It doesn't fucking bang you halfway across the workshop.
Exactly, yeah.
So, because somebody had, I forget his name, the guy had the Proteus, and he got one of those little kind of standard switch mode power supply, but that thing can hold up to about 480 volts on the primary.
Yeah.
And blast you across the fucking roof. And the thing is, trying to get the power supply out of a Proteus, you can't. I electrocute myself every time. I keep going, Kent, put some gloves on or something. You know? Or really enjoy it and go, let's stand in a bucket of water, you know?
Well, like the last time I tried to repair a console power supply, that was like not well. Basically, we like got out at uni the big, medium-sized analog console, like medium-sized, so just like 32 channels. I mean, the power supply. I don't know what it did, like 20 amps maybe on the plus minus 18 volt rails, like not that much in the term of consoles. I mean, quite a lot for what we normally deal with, but then still I was just like, but this isn't working, so first thing you do, open it up, like look at the schematics, it handily tells you what voltage you should read. So yeah, let's look at the inductors, and it's just like, this is 400 volts and it should be 20. There's probably something wrong with this inductor somewhere, or the capacitors around it. Yeah. Then 5 seconds later, I have my head turned around, the only thing I can remember is seeing a massive green spark with my head facing the other way, and that was the end of that power supply.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was quite funny, like how many parts of that were scattered across the room.
But to be honest, with most switch mode power supplies these days, I mean, synths are probably different to a lot of kit, but it's just not worth even bothering trying to diagnose and repair them. Just replace them. Buy a decent Meanwell power supply.
Buy a decent one. But like the most, like the standard phone charger ones, so many of them are so dangerous and so badly designed.
And so noisy!
Yeah, but not even the noise, they're designed so dangerously, like the circuit boards to make them smaller, they like have the traces of your mains and your actual output so close together.
What you mean, USB power supplies that use a capacitive dropper? Yeah. And you wonder why the phone tingles while you charge it.
Yeah.
Well, it's not supposed to do that.
Well, when I get this workshop finally all sorted out here, I am definitely going to have to finish repairing this Wurlitzer Sideman, which is just going to be so much fun. It's sort of like
is it all valve? Is it all valve? So does it have a valve rectifier in the power supply?
Yeah, essentially it's valve.
Awesome.
It's the one with the motor, isn't it? Where the sequencer is a motor with an arm that shoves fins across all the bridges.
Yeah. And then there's just this network of bare wires all soldered, rods all soldered together in different configurations, which are technically a tracks. But they've got this switch, the switch that selects the rhythms. It must have about, I don't know, 50
100 contacts.
Yeah, it's about 50 wafers. It's about that deep, this switch. With about
it's just the thing with a big flywheel on it, is it?
Yeah,
Big, yeah.
Yeah. And I listened to that video that Matey Boy put up on...
look computer.
Yeah. And just so I could hear what it sounds like, so I'll know if the bloody thing's working when I work on it. And I listened to it, and I'm going, Spears, mate, right. Why do you want one of them? Really? Seriously, mate.
Because it was like the first, it was the first drum machine that didn't use tape.
I was thinking about giving him a couple of cardboard toilet roll tubes and filling them with marbles. And you go, yeah, mate, use them instead. It'd be much more fun.
You should really invite Sam onto one of these calls, because I think it'd be great to just chat with him. Because I mean, apart from the fact he's like Thomas Dolby on acid.
What do you mean about this ADHD? There's definitely no ADHD anywhere.
I would like to chat with him because I think he's a damn sight smarter than he appears on the videos.
That's just got me thinking about Thomas Dolby. His next single is going to be called "She Blinded Me with Acid."
Oh.
Yeah, I just think that there are some YouTubers that you think, you're playing to the crowd, but there's a hell of a lot going on whirring behind that we're not seeing.
I mean, with Sam, also all the people that help him. I mean, there are some other really clever people, like many of his stuff on GitHub. If you look for people involved there, they're definitely.
Well, I mean, even if there's something he doesn't know, he certainly makes up for his enthusiasm.
Yeah,
certain, and he really gets seen there.
The entire attitude of like, I don't care if I don't know about this, I'll just try it, and if it goes wrong, then it goes wrong.
Well, it's like Colin Furze, I think, is another one who, he makes out like he's a bloke having fun, but there's a lot more intelligence. And AVE, I don't know whether any of you seen any AVE videos. He's a Canadian YouTuber, and I think he's worked in the heavy industry, perhaps oil-based industries, lots of hydropneumatics and such like. And again, very, very intelligent man who makes up for, or who masks his intelligence with humour.
Yeah.
Talking about YouTubers, has anybody watched Synthpunk?
No. No.
The name rings a bell, but I have a feeling. The reason why I can't remember it is probably because it pissed me off in some way.
He is absolutely stark raving bonkers, and I don't know. I think he had heart
Reels
trouble.
bonkers or just cameras bonkers?
Oh, just reels. Absolutely
Hard
off
to
the
tell with
trolley.
YouTubers these days.
Yeah.
But he posts up just these insane videos, and he's got a big studio. It's in his basement in the house, and he's got everything. But his videos are just insane, and the guy is just clearly off his rocker. I mean, like the meds just aren't enough for him. But check him out. Look up Synthpunk on YouTube. I think he's changed his channel to Synthpunk backed by popular demand. Now his video views are like in the hundreds, maybe tens.
Hey, that's more than mine.
Yeah. I'm with you there, Matty. Don't worry. Yeah.
The guy is just nuts.
Well, it's like that video I put up of how to tune a CS80, and it's had over 2,000 views. And go, but there's only about 780. So who the hell's watching this, and why? It's like
Many people like me are really bored. I'll put that on the background.
You've got to be more than bored. You've got to be suicidal to sit and watch that.
Kent, I have
No.
watched it.
You have?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
I'm sure
But
Robert has as well.
It's like I'm watching all of Lanterman electronics videos. He's a professor, I think, in electronics at some American university, and he joins in the chats on lots of synth shows.
Yeah, Aaron Lanterman. Yeah.
Aaron Lanterman, and
what's
my
it called?
God, his videos are fantastic. I mean, even if I'm not going to be building a guitar pedal, you learn from watching what other people are doing.
Oh, Ben Breslin in the chat is saying synthpunk is a gobshite, which will ring with any of our Irish friends who are listening in. You gobshite.
But
Yeah.
Another YouTuber I find fascinating is Dr. Mix. I both admire him immensely and hate him simultaneously.
You mean Dr. Mix?
I'm sure some people really appreciate his enthusiasm. I think what he does is fantastic, but I just want to hit him. I'm sorry, it's just...
I would love to know where these guys get their drugs from, because I would like to get some for when I'm feeling really down.
Yeah, whatever antidepressants he's taking, my God, they're working. But I mean, you can't deny his talent.
I watched a video. I'm sorry, I can't remember who did it, but it was on YouTube, and the guy was comparing the sequential Prophet 5 with the original unit, but didn't have the original unit. And he's playing the sequential one, and he goes, yeah, but if you listen to the Prophet 5 on this track, you'll find it's not as good. And you go, no, that's not how you do a comparison video. You can't do that. Here's a picture of one.
So what did you have involved in the original recording? You had the Prophet 5 going into a console, probably with some transformer at the input stage, through probably an EQ, onto an output stage, to a transformer, into a Dolby A, most likely, onto tape, back onto Dolby A, into the console, into a new transformer, through an EQ, maybe a compressor as well, into a bus, through another transformer, out onto a master deck. Great.
Yeah. But then, because he's using a YouTube clips, he's also the original Prophet 5 has been transcoded up onto YouTube, and then played through YouTube again.
So that master tape has been that master tape has been converted to a CD at some point, which has then been uploaded in the lowest quality MP3 codec.
It's basically what he should have done and go, right, here's the new sequential Prophet 5, and we're going to compare it with this Apple. The apple's tasty, yes, I'll agree, but the sequential Prophet 5...
Oh, sounds tasty.
So, now for a bit of colour, let's compare it with an orange and a banana. But have them in a little woolly hat.
But I've got to say, these people who do the YouTube videos, and this includes, you, Kent, and Robbie, and Jamie Jamie Morden from Geosynths. It takes balls to put yourself out there.
No, all you need to do is not care.
Well, that
just
or
don't
it
care.
takes balls.
Yeah,
And
that's what I do
obviously-
with my channel nowadays. I just stop caring.
Yeah.
But I'm obviously not the market demographic for the likes of Dr. Mix, who, as said, I think is incredibly talented. But the personality aspect of some of these YouTubers jars with me to the extent that I find it really painful to watch.
Yeah, but I mean, like
He's
I said, you're not his
enthusiastic.
demo. I mean, he obviously has got the skills. He knows his stuff.
Yeah,
He's
and
good
he
enough for
appeals to
demographic.
his demographic, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hi, Wags.
Hello, yeah, synth punk. So the first time I encountered him was he was just like doing some video, and then his daughter came in and started playing "Mary Has a Little Lamb" on a Dave Smith Morpho, which was pretty cute. And then the next time I encountered him was right after the Sonic Lab for the Poly D, and he was ripping the shit out of Nick Bat, saying, "Why the hell does he argue about this synth? Because it's like having 4 Model Ds in one synthesizer." I'm saying, no, it's like 4 oscillators split parabolic," and so we had a big argument about that. So yeah, he's an interesting character, but he doesn't really know what he's talking about. That's my
He
impression.
is very interesting. There's this YouTuber called Jorb. If anybody's aware
Yeah,
of Jorb.
he's pretty good. Yeah, he's done
Yeah,
an
but
interesting.
this synthpunk guy absolutely rips them to pieces. he did this video where he's, "Hello, I am Job."
And Synthpunk also uses like a Devo hat, and there's somebody
Yes.
else who called himself Snake Plissken from like Escape from New York, who also uses a Devo hat. So it's kind of confusing when they're arguing with each other. They both have very similar avatars.
Saying that, he does lots of stuffed toys, so that's a good thing. Yeah.
Do you know what? I found myself before now watching some sort of demonstration video and just not liking the guy. And then you see that he has a dog and go, "Oh, I'll let him off then."
I would like to have a DX7.
Oh yeah.
Well, only Mark 2, right, man?
I sort of have that love-hate relationship with Jack Duxbury from Andertons.
Anderton.
Yeah.
I think he's an incredibly talented player, but I really want to punch the screen when he's playing something and you go, "It's a fucking synthesizer, not a piano,"
All right, give me a key.
I like that. Yeah. He's just been trying the country bumpkin angle where he doesn't really know much about the synth, so he just explored it and threw a demo button. So.
Well, I think that can be a good angle actually, because 9
also,
times out of 10.
Also, Jack also constantly gives shout outs to people like Nick Bat. So,
Yes.
I wish I could be like him and that kind of thing. So.
Yeah.
And in the comments as well, he says like, "How can I do this better?" constantly. So, I think he's doing all that.
He's never replied to me though. Although saying that, I think I might be blocked by them now. But
Maybe you're the reason he never takes his hat off.
But don't Sweetwater do the same over in the States, Manny?
A little bit, I mean, but Daniel Fisher is a whole other level.
Oh, that man is a god. I'm sorry, I won't hear a word said against him.
He's fantastic.
Who was that demonstrator for? Oh shit! I can't remember which was it. It was either Korg or Yamaha. I think he was from Belgium. I probably got every single one of those facts wrong. So he's probably not from Belgium. And it
Are you
wasn't
thinking of
Yamaha.
Eric Nordlander?
No.
David Ireland for Roland. He's from Sweden.
Is that a Norwegian guy in Roland? Or
Maybe it's him. He
got like kind of short hair.
quite an
Uses all the Irish gear.
He's sort of like he was just a very amiable kind of person, he's very nice sort of thing. But he kept reminding me of Alex Ball's alter ego,
Gert Schlager.
Yeah, Gert Schlager, yeah.
Gert van Schlanger.
Yeah.
Gert van Schlanger, hello to you.
I'm going to be playing with my knobs later. Yeah, all this.
Well, I watched a video with Eric Yorlander demoing. I bought the Fusion ATHD, and I think Sonic State did the video of demonstrating it, and I thought, I have to buy this synthesizer, not because of the synthesizer, but because Eric Yorlander was wearing a lab jacket, lab coat. I thought to myself, that's for me. So this big, with the pens and all. I thought, yeah, that's. I'm gonna buy
there you
that.
go. Yeah, Will Jones is saying about there is a Dutch guy demonstrating Yamaha, but I forgot his name.
I don't know.
Oh bloody hell, that's no good.
That's like the last time I was watching Junkie XL's YouTube channel, I was just thinking of Goldmember. We're just like I was like
I have a
watching.
weird accent. Isn't that weird?
It was just like through the entire video, and also as Tom is getting older, he's starting to look more and more like what Mike Myers might have looked like as the old member.
So salty.
Yeah, but
Would
I
you like
do
a
have a
smoke and a
problem
pancake?
watching. I do have a problem watching Doc.
Flapjack and a cigarette?
I think he's a
Pipe and a
brilliant
clip?
player. I just can't stand his presentations there.
Yeah, it's horses for courses, isn't it? I suppose.
Azulhead says, has anyone seen Nick's interview with Andrew Huang? I actually like Andrew Huang. I think he's very clever.
I didn't watch the recent one, but he also interviewed him a few years ago. I think it was at Super Booth. And I did
Right.
watch that one, and he seemed more interesting than I thought he would be. But I've seen Andrew Hang with like Rob Skellern for collaboration videos because I'm in like the guitar universe as well, so I knew him from before from that. And it was like he made some videos saying like, "Wow, this is Eurorack or something." So it's kind of like a introducing people style of thing rather than a general synth appeal style of video.
Pete just says, Andrew is very talented but way too hyper. They're all hyper.
Well, I mean,
But it
Andrew seems
appeals
like
to
a
a certain
great person.
demographic, though.
I mean, I don't want to watch any of his videos, but when you like actually see some interviews of them, you're like, this person actually seems alright, apart from the video persona. Like they actually seem to know their shit. It's just on the video they pretend to be a complete imbecile.
And I can kind of empathise with that because when I used to record myself on cassette tape in the 80s, I used to be completely insane when I recorded myself because it was more interesting when I played it back. But I imagine they're just doing a similar kind of thing, just overhyping themselves up.
But I think if you're appealing to a generation that is used to TikTok and instant gratification, there seems to be a demand for that style of presentation, whereas I like a more technical or stroke laid back style presentation. But
when you see
you
that
look
on
at
a lot of the gaming channels as well, it's just like ridiculous over the top.
Yeah. But you look
Super
at
style.
guitar channels, and people wonder why young ladies with large mammalian protuberances
mysterious
seem to gather views. I mean, it's bizarre.
Talking
Not
about
really.
YouTubers and presentation, right? So, in my long research journey of going for a Groovebox, and I posted this up on the Pro Synth Network, it's like every single person who was using either an MC707 or an IKMPC1, that it would just be a drum track and all these samples. But the one thing they always missed out was a crash cymbal. It's like, why don't you use a crash cymbal? And this whole thread appeared, and people said, "Well, I don't like a crash cymbal." I was like, "Is it because you can't program it? Put in a crash cymbal." It's like having a drummer. I said, "You can have all these drums, but I'm taking away a crash cymbal. Nope, you can't have it. Nope." So you just gotta let people imagine that there's a crash there. What's the deal with not being able to demo a crash cymbal?
But don't you find
Jim Glue
most
has one.
but most synth demos, especially by manufacturers, are shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I think particularly to the Kurzweil K2700. I mean, this was a synth that people had been waiting for bloody decades, and the launch presentation, you just thought you could be playing a Nord lead or a Nord stage, and no one would tell the difference. You've got, and even now, there are very few people who've actually delved into what it is. And I wonder whether, to a certain extent, that's the same with the Hydrasynth. The Hydrasynth is selling, but I don't know whether it's because of the synthesizer or just the fact it has a poly aftertouch keyboard. And I'm not hearing those sort of really in-depth dives into these products that really sell them to me, other than the fact that I myself really want a Hydrasynth because of the keyboard.
So it's funny you should say that. I bought the Hydra for one reason only, which was it had the Poly AT keyboards.
Exactly.
I think about it. It came out of left field. I go, that price, whatever. If I don't like it, who cares? And I will never get rid of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
'cause
bought
I've
the
had
desktop
people-
to go with it. I mean,
Yeah. I've had people say to me about, so what do you reckon on the Hydra? I said, it's the bollocks, mate. You've got to get one. He goes, what's it sound like? Well, I don't know. Not
Whatever
really
you
listen
want.
to it that much.
No,
I'm just playing it.
Well, that's it. I want one as a MIDI keyboard. And I mean, I've said this before on the show. If someone just did a really good MIDI controller with a poly aftertouch keyboard, I'd buy it. I'd buy it straight off the bat.
I mean, now that Fatar is making it, maybe there will be one under the Studio Logic or whatever other brands Fatar chooses to use.
But I'm not convinced it's going to happen because.
Well, probably because Waldorf is somewhat involved in it as well.
But I would have paid £1,500 quite happily for a poly aftertouch keyboard MIDI controller without a synthesizer. If it was that good, I would quite happily pay £1,500 for one.
I mean,
Now,
but then the keyboard, in my opinion, I mean, I'd be happy to pay that if I could properly in the keyboard before it gets transcoded to 128 MIDI values. I want to be able to have some precise settings over how I can do that.
And I want to be able to split it into 16 channels. I want an 88 key keyboard that I can do a poly split, and it has a Kurzweil style MIDI.
You want the Kurzweil MIDI board? Is that what you're saying?
I do. Yes. Okay, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, but SAS, the modern workflow isn't that way anymore because people are just going into the box.
Yeah, well,
they're doing stuff live, which sucks because
fuck them.
I agree.
I know what I want.
Exactly. And anytime I'm in these meetings with these companies, it's like I can tell you what matters to me, but I also know there's only 20 other people that it matters to. Which sucks when you're fighting for a big feature.
But surely the manufacturers who've been watching the sales figures of the Hydrasynth are going, we got to get some poly AT in this bitch now.
Well, they don't lose sight. They can't lose sight of the package because it's not just that one thing. It's the overall engine. It's the overall price. It's the build quality. I mean, it's a holistic thing, and this is where chasing features doesn't get you where you want to go because people miss sight of what the holistic assemblage is.
It needs to be. It needs to be properly implemented in the engine, and you need to. I can't think of many things apart from Zebra or other UA products where I can actually set a slew rate for aftertouch. I mean, it's not as in-depth as I want to be able to set my aftertouch controls, but I mean, at least it's a start. Like, the one thing that pisses me off about the SQ80 is that I need to be very precise how slow I let the key go.
Exactly.
So that it doesn't close the filter or get rid of the LFO, or I don't care about the LFO, so it doesn't close the filter too much.
Right, and you've got like 6 or 7 parameters on the Hydra to set that up.
Yeah. I mean, but that's what I mean. It needs, before it gets converted to MIDI, you need to be able to set those parameters in the keyboard.
Yep.
Because apparently every synth manufacturer doesn't seem to understand that on performance controllers, slew limiters and track and hold are really useful. Or it's like I'm always going on about why the fuck can't I have track and hold on my pitch band? Because if you want to do your Vangelis pitch band down, if I let go of a keyboard, maybe I do want to just then be able to reset the pitch wheel and go back and play something else that isn't the 2 octaves that I set the pitch band down to be.
And the thing about that, I think Kent mentioned this earlier, like with all these aftertouch things. It's all great that you can go in and set it all. We hear this all the time. Oh, it's all in there. You just gotta. But a player, I want like a fader. Like 5% aftertouch. 15,
What, like you have on the CS80, 4 faders or those levers.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
This is my perfect, MIDI keyboard again. 88 key, poly aftertouch, 64 knobs as a minimum, and then chuck in 8 or 16 sliders on top. All MIDI assignable, 16 MIDI channels, keyboard split, knob split. Well, no, for something like that, I'd pay a couple of grand. I mean, literally Kurzweil MIDI board prices. If it's that good, it is your forever keyboard, because you just hook it onto whichever MIDI synth you have, and it works. I mean, I've got a Kurzweil PC88 MX, which is a 1986 or 87 keyboard. It's really 88 key. It's got GM MIDI sounds. So as a synth, it's just a keyboard. But as a MIDI controller, I've got 8 sliders, 6 knobs, 8 knobs. And I can do 4 channel split on the keyboard. So as a MIDI controller, it's actually better than it was as a keyboard.
But realistically, most people, as Manny said, MIDI splits, nobody cares about. But to be fair, nowadays it's fine, because if you like MRCC and even the iConnectivity stuff, if not, just get a Bone box, and where you can load a Bone MIDI translator script into it, and there do your splits. That's no longer that important.
It's easy just pressing a button, though.
Yes, it is nice if you can set your splits sensibly, but getting a good user interface out of that is probably harder than and getting a company to actually do a good user interface harder than just give up on that and get another box that can do it properly, and try to focus on the bare bones of give me a good poly aftertouch keyboard where I can, like on the MIDI board, where you have your 2 sliders to easily set velocity and aftertouch response before it gets translated into MIDI.
But I think one of the points maybe Manny was sort of making, let's say the Hydrasynth was $3,000, right? We're all excited about the poly aftertouch, but let's say it was $3,000. Would it have been?
Not with 49 keys.
Yeah, but that's my point, is that. But if you take the poly aftertouch out, was it still successful? Really, what was it really about? Was it that, or was it just, wow, this is a great price?
It's what drew me in.
Yeah,
definitely.
I don't think anybody would
think
think
is very good.
Yes, but
it does sound really, really good, and the way they go about it, it's intuitive. Apparently, it will be my next purchase.
Yeah, I heard the interface is really good too, just in general beyond the poly aftertouch, right?
Yeah, the controls that you have on the front panel.
Yeah,
it's just the controls that you want to be able to get,
and I get that.
Straight to. Yeah,
that's kind of my point, I guess.
Yeah,
is that while the poly aftertouch is getting a lot of action right now, I don't know if they.
Yeah, but I think it's the Poly AT that separates it from a whole host of other machines that have come out in the last year.
But I think
every other machine.
Without the Poly AT, at that price, you'd be. For a bit more, I can get a Virus, which has all these controls, and in my opinion, looks a lot more stylish. So I think the Poly AT is the only thing that gets the synth engine, which apparently is quite good. I've never heard one in the flash, so
I know it's definitely attracted it's definitely attracted all the CS80 whores. Definitely.
Yeah.
But like for
That's
me,
32 slots in the mod matrix. It's not a basic engine. It's very.
but like for me, the only from everything I've heard, I'm like, this doesn't seem too much different from software that I already own. But the only thing, the only really selling point is for Poly Aftertouch.
Well, on the tactile interface, because software lacks that for me.
Yes, but then it's the interface that much better than
And the 2-foot ribbon controller.
No, but,
as well.
but if I want a ribbon controller, I just dig out my stupid slide potentiometer, which is somewhere, and solder it up to a teensy again. And
Yeah,
get it out of the pen.
but again, something like the Kurzweil MIDI controller, a ribbon controller, which can be either one ribbon or split into 3, and each can be assigned to a different function.
Now you're talking like actual like proper MIDI setups. With it's almost like Kurzweil catered to a specific audience, like for people who wanted one keyboard to do everything whilst they play live.
And they did pretty well at that, I've got to say.
Yes, I can tell you, like from my bit of the related industry where theatre and music crosses over, in that stupid genre, many keyboard programmers, they still, PC3s were still heavily used because they know them, they can get most of their Kurzweil sounds,
and they
also
work.
And they cut through. Like, yes, the Kurzweil piano, it doesn't sound great, but you can actually hear it live.
It sounds good enough.
It's not that. Like, I've used, like, one of my last shows at drama school, as a piano sound, I used, had a main stage rig for the MD with, like one of the native instruments, like the Steinway thing, and it just about worked on the internal SSD and at low latency, but you could play it, and the way the orchestration called for it, it's not that much that you needed the heavy rock piano, but if you need a heavy rock piano or anything that cuts through, the Kurzweil will get you there a million times more than any other machine that tries to sound like a proper piano. But then even if you wanted to sound quite, in fact, like also the string sounds on the Kurzweil, they're not great, but they do the job and they cut through. And
they're musical.
Can you? But yes,
and
they're really good to play.
They
you can actually play. You can actually play them rather than like try to get Spitfire onto something to play.
Yeah, they sound like you think they should sound. So the expectation is they sound like strings, therefore they sound like strings. Same with the piano.
It's the approximation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because if you use Spitfire, because it's very accurate, you have to do all the fucking about that comes with being able to play strings realistically.
With all the articulation.
Exactly, yeah.
Spitfire's a bit like LAS, particularly the original one, LA scoring strings. I mean, that was like, without giving it like 3 controllers at the same time, it sounded terrible.
Yeah. But I've got the BBC SO library, and it sounds phenomenal. But to be honest, I'm not a good enough player to be able to exploit all the articulations available. Whereas with the Kurzweil, I can just play a chord.
Yeah, but with
that
library,
bloody good.
With that library, Sass, you're not supposed to play it. You
Well,
lay down the
yeah.
notes.
You're meant to program it.
and you program in the articulations in the correct place. And stuff like that.
Particularly that one line at a time. Not like what I'm playing here,
But
which is supposed to.
But most of it's ironic because a lot of the great, music and a lot of love from the 80s and everything, it didn't sound like real strings at all. I mean, to me, when I hear Juno's or Roland strings, that's like, oh, that's a string. You know, it's like, that's what I want. It's like, I know I can fit it in. It's almost like real strings, for me, are too good, you know? Like, I don't know how to use it unless I'm going to do some kind of orchestral work.
It's
you know,
interesting that Ty.
Yeah, you need to be Ty on.
yeah, we're kind of.
Ty said he used like a 20-year-old orchestral VST that was like.
Well,
like
that's the
35 megabytes or
point.
something.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, well, I
some
mean,
of that
he's used
stuff-
Edirol. He's used Edirol before now because when you
What, the Edinburgh Orchestral, that physical modelling thing?
you know, the little plug-in that they did.
Oh, yes,
There's
yes,
a
I can
slow
remember that.
strings. There's a slow strings on there, and you can just play it, just bang, and there it is, and it sounds real enough, and it's very playable, and you can just record what it is you want to play with it.
Well, I keep getting criticised because I say you can't, you know, you'd never hear it in a mix. And everyone says, oh, no, you can, you know, blah, blah. You know, when people are talking about, oh, you know, a specific drum sound or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's me. Maybe my hearing really is that crap.
No,
But
it's not
a lot
just
of
you.
this stuff I cannot hear. I can't hear the difference between this tom or that tom or this bass drum or that bass drum if it's in a mix. If you're doing a side-by-side comparison of these sounds, yes, you can hear it. But amongst everything else, you know what? Frankly, I don't care. If it sounds good, it sounds good, you know?
Well, it's like, I had this conversation before with somebody. It might have been Ty. We're talking about when you listen to a record from the 70s and stuff like that, and the 80s, and there'd be a string synth on it. There's only maybe a few examples where you could tell what the string synth was, but the rest of the time, if you don't know what they were using, you got no fucking clue at all. It was a string synth. As to which one it is, no idea.
Snare drums are a great example of in electronic music. It's nothing like a drum set snare. I mean, I've had Ludwigs and Sonar. I mean, you know, all sorts of snare. We kind of dismiss those because frankly, I don't think a lot of them work. You know, they just don't work for that type of music. And I guess that's my point with a lot of the strings. They just, okay, that's a real cello. Like, get rid of that, please. You know, like, give me a VST. You know, give me something that's a little 16-bit or something. Something that's gonna sit nicer. So
now.
But that's different. I know.
Yeah.
If you're doing soundtrack, I get that. That's a much more of a definable sound.
In a weird way, the more detail that you have, the more specific the usage becomes.
Yeah.
And
that's kind of why the Kurzweil found that nice, wide, for lack of a better word, no disrespect, vanilla region. They work for everything. I mean, I don't go to a ton of theater, but I've gone to enough. You look in the pit, what do they all have?
A Kurzweil.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like what I discovered with working with various string libraries is that the more detail you put in and the more realistic it is, the more room you have to make for it.
Exactly, or you can't hear it.
Yeah, and so you're trying to pull everything away and don't interfere with the strings, and the rest of the music suddenly suffers for it. Whereas you've got a really basic string sound.
Sounds good. Yeah,
it's fine. Yeah.
Bang it in.
And it's more about, well, what are the notes you playing? Does it have a really sexy sort of like alternate bass note with that, you know, whatever?
And how good is it through a phaser?
Yeah. I mean, because music is dynamic and music is transient. So much of that stuff, how are you going to capture it in half to 3/4 of a second? I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, some big string machine pad that sits there for 4 bars. Yeah, you can pick out the phasers and the chorusers and the EQ because it's there that long. But that's so little the content of music.
But is this a case where technology has changed music, and perhaps not necessarily for the better? I mean, you know, most of us here can refer back to tracks we listened to in the 70s or 80s that weren't tuned perfectly. You know, these were tracks that were banged out in a day, and there wasn't 3 months of editing to make sure that the vocal was pitch perfect, and that, you know, the strings or the bass or whatever was absolutely it was just people making music. There was the rawness itself perhaps was the attractive, or one of the things that added to the music, rather than it being, you know, a track being auto-tuned to death, or absolutely. I mean, you know, Christ, you listen to Led Zeppelin, and the drums are all over the place in terms of timing.
And it's better,
But it sounds bloody good.
And you can
There
hear
are
the
some funny
squeaky foot
videos
pedal
of,
half the time.
Yeah,
You can like
funny videos of old tracks quantized and auto-tuned, and they just sound so bad.
Yes. So, I mean, is it that technology has given us these tools, but actually perhaps less is more? I don't know.
Well, I think we're just catching up. We're just catching up again, right? I mean,
Right, and keep in mind, we are the old guys saying get off our lawn.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
These new technologies
Right.
have their use
Yeah.
and they have their sound. It's not what we're used to. I mean, I give the whole joke about when people pissed off over the original generations of CDs, because they took analog masters, put them right onto the digital stuff. You have all this harsh high end because it was all put there for what you lost in the pressing process, and say digital fucking sucks. And we know this isn't the case. It's just one of these things you have to get used to the sound. You have to apply it in some new way.
Different
and
way
there
to
you go.
vinyl.
Well, you have to know your technology and
Absolutely.
Produce for it properly. Well, you just like know your technology and try to make the best product out of the technology you have. If it's vinyl, then there are certain limitations, like you're not going to have stereo bass.
Right.
If it's CD and you want a stereo bass, you can have it, but maybe it's not the best idea.
There's definitely, but you can't deny. I go back and think about my dad was in the big band and a lot of that stuff. I mean, we can't. I mean, it's hard for us to do that kind of stuff. I mean, there was a collectiveness and a certain level of training that they had to, my dad's training was absurd. I mean, there's just stacks of like sheet music, writing that he did beyond just the playing, and you listen to that stuff, and then you kind of listen now where we are, and you just go, man, come on, like they were in a different. They could really
different league.
They were in a different league as far as sheer musicianship and this typical person, and we just can't deny that.
No, you can't.
That's a physical talent. We're working a little more with our brains and our skills, and there's nothing wrong we're doing because I love it. I was the classic youngest kid that, when New Wave and all that came out, post-punk. I was like, F this prog trap and all this metal and these guys doing all this. I mean, they were wickedly better players, but I was like, I just don't want to hear that crap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I knew somewhere beyond that, and look, some of my brothers could just destroy me on an instrument, but at the same time, it didn't matter. I was right. I was like, who cares?
Right.
Because I'd rather listen to The Cure.
Yeah,
So-
David, I'm sure you've heard the joke. Before there was Pro Tools, there was just pros.
Yes.
But there is,
Or
we all
tools.
know it. We know that the production side is on another whole level, right?
Yeah. No.
But I think the thing that a lot of us older people, musicians or whatever, we're kind of like, don't lose the soul a little bit. Don't make sure that it still has some space to it. But
isn't that the key? It's
better.
about musicianship. It's about, you can, I can listen to almost any track that I really enjoy, and if someone plays it on the piano, I'm sent back there. The fact it's being played on a piano rather than a synth doesn't matter because it's the musicality that counts. Or is that just me? Am I sort of stuck in some sort of weird time loop?
It's probably one of those things where there are different ways of doing it, and just do it the way you like it.
Exactly. The musicality is independent of the instruments. I mean, it really is.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you take a record like top of my head, Our Friends Electric, musically, it's not exactly challenging.
No,
but
3 and
it's
4
a
chords.
brilliant.
It's bloody good,
but it's
awesome.
and completely non-conformative.
Yeah,
Yep.
and it
You
really,
said,
really does the job, doesn't it? So
Also, in terms of musicianship, I mean, timing-wise, they definitely have no idea what a metronome is or what sticking to a tempo is.
And it sounds bloody great for it.
And yes, I bloody love it until you have to loop it for whatever reason.
yeah.
Like
Not
Richard
so
X
much.
did.
Yeah.
But I mean, I frequently will sort of delve into the likes of the Ukulele Orchestra of Great Britain, you know,
Yeah.
doing classic tracks on ukuleles. And you know what? They sound bloody good.
Or Brass Against.
Yeah.
Well, if it's a good piece of music, then any decent arrangement should hopefully sound good. If it's a bad piece of music.
but it's that juxtaposition of the ridiculous instrument that is the ukulele with brilliant musicianship and the core basis of the song itself.
There's even that channel with multi-tracks like 4 stylophones.
Yeah.
Let's not forget the panpipe craze of 2001.
Oh, for God's sake! Please, no.
But you know,
it worked
by your own standards.
It did.
Where's my panpipe setting here? Hold on.
It did work. I just think that was overdone.
Oh yeah.
Whereas ukuleles perhaps haven't quite yet reached that pinnacle.
I'm not a
Yet.
ukulele.
Wasn't it the panpipe craze of 1989 after Rain Man? Every film score sounded like trying to put panpipes in.
When in the early 90s we had Gregorian chants.
I was about to say
Enigma.
Oh yes, after
And shakuhachis.
That was
Gregorian
everywhere.
chants.
What was even Jan Garbarek's album Officium, which to be fair isn't actually terrible. Out of all the Gregorian chant albums,
Nah, they're all terrible.
Yeah, but it boosted sales of the
They're-
Roland S330.
and to be fair, it's sort of responsible for Spectrosonic Symphony of Voices, which still one of the best choir libraries out in the world. It still sounds so amazing.
Do you know what? I've listened to hundreds of choir libraries, and the best one is Dominus. But for that style, that's the thing. You got to have them for different styles.
Orny cake or corn.
That's East West.
Yeah, that
was East West. That one.
What, Sonic State?
Yeah.
I thought you said it was Dominus.
No, Dominus. Dominus
Oh, well.
didn't exist.
I'll
when I
get
did
back
that.
in my can.
Go on, sit down. Sit down.
The guy who created the Voice Builder, he created like one of the most awesome audio tools for like sound designers in film and other media, which is a particle generator, where you can also then put in an ambisonics mic into this virtual sound generator. But basically, you can put any audio files into this particle generator, apply your normal particle generation to it, and properly you can have proper Doppler shifts, panning things around, and all that jazz. The guy who's responsible for Votox and that voice building, really clever technology.
The thing I find funny is that when I wanted a choir sample, I actually went down to my local church and spoke to the choir master and said, "Can I just record some phrases in stereo?" And he went, "Oh yeah, we're doing a practice on Thursday night. Come round." So I went round and put a couple of mics up and just sampled the choir.
Oh, it's amazing, isn't it?
And it, oddly, it was really, really good. And it didn't cost anything. I didn't pay for a sample pack or, recorded them.
Available.
But every church has a choir.
No,
you use that shit commercially, and that vicar will be down on you like a ton of bricks.
Commercial, never. It's not going to
By the way,
happen.
can I just say, if it hasn't already been said, our good friend who stands behind Kent every night with his red scarf on has just won a BAFTA for Dune.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Nice one.
Was the film any good? I know the soundtrack is, but
Not
was
seen
the
it
film
yet.
any good?
Not seen it yet.
I thought it was
It was good, but it also
can
left
I-
you wanting
can I-
more.
can we
Is the
have a
soundtrack
new-
actually good? I mean, it depends how you. I mean, for the film, it really works.
It wasn't memorable
calling it
for the
normal
song.
listening is.
No, but this is the thing. If the
Wasn't
soundtrack
Toto.
really works for the film, then it is a good soundtrack. End
It's
of
like
story.
noises more than sound.
Yeah.
That's the whole purpose, yeah.
Yeah. Now, can we make up a new rule? Between all of us, we've got to start emailing Microsoft and Apple and say to them, "Dear Microsoft, dear Apple, can we have the @ key in the same fucking place on both phones?"
Well, you can blame Apple for
welcome
not,
to my daily
sticking to
life.
standard.
Yeah. The amount of time I've sent those two little dots as an @ It's like, oh, piss off.
because I remote desktop into my Windows PC from my Mac. That is my day at least 100 times.
What, you mean you haven't all memorised ASCII codes? Come on, guys.
No.
I do the opposite. I no machine into my Macs from a Windows machine.
I'm 60. I haven't got much time left.
You are aware of that.
You are aware of it. So it's similar to the Apple one. So
You are aware on a Mac you can set it to a normal UK Windows keyboard.
I can't be asked.
So when
I'm
IVMC
back and forth like 100 times a day. I can't be asked. I just have to remember, and I slap myself in the face every time.
Give up my beautiful aluminium Apple keyboard?
Which needs
I don't think so.
Which needs a damn good clean.
The bankery there, Kent.
Replace it with one of these lovely overpriced Matthias keyboards with about the loudest mechanical switches you can get in the world.
We know.
Is that a quirk?
Yay.
I'm aware they're loud. I think my flatmate hates me with his keyboard.
I'll dig out my old
QWERTZ keyboard.
I'll dig out my old IBM AT keyboard with a 5-pin DIN.
That uses ALP switches, doesn't it? Which is basically the same that this keyboard uses clones of the ALP switches, which is why it's so bloody loud.
Yeah, it's the best keyboard I've ever.
I see
had
your
to type
whatever,
on.
and I raise you a Fairlight Series 2.
Wasn't that based on the IBM keyboard?
Can't remember what switches.
Hall switches.
I don't think it's ALP switches.
They're Hall switches.
Hall.
Hall effect. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
They really did over-engineer that fucker, didn't they?
In places, yes, and in others, not so much.
Not so much. Yeah.
Like the keyboard, the actual music keyboard is a cheap pile of MDF shit.
Yes, I remember you pulling that apart.
And the actual keyboard
isn't
mechanism.
a massive hinge at the end.
Yeah,
that holds thing up.
The actual keyboard mechanism was horrible until they got the waterfall keyboard in the Series 2, which was okay, but even in the Series 3 it wasn't that much.
I remember playing your Fairlight keyboard for the first time ever, and it looks solid, but then when I press the key, it's like, oh no, it's really, really light and awful and terrible, and there's no response. It's like, oh, what's going on there?
They should fit the DX7 keyboard into all synthesizers.
Everything, yes.
To be fair, the only time I've played Fairlight,
Roland synth, beautiful keyboard. I actually like it better than the Yamaha keyboards. It's just lovely feel to it, you know.
Come on, that's hardly anything better than a DX7 keyboard. I mean,
even Y77 and 99 the same keyboard.
Well, like even Wolfgang Palm, like he started using it when he was working for Steinberg after PPG had folded. He started using a DX7 as his main keyboard because he thought this felt amazing. I mean, yes, PPG used Brad Reed and then their own terrible design for the PRKs, so he totally understood that having a good keyboard design, like just buy a good keyboard rather than trying to engineer a bad one on yourself.
Exactly.
Well, as someone who isn't a piano player, the two best keyboards I've personally played are the DX7 and the Kurzweil 2500.
Well, 2500 is just a standard older FATAR.
Yeah, it's a FATAR 10 or something, but
it feels good though.
TP10.
But it feels. It doesn't feel like a normal FATAR keyboard bed though. It feels different. I don't know what it is, but it just works.
Well, it's a bit light. I think over 2600, it's definitely a bit lighter. Then they modified that a bit to be a bit lighter.
Well, I've got the 2600 as well, but I prefer the 25.
Robbie,
yes.
Have you been to the Roly site?
No, but I shall go.
They got a picture of their new Roly.
Have they really?
Yeah.
And how much?
Yeah, that's the question.
They've changed
Where?
the shape of the keyboard.
So I'd love a Rolly keyboard, but anything more than $1,000 is just too expensive.
To be honest with Sass, mate, you want the block. Just get the block, okay?
But
It's
it's just USB, isn't it? It doesn't have a 5 pin.
No, it's Bluetooth.
MIDI. Yeah,
It's Bluetooth as well.
Okay.
And I think
so
it's
could-
USB,
yeah,
USB-C as well.
yeah, but you can't plug a WIDI into that, can you?
No, but you can Bluetooth it if you've got a Mac.
Will that connect with the WIDI?
I'm not seeing it, Ken.
I don't know.
So, I mean, if
it's on their main page.
It's not.
If it could connect with the WIDI device, then yes,
We
it
saw
would be
that before
worthwhile.
the teaser.
Where is it? There we go. Don't know if you can see
looks like a bit of,
Very sleek.
Oh, yeah, that's why they
in a
had
weird
that,
way.
Yeah, that's been there for a few weeks.
I didn't say I was quick. I just said I just seen it.
We showed that on the show. That's what we showed on the show.
No, that video, that teaser video was like, what the hell is that?
Yeah,
that looks like a really weird sex toy.
Well,
what sort of sex toys do you use?
The thing is, those little tiny lumps they've got at the top of the key.
Those lovely lady lumps. Sorry.
On that note,
I can already
take my
see
daughter to McDonald's, so don't judge me. But
Bring me something back nice.
those fries, man, they've
Little
never
toy.
changed. It's so disturbing.
There is nothing finer, I think, in this world than biting down into a Big Mac and getting the dill, and it's just, yeah, that's McDonald's. That's the taste.
Some things don't change. Yeah, there you go.
It's always
those
the same.
pickles, those pickles stick to the window really well, don't they?
I love dill pickle.
I used to hate it. Absolutely, it was me. I would always either order it without and then get told off because we would be then waiting for special orders. So in the end, I just flung it out, and on many occasions I've flung it out and it's hit the inside of the car window, thinking, "Oh damn, I should open it next time."
Yeah.
It's a cheeseburger for me. It's that stupid little cheeseburger that's about this big now, and you finish in about 3 bites.
Yeah.
I mean, I have it once. Yeah.
Again,
I prefer Burger King. Sorry.
Is this an age thing?
No, that's okay. That's okay.
No, Fiona's homemade burgers, where she grinds the beef herself, and it's about.
So I just got the image of
Oh,
Fiona
that's a real.
grinding.
Yeah, I mean, I live in
I tell you what,
Colorado. I mean, I know it
it's why I married her.
I'm not stupid.
Sorry, isn't Fiona still classed as engaged to
anyways,
Kent
I'll take a
Spawn
picture.
on Facebook?
Yeah. No, see, this is it. We actually go around telling people we're married because I can't get to a church, so
you
we
might.
just went, "Oh, we're married. Fuck it."
You're as good as.
Yeah, she's in my will.
Yeah.
I'm not in hers.
You're not in her will.
She needs
So if I get licensed as a wedding celebrant,
I don't know. Ooh, that
I know a
sounds
good one
rude.
of them.
Oh, what?
The celebrant, humanist celebrant.
All right.
They need to buy a Yamaha Genos to play at the wedding.
Yeah, where can I get my shark skin suit from?
shark skin. Go for moleskin, for God's sake! You're British.
No, I'm trying to remember what film that was from, where the guy got married in a shark skin suit. Can't remember. But there you go. Oh, mate.
Well, I just watched The Adam Project.
It's crap, isn't it?
No, I liked it.
No, it's not awful. It's not
I
awful
thought
at
it
all.
was awful. Oh.
Nah, it was. If it's Ryan Reynolds, so you know exactly what you're getting, and the not. I won't give anything away, but there's a young child that plays a younger version of his character, and they picked somebody who could do Ryan Reynolds age 12. But it's not awful, and it's got Zoe Saldana in it, and that's always nice, and
I like you
and Mark Ruffalo. Jennifer. Yeah.
Yes.
She's
Well, to be honest with you, every time I fire up Netflix, I'm going, has it become a lot easier to make television? There's just so fucking much of it now. And I go, I can't invest in all this.
And it's not. A lot of it is not very good.
Oh, I don't know.
So like good old television, man.
I tell you what is.
I tell you what, if there's ever another fucking vampire series with young pretty people in it, I'm going to break the telly.
You see, I really enjoyed Deadpool. I thought Ryan Reynolds was really good in that, and I thought it was witty, it was violent, it was everything I wanted. But there are so many films now, and I just think, oh God, you were the diversity hire, weren't you? And oh yes, there's got to be at least 4 lesbians, and
Well, still the best Marvel movie is Howard the Duck, anyway.
I don't want to be lectured when I watch a film. I just want to watch a film that I can enjoy without thinking about social justice issues. But again, maybe that's me. Maybe I'm just too politically sensitive.
Old is the word you're looking for.
Or that.
So
yes.
I have been refreshingly entertained much more in recent months and say the last couple of years by Apple TV Plus. See, Netflix is just like a massive stuff, and every time I go on there, I'm like, I can't find anything because there's too much stuff. And Amazon Prime is a bit like that as well. But Apple TV Plus has got some of the best kind of box set, series, TV series. That I mean, I'm watching Severance at the moment, which is astoundingly good. I mean, it's just so brilliant, and there's been other stuff on there that's just been out of this world. I mean, Ted Lasso, for example, is just it's great. I mean, it really is worth every single penny. Whereas Netflix, I could quite happily pay them less for what I use it for. But
you see, I like things like the old John Hughes films.
Oh yeah.
Again, maybe that's because I'm getting a bit older, but
there is nothing cuter than Mary Stuart Masterson drumming.
Oh yes. Yeah. But they were coherent films, and they worked, and they tugged at heartstrings in the right places and all that sort of stuff. But the modern stuff, I just find that people are being shoehorned into situations, and characters are shoehorned into scripts, and it just doesn't feel right or natural to me.
But there was also a lot of that in the 80s as well, of people being just shoehorned into let's make another teen movie about this.
Oh God, yeah. There was a lot of shit in the 80s.
Yeah. It's nothing new about that. They're just
Although I did like the original zombie films.
Oh, some of those, yeah.
Since that, it's
George A. Romero.
Buy a new Fat Mac Mini.
Oh yeah, go to the Apple Store.
In front of Sasquatch's nemesis.
Tell me you're buying a Mac Studio. Tell me you're buying a Mac Studio.
No, my girlfriend's buying a Beats headphones. I'm just hanging out.
How terrible.
Beats headphones, did you just say?
Oh dear.
Oh.
Why?
Oh, yeah.
On camera.
To be fair, I have
why
some.
haven't you
my
dubbed
thing.
it?
I don't like them. It's her thing.
I got
Base
myself
response on them is
some
just
of my
too boomy.
orifices.
Yeah. I'm not a fan.
When I bought my bag, you got Beats headphones shoved up any orifice they could find. And it's like, oh, you're spending more than $3,000. Here, have this Beats product, or this one, or this one. I don't want any of them. No, you need to choose one. It's just like, great, I choose one of them that I might use.
I mean,
When I worked at
anyone
Apple,
think?
I found Dr. Dre in the Apple directory. So
I was going to say, did anyone think that Beats headphones were ever actually good? Any of
they're
them?
shite. They're shite.
Exactly.
the pop guys love them.
Never had
But they sound awful.
They were a fashion.
Just boomy. They want the boomy bit.
That's it.
They're a fashion accessory.
Like a brace for your ears.
So you have like a Sennheiser shop nearby you can just redirect her to.
Yeah, it must be a decent audio store nearby, somewhere.
This is Stanford Shopping Center. So this is what we got.
Whereabouts are you?
Stanford Shopping Center. Right by the
Where? Sorry,
University.
no, you broke up.
Stanford Shopping Center.
Okay.
Guys, I've got to run because my wife has made food.
Well,
at 20 to midnight.
Yes, she loves me.
Sounds like my type of girl.
I haven't eaten properly since Wednesday, since I got COVID. So today is the.
You're Irish. You haven't eaten properly.
No. Potatoes.
Yeah, that's what Fiona says all the time. I'm going to be cooking potato like that. She can't say it properly. She can't say potato properly.
Potatoes.
Everything is potato, potato, potato.
Oh, bless him. Love you, Mick.
Right, on that lovely note, guys, love you, leave yous, and I'll see you.
Cheers, mate.
Enjoy
Take care.
Look after yourself, mate.
Cheer up.
All right.
Take care.
Pan pipes. No, I'll get rid of the pan pipes. I'll do it. Right, jump. There you go. Right, good night.
Kick him out of the shop. Out of the shop. Come on.
That's a copyright strike.
Right there.
I don't think anybody's ever played Jump on that Spitfire library before. I hope. On YouTube.
That's Spitfire.
Either Jump or Axel F. Those are the two offenders.
Sorry, I have.
Excuse me, on which library though? On this exact one?
Oh, right. No, not on that library, no.
I've got to say, that sounded really good.
Avoid filter sweeping.
Which Spitfire library are you using?
I'm using the Aperture strings.
Ah, yes.
Which is, one of the greatest libraries we don't make, which is really sad.
You guys were talking about strings earlier. The old Kurzweil K1000, K250 had amazing strings on it.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Listen to any Eric Serra score from like Le Grand Bleu until to like GoldenEye, and you like hear K1000 everywhere, and the Proteus, and or to be fair, Robbie must like the Big Blue. It's like full of TX816 and emulator too.
Yeah.
It's like And then like Leon and GoldenEye most people remember for the Proteus tambourine pitched down at like 3 octaves, so you guys go boo all the time.
So again, I've raised this question before, but why is it that the synth community ignores Kurzweil when they are fantastic synths?
Who?
Because
exactly. I mean, yes, they are used in
Yang
theatres. They are used in production facilities. They're used in studios. They're also used live on stage all over the place. But the synth community, for some reason, just completely ignores them.
They're not trendy and cool. That's why they're not. And I don't mean that disparaging. They're just not trendy.
But to put even more on that, VST was named after Vast. That's even worse to think about it.
Really?
Yes, it was some low employee. Well, basically, they were like asking everybody at a small company back then, what should they call it? And somebody apparently just started carrying in K2000 or 2500 boxes at that time, and it said VAST massively on the box. With a dot, so VAST, and somebody thought, VAST, virtual synthesizer technology, and then he wrote that down as the as one suggestion into the pool for VST, and it wasn't chosen, virtual synthesizer technology, but VST stuck and became virtual studio technology.
I never knew that.
I think a big
Makes me
reason
feel
is
good,
just like
though.
FM is scary for people, the VAST is scary for people, so they don't want to program it.
One of those little bits of trivia. It wasn't the correct pronunciation of SCSI sexy?
Wouldn't surprise me.
I've only ever known it as Scuzzy.
It's just lonely, horny engineers. Maybe that's redundant. Yeah.
What's it? Serial communication system interface? Or?
Yeah.
Yes.
Pain in the
which
arse.
is still used in USB. It's the same protocol for USB.
And if you deal with
used in
SAS
SATA
storage
as well. SATA and SAS is a SCSI-based system.
So serial,
So Rob, now that you're back, let me give you
Please do.
I'm going to give you a 2-note FM special.
Go for it.
All right. Starts really low, so you may not hear it at the beginning.
Oh, very nice.
THX.
Good God, that sounds good.
Very nice.
Wow.
And what's this on?
Yeah, SY99.
I was hoping you might say Essence FM because then you could send me the patch and I could play with it. I need an SY99.
That sounded fantastic.
If you guys haven't heard the Behind the Music podcast with Manny, you got to go check that out. It's
Oh
awesome.
gosh, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Have you heard my podcast with Manny?
Didn't it go over time for the normal Silent Sound podcast format?
Quite likely, yes, because my editor said I'm not cutting any of this. It's too good. And those were his words exactly.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not cutting any of
That's
this.
flattering.
I try to get him to do that every episode.
Exactly.
Well, what's about on FM? How about this very old FM?
So, Manny, how close could you get with an SY77 to that?
What the Robert's doing?
Sounds good, Robert.
No, what you played? Is that possible at all? Or no?
That kind of stuff. Yeah.
I mean this is very like this is Peter, or not Peter Howells, but Peter Howells' engine playing Synergy, Chroma GDS samples.
Nice.
Which well, obviously the Alice machine was just 16 high frequency oscillators which could do FM and distortion.
Yeah.
So they could sort of do a bit what feedback in FM can do by distortion. I mean, not quite.
I would say there's nothing you can't do in FM that more operators don't solve. So.
Yeah.
But don't you need a very large amount of operators to resolve certain feedback loops?
It kind of depends.
I mean, yes, with more operators you can imitate that spectrum, because I mean it's just it's just some large polynomial equations, which with more operators, yes, you can just add more polynomials to your Taylor series, and in that way theoretically satisfy it.
Yeah, I mean the reason why I'm stuck at the SY engine as my favorite in hardware and the new FM in software is just because the configurability of the feedbacks are key on all that, and the fact that you have some non-sinusoidal options, and most importantly, full phase control. Those are the three key secret sauces, and that's why the SY99 can do analog modeling, physical modeling, DX7 doorbells if you want it, But you can't quite do that in the montage. You can't do that in some of the other engines, because you just need that phase control, and that's why I was pounding Stefano over at Kodamo to, get the frequency corrections, and you can't have these complex feedbacks across multiple operators and have frequency drift. It just really makes stuff fall apart in the extremes, and that's where I like to play. So the fact they've increased the frequency resolution 64-fold in the version 2 is great, and they added the second feedback, so it's really sweet.
And in the Essence FM, do you have phase lock and free running phase for the operators?
Yeah, both of them. You can choose it per.
So, Robbie, why don't you have an SY77 or 99 yet?
It's a very good question.
Because I bought them all.
Yeah. No. Every time I find, because based on everything Manny has said, that the SY99 is, that's the king of that genre. Every time I find an SY99, which they don't come up that often, they're either ridiculously overpriced or they're not in great condition. So I'm biding my time for the right one. and I'd rather wait for the right SY99 than go for a 77. But there's also the consideration of where the hell do I put it?
TG77?
No, I want to start with the best, and then, you know, if I have space.
TG77 is the same as a 77, so if you can't get a 99, then
yeah, but the 99
getting a 77 as a module.
Yeah, no, I want to start with a 99 if I can. But I'm, you know, at the moment I'm not desperate for it. When I see the right one, I'll know it and I'll buy it, or I'll steal one of Manny's.
There you go.
So buying the AWM samples, would the FS1R actually be better, or is it just different?
The what? Sorry.
Without the samples in consideration, would the FS1R be better or just different?
No, it's different, completely different. You know, yeah, the FS1R you do specifically for the format shaping. That's really all it has going for it. It's missing a lot of stuff that the other engine did. You know, second best thing it has going for it, they have properly implemented and modeled filters in it, which in the SY, they've got the most kludgy filters in the world. You know, even in the 99 where they work correctly, they're still a pain in the ass to set up. But the AWM doesn't really matter because I hardly ever use it unless I do something really extreme
I was going to ask that too.
with it.
Okay.
I do find it funny that people still take the piss out of FM, and yet the sounds that you can get out of the 77, the 99, etc., are just amazing. And
Digitone sounds
you know,
amazing.
unparalleled.
Yeah, I mean, in Jamie's show earlier, a lot of people were saying, it's like, how do you introduce people to synthesis? It's like, you know, I'd rather become a master of 3 synths than really bad at 20. You know.
Yeah, I'm bad at 20. I've got to admit.
I think a lot of the FM bashing came from, you know,
overuse of the same preset DX.
Yeah, it was all those different clitoris patches and
not being able to use the DX7.
Yeah, and
people
everybody
just
was
not
using,
understanding it.
Yeah, and everybody was using the same, you know, bass sound and stuff like that, and it got saturating. I think that's because what FM
it was
is
its era's
capable of.
version of auto-tune.
Yeah, because what FM is capable of doing is, you know, very rich and complex and beautiful, and you know, even today there's people you can play them a really nice FM patch and they're going, really, that's FM? I didn't know FM could sound like that, you know.
Yeah. I mean, that's the one thing.
I just didn't claim to some big patches for that.
Yeah, what Korg did great with the Op6 is that they implemented things right out of the box that I have to build from scratch. Yeah. And so it plays in a different sonic space, and that's why it really raised a lot of eyebrows. And I'm going, oh, damn, all my secrets are out.
And the Essence FM.
Well, to a degree, the Essence is more build it yourself, honestly, because...
yeah, but being able to draw the waveforms, etc., you know.
Absolutely, that does help. That does help a lot. But the way that the Op6 implemented the fact you have the filter operators and things like that, I mean, that is kind of cool. How they blew down that subset from the Chronos.
Yeah.
You know, the drag is they left out the damn freaking phase offset in the Op6, which is why I will probably never buy one.
Well, I mean, I keep hearing people making fantastic music with the Livin XFM. It's just I seem incapable of doing so myself.
Yeah, you got that, didn't you, Rob?
I did, yep. And it is an interesting thing to try and get a hold of.
It has a really shit user interface.
On a DX7, huh?
I have one too, and I still don't understand it.
Yeah,
it comes with an overlay as well for like a different mode it goes into.
Well, that's, the FM programming mode is in an overlay, but even then, it's still because it's not. I mean, it's not algorithmic FM. It's cross mod, so it's different to what a lot of people are. I wouldn't say used to, but you know, would experience. It's it's a completely different thing. However, that said, it sounds really nice. You know.
Yeah, when other people play it.
Yes. Probably, yeah.
Yeah, Sonic went do some fun live streams at like 4 o'clock in the morning. So it's like 11 a.m. in Japan. So
it's one of those things where I really desperately want to shut off the world and just sit down and learn it. But I know that I would probably get very frustrated. So at the moment I'm just tinkering, and every now and again it gets switched on, and we play around with it. But yeah, it's I mean, for the price, I mean, it was just like, I think I was the second wave of pre-orders, and I think I got that plus the power adapter and the case for like $189. I mean,
I got it for less than that.
Really?
I got it for about I think I paid $139.
Yeah, well,
including duties and such like.
Yeah. Well, I say this. So I can't remember if it was $189 or £189, but anyway, yeah, it was still stupidly
very cheap.
Yeah. And when you get it, you think, well, I can see where they've cut corners, but they've not cut corners in a bad way. It's very plasticky, and the keyboard is a little bit, but you don't buy it for the keyboard,
No.
And when you hook it up to,
a keyboard
controller, then it's fine. But no, it's good. It's I did think after about 4 weeks, I thought, have I just bought something that I don't really? And I'm committed now. I've got over that. I was gonna. I thought I might just stick it on because I got the limited edition carry case. So I thought, well, yeah, I could probably sell it quite quickly with one of those. And then I decided, no, I'm going to persevere. I will make it work.
But I thought the same with the Modal Craft Synth 2. It's a fantastic sounding synth, and if you use it with the app on your computer, you can do so much with it. But the fact that the actual user interface on the synth itself is designed for someone who thinks very differently to me is really frustrating.
Yeah, that and the Sculpt, the original Sculpt.
Yes.
Which I've got here, and I mean, it makes some great sounds, but oh god, I cannot use that interface on the thing. I have to use the app, which they've then since addressed in the SE, but even then it's still not brilliant. But
Diagonal Legend.
But but when you again, it's one of those synths that when you spend some time with it, you then think you eventually kind of get used to it, but then you go to move to something else and you come back to it and you go, no, I've forgotten where's that? So it's a kind of.
To be fair, Electron's like that too. So
yeah, there's a lot of stuff that they're trying to cram a lot in, and therefore something has got to give.
Yeah. If it's your only synth, or one of two, or maybe three,
you'll be
then
fine.
That's it. I think you can probably survive. But when you go from that to a Roland or a Yamaha or a proper, in inverted commas, a proper synth, and you go back to one of these small ones and you think, oh, where did I put the user manual? The one that I had to print out myself.
Yeah, I mean, I rely on...
The Craft 2 is a lot easier to use from the actual unit than the Craft 1. So I've got 4 Craft 1s for a polychain setup, and it's so annoying to use from the unit itself. You just need to use the app, really. Craft Rhythm as well.
buttons, right? The Craft 1?
Yeah, it's just basically PCBs you snap together.
Yeah.
And I have the Craft Rhythm as well, which is just so much better from the app. You can drag and drop wires in there for samples and things.
What I've started to do with that modal stuff, even with the Argon and the Cobalt, is I don't even bother touching the interfaces. I just
fire up the app.
Because you can have all of those switched on and just flick from tab to tab, and there's a commonality in the design on the app that isn't. I mean, yes, the Argon and the Cobalt kind of operate much the same ways, give or take, but it's a nicer way to do it. So I generally have the app on a second screen and then just mess around with those there.
Yeah, I'm definitely of the stage in my life where I really want a knob per function. It's really sad, but I just want to be able to reach over and turn a knob, and that's it. I don't want to dive through menus. I don't want to have to remember to press 5 keys simultaneously in order to change a mode. I just want to reach over and do something once.
But you say that, like, even a DX7 in that way is a better interface because it's so easy to get to everything because it's all on the front panel, and I mean it's 6 operators which are the same, so I mean that makes it easier. But I think even then, like, people give it shit for its interface. It's easier than a lot of modern stuff where I need to press 3 buttons at the same time to remember to get to a certain function.
Yes, and it had a simple 2-line LCD. You could understand exactly where you were at any one time. You knew how to go back or forwards in menus. I mean, the DX7 gets lambasted, but it's so much easier than something like the Living XFM.
I think a lot of the DX7 is muscle memory. Once you start going, you just know it's like 3 clicks, 4 clicks, 2 clicks, 1 click.
But like what the thing you like, particularly if you want to adjust like the decay of a sound, and you basically need to go through all of your modulators and set the decay there. If you programmed it and know which stage of the envelope does a certain thing, because most likely you program it in a certain way that different stages of the mod stage envelope basically do the same thing across all your operators. You know exactly which button to press, how often to cycle through your operators to get to the parameter you need.
Yeah.
And that of course comes when, like, if you have any synth with any form of layering or sharing pages, ideally there would also be a way you can just go, I want to edit both of these or multiple of these at the same time. In a modern system is something that I would want, but apparently, like, many people don't seem to think that's a necessity.
What, you mean local and global settings? Oh,
no, just like or like a Prophet VS where you have your slightly stupid envelopes where you're just like, can I fucking edit both my amp and filter envelope at the same time? So that when you suddenly have a DA7 with 6 envelopes, I would just like to be able, on a modern user interface, I would like to for DX7 be able to select my operators. So like on OBEI, yes, but I would like to go. I want to edit 1, 3, and 5 at this time, and have the parameters either follow relatively or force them to whatever value I set it to. Which is why personally I think like the Yellinghouse programmer or the modern D-Tronics for DX7 is like, it's nice, but on a DX7 I just jump through the pages, wiggle the slider about 2 stops, and I'm back where I've set it on the previous one. So I don't think if I have 150 knobs, I'm quicker than if I only have 1 slider.
Well, they don't work in real time with the DX7 Mark 1 anyway, so...
Well, yes. Overjoys of SysX, or even the PG1000 on a D50, which if you've ever used one, you think, like, is this really improvement? I mean, it is an improvement, but is it really an improvement?
But with things like the DX7, I like the simplicity of the interface, but also the depth of it.
It is well designed.
And with the DX7, the lack of controls doesn't bother me. But with other synths, you think, I just want to be able to just tweak the filter. I don't want to have to dive into... I mean, I love Kurzweils, but I have 2 BCR32s, which are mapped to all the functions that I want to access rapidly without having to do the menu diving. And the menu diving, once you get into it, isn't that bad because they have all the soft buttons that you need to access things.
I mean, yes, you are. I mean, there are worse things like Yamaha samplers.
Well, yes. I mean, the Kurzweil sampling is actually quite simple.
Sorry, who's sampling? Sorry, I don't know that.
Robbie, you are Yamaha, I'm Kurzweil. Just think of it that way. It's
Yeah, but I'm not
quite
just.
easy.
Yeah,
Well, I'm not just Kurzweil. I've got Roland. I've got Behringer.
Robbie, speaking of beyond that, what did you think of the Esmond Croft video with the 802? You called it better than the DX7 What do you?
But,
well, I should reserve my judgments on the producer of the video because that might not go down too well.
Just do it anyway.
No. Is the TX802 better than the DX7 Mark II?
I mean, it's
no,
it's different.
It's different, and that's the thing. You know, you've got the TX802 was disappointing in as much as you've got 16-note polyphony and 8-part multi-timbrality, but when you start doing that, you're getting 2 notes of polyphony per part. So it's not really. It's kind of like, we see what we did with the TX816, but we're just going to come down a bit, and you know, if they'd have made if they'd have made the TX802 a Mark II DX7 like the TX816, you know, they'd done that thing. Yes, but that said, the fact that you've got 8 individual outputs and you know, it can do the whole kind of multi-layering thing if you're very clever, as our esteemed fellow friend here in the top left corner, right corner of my screen, you can do some very special things with it. And I've played lots of Manny's patches on my TX802, and they sound spectacular. So
he's a bit good at that, isn't he?
He's rather good, yeah. Swine. Annoying.
But
no, fantastically good.
I recall reading a paper that was published by Wendy Carlos about microtonal tuning, and she did that on the
GDS.
GDS and Synergy.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating. And I mean, it was only when I started seeing Manny on synth shows that I actually really appreciated how deep FM synthesis could go. I mean, it's a phenomenal subject.
It's like it's so efficient at doing so much stuff, but it comes in a different language than a lot of people are used to, and that's why it was difficult on you know, when it was introduced. Frankly, you know.
One question I have about
2000 microtuning on our website.
Say that again.
Wendy
I don't
also
know
had a
whether the
Kurzweil 2000 section, right? Microtuning.
Yes.
One question I have about FM is that the DX7 came out in a time where CPUs were vastly underpowered compared to what's out today. So why aren't there an FM synth like 16 operator, 10,000 voice type things? Why is it still like 300 voices still seem to be the limit?
Because people want higher sample rates than the CPU of a DX7 could provide. And like you want oscillators without aliasing, so most likely you oversample 4 times to not care about actually developing a proper oscillator.
So you get run like 2,000 layers of a DX7.
I mean, I'm not going to say that, but what the Essence FM, what's that? 120 voices?
300. It's 300.
300 polyphony.
At a far higher quality. So most likely about equivalently, probably at least 4, if not 8 times of what the DX7 processor could do at whatever 300 divided by 16 is in terms of
look
voices.
at like a 1983 CPU. It's
well, except those weren't CPUs, Wags. Those were custom chips. So you can't.
I mean, yes, true. It's not running off a CPU.
Yeah.
If you had an ASIC task for FM these days, it should be ridiculous.
So
I mean,
the OP6.
Well, that's the price.
It's only 16 note though, so there you go. The thing you run into, there's a couple of things. I've had this conversation with the guys over at Kodamo, and the first thing is there's a point of diminishing returns with operators interacting with one another. In that, I don't want to say there's a magic number, but 6 to 8 is pretty. You can get so much out of 6 to 8 in whatever arrangements you're putting them in that at that point you have to go into hybrids of additive/layering. And one of the things that made the GDS and the Synergy so cool is it mixed all those things. And a lot of Wendy's work in that are partial FM, partial additive, blended together. So I would much rather put together layered 6 and layered 8 operator patches than deal with the idiosyncrasies of making one 16 or 124 operator patch because of the nature of the way that they all interact. At some point you do it about the control, and the control gets really muddy when you get that far. So that's part of the reason. The other part is when you start building these things and you put all that in there, then you got to think, how many modulation points of real-time input am I going to put? And that's a whole nother order of magnitude for each one of those potential calculations. So you can start losing CPU power faster than you think, but the Essence, I think it's a pretty damn cool box. It really does a shitload of stuff.
Do you think they should upgrade it to ATOP?
I may have suggested that.
Okay.
But I mean, if you think like FM8, where you can do all your crazy routings that you want, but most of the time you do, if you end up with more crazy feedback routings, you very quickly realize it's not worth it because you just end up with noise anyway. So is it truly necessary to have more routings that are not eventually operated in parallel, which you can just resolve by stacking voices anyway?
Exactly, and that's the thing, is that
because like
diminishing returns, diminishing returns. Although the whole architecture in FM8, which is the same thing FM has, when you can dial in some alternate waveforms in the phase, you can use all of those loops. Trust me, because they don't all go to noise in that situation.
Robert, I don't wish to be rude. Can you turn down the synth background?
Do you not like some analog FM?
I
can't hear Manny.
I love your music. You know that. It's just I can't hear Manny.
What really you love is which is whatever was left on the sequencer the last time I used it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. It's just I got this loser mic here that's maxed out.
Yeah,
on
that
gain.
sounds better.
Well, I didn't want to criticise Manny as well, but you know.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I did it to get the audio in. Unfortunately, I had to go to a low impedance mic here that just doesn't.
Yes, dear.
Do the
Ken,
deal.
if you click in the top right-hand corner, the three little ellipses, or the ellipsis in Manny's corner, top right corner of his frame,
You can adjust his gain.
You can set it to automatically adjust mic volume, turn that on. That will hopefully then boost him from the StreamYard side and then maybe balance it a bit better. But yeah, going against other stuff, it
says edit mic settings.
Yeah.
But that's greyed out.
Unless Manny can do it himself.
Manny can do it in settings.
Yeah, settings down at the bottom of the screen.
All right,
Manny.
let's see here. I've got what do I got here?
Click settings, then go to audio.
It says automatically adjust mic volume. It's already turned on.
That's turned on. Okay. Have you got echo cancellation turned on, by the way?
I do not.
Okay, that's fine. Leave it.
Yeah, because I got the stereo audio for the synth.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's no problem. I can pretend I'm back playing a gig and just put it up to my nose and talk loud.
It's louder now. You've changed the angle anyway, so.
Yeah.
I can just turn off stuff on my end. But it's so nice. It's 4 up FM.
Yeah, but what Manny's saying, I'm sorry, is more important to me.
What, more important than 4 Operate FM?
Yes.
Well, many things are important.
I'm learning.
Don't diss 4 up FM. I love my Reface DX.
Oh no, I'm dissing it. I just like.
To be fair, this is only this is glorified 2 up. It's 2 times the same system layered. Just with the obvious detune of me just quickly looking at the frequency counter and saying, nah, that will do.
What do you think of the Korg DS8?
Never played one myself.
Yeah.
It's 4 classic arcade chip.
Has anybody?
Korg 707. It has 4 faders.
Oh, it's one of the
for
4 op
traction.
Korgs. Ah.
Yeah.
So they basically did they just buy a Yamaha chip, or did they do their own and license it?
I think
It was
so.
Yamaha chips.
2612.
Yeah, because at the time weren't Korg 50% owned by Yamaha.
Or 2151 maybe. But yeah, there's like 4 faders to interact with the operators.
But isn't that the same, similar to the 4 faders that you get on? And I always forget it was one of their PSS or PSR models that Yamaha did that had 4 faders that you could mess around actually with.
Which basically were macros of the overall modulator amplitude.
I'm trying to remember what one that was.
Which, to be fair, having an FM synth, having an FM synth where you can assign intelligent macros with your own mapping of how your controller respond to it, then again it becomes interesting. But apparently most manufacturers don't understand that if you have a performance control, you need in UHE they call it the mod mapper or whatever, even just a lookup table where I can put my own values in, so I can so you can set it in a way where it actually responds correctly. That's like on a Nord G2 where you can like assign your morphs, which is all great, but it's only linear maps to that parameter. You can like set the intensity of a morph parameter, but it's only a linear map. Whereas sometimes you, for some parameters, you might not want a linear map. You might just want a heaviside function.
What's that? Who was? Because somebody. Oh, who was it that had it? Somebody had one of these.
Well, Brett Lemmings in the chat.
Wasn't it Zafin?
390 or PSR 36.
I'm pretty sure it was Mark Zafin who was going on about it.
You're right, it was. So. Zafin. 460, was it the 460? Yeah, it was the 460.
There's some secret modes on this PSS, since like a unison mode, that kind of thing.
Oh, right.
Is it at high quality like on a Juno 60 when you need to power it up with pressing a button down?
Something like that, yeah.
I wonder if there's any hidden modes on my VSS 200. That would be cool. Yeah, so on the 460, you had the digital synthesizer mode where you can turn it on or off, and you can mess around with wave spectrum, modulation, attack, decay, and volume. So you could actually shape the sounds with these sliders, and like you say, they were just kind of like macros of certain functions. But this was on a PSS. So, it's just.
Well, if they're assigned intelligently, you can do quite a lot with those.
I mean, like I say, I'm not a super fan of the internals of the FMX and the Montage is what it doesn't have, but what it trades off for is all those real-time modulations. I mean, you can modulate so many of the FM parameters in it, and again now you've got the polyphony. It's the 128 note poly, so you have your 8 voice layers, and there's so much stuff you can do with it that way that it can't begin to do on the SY either. So there's always some trade-off somewhere. Nobody's made the perfect synth of any type, let alone the perfect FM synth.
Quite, yeah.
And why didn't Yamaha put the FS1R format stuff in the Montage?
I cannot answer that question.
Because they were stupid. I mean, there it was. They had it. Actually, they could have done it.
Honestly, Rob, there could be a reason that I'm not at liberty to share.
Fair enough.
But it's speculation on my part. It's speculation on my part. It's nothing that I actually have privy to.
NDAs.
But I mean, I was actually not involved in Montage on its release, so I couldn't actually say why. But regarding some other projects I've done with them and knowing the way that they think, again, it's a different deal. I do know that the whole point of having FM in it was to recapture a lot of the DX7 renaissance that was going on with those sounds being wanted again. So it was the most compatible FM engine that they had, because you can take the SysX right into it, which you can't do on AFM. So there's a big reason for that as well, because when they have those samples layered up with the old DX stuff, it takes you back to the studios in the 80s, and it all sounds really great mixed together in the box. So you got to keep that in mind as well.
Robbie, have you got an FB01?
I haven't. I almost bought one recently, but there was something about this. When you get that kind of feeling
that was
about
the cut-off plug one.
Yeah, it had a cut-off plug, which I thought.
What's that like the half width module?
Yeah. But what I really want to do, and I'm really envious of Matt Baxley, is he's got the two FB01s with the 19-inch rack mount cradle. So you put them both into this thing, and then you just stick them in a rack, and then you connect them together, give you 16 voices. So yeah, it's on my list. But again,
same chip as the called DS8.
Right. Yeah, it's not a bad. For what it is, it's just not a bad little module. There's a horrible display on it, that red display. But it's on my list.
What I would say, Robbie, is if you're buying kit on eBay, especially, and I've recently bought quite a lot of other electronic stuff from a well-regarded electronics recycler that I've previously purchased kit from before. A lot of it comes with the plug snipped off, so it's not necessarily a bad thing if someone has cut the plug off.
If it was coming from a reputable retailer, I wouldn't mind one bit. But this was coming from Sweaty Joe down the road. I have no idea. And when I asked him about, because he put it as collection only, and I said, look, I can't come to you and collect it. He was in Taunton or something. I said it's just not financially viable to spend 3 times as much on the fuel as this module.
Now you know how I feel when I look at Facebook Marketplace.
Exactly. So, I said, would you ship it? And he says, well, yeah, if you pay for the shipping. I said, well, duh. And he just didn't fill me with confidence that he would pack it nicely, and that even with a small module without too much to knock off the edges, I just wasn't confident. So So,
some of the best prices you can get is people who don't list it, they will post it, and then you just say, can you post it? And they say, yeah.
Yeah.
Because nobody else is swarming in on that because it's just too much hassle.
To be fair, posting stuff is annoying. I mean, that's why personally, for me, selling stuff, like the most annoying part would be having to actually post it. Like
the most annoying part about buying stuff is going to pick it up.
Yeah, it really depends where you live. If you're in London, then saying collection only is quite acceptable. If you're like Robbie, somewhere in the dark
middle of fucking
depths of Middle
Earth,
and expecting him to drive to Edinburgh to go and collect something is unreasonable. Well, I just think these days, if you're going to sell something, just say, I'll post it, but it's going to cost you. And that's it.
But it's not just about the cost of the postage, it's about how it is posted. And
you need to package it properly.
Exactly. I mean, I'm just looking around the studio now, and I think that literally only one of these items, two of these items I bought online and had them shipped. No, 4. Okay, I'm counting them here. 4. So there was a TX802 and the FS1R. They were both shipped. But I spoke to those people, and they were hugely reasonable, rational people. And I said, look, you're going to post, and I'm happy to pay whatever it takes for you to post this properly, so that when it gets here is exactly the same as it is when it leaves you. And they did a really, they were just really good people to deal with. The DX7 Mark II, so that one just lol. I found that just after lockdown in March 2020, and he wanted £450 for it, which at the time was pretty good for it, and it was in really good condition, and he came with a case and all the manuals and a couple of other bits. And he was in Barnsley, which, for those that don't know, is up north.
And so I said to him, look, I'm happy to come and get it. And Barnsley's not that difficult for me to get to, because where I live I can just jump on the A14 within 10 minutes. A14 goes to pretty much, links up with pretty much any other road that you need to get to, so you don't need to do any stupid sort of routes. And he said, oh yeah, come and get it, it'll be fine. And I said, but there is this thing that's just happened called lockdown, and I'm hearing tales of people getting stopped on the motorways and checked. Where are you going? What's your destination? What's your purpose? Are you doing this for business or is this personal? And hearing people being turned around and sent back home. And I thought, I'm not going to get all the way up to Sheffield or something and then have a policeman stop me at the end of the M1 and say, what are you doing? And then send me all the way back again. So he said, look, don't worry, I understand. I'm a carpenter by trade. I will build a case for it and send it over. It will cost... I can get the parts. Cool. I can get all the stuff. Trade price, so it won't cost you that much. I think he was going to charge like £15 shipping. He said, "Give me another 20, and I'll build you a case, to ship it in." And I was like, "Yep, that'll be fine." And
I'd have paid 100 for that.
Exactly. Yeah. So he goes off and he builds this thing, and he then sends me. Says it's on its way. Gives me the tracking number, and I'm waiting for it to turn up. And it turns up. And no word of a lie, he's used like 5mm chipboard.
Wow.
Held together with a few panel pins and some grey gaffer tape.
Fly-by-night carpenter.
And one end of the case was like this, just flapping in the wind, and my heart just like sank when the guy came, and I said,
Did it have a flight case as well? Or?
No, it was a soft case that it came with, and I think that might have been its saving grace. Yeah, it might have been its saving grace, because he put it in the soft case and then kind of packaged it with lots of bubble wrap. But this so-called packing crate or type thing that he was supposed to be building was 5mm chipboard, cut immaculately, I must say, but not very stable. But
he must have been a Finnish carpenter.
Yeah, quite.
If you ever order somebody from like Russia or Finland or Baltic states, if they make you a shipping crate, that is formidable carpentry.
Yes.
For just like, and it's just like expected that when you send something that you package it properly.
But luckily, it was all okay. Everything was fine, and I opened it up. I was just dreading. The worst I've ever had, I think, was when the guy sent me the TX7. He sent it to me for free, and he wasn't even sure that it was working. He said, yeah, you can have it, I don't even know if it's working. And it turned up, and the plug had been smashed. But it was this is how old it was. It was one of those, I don't know it's almost like Bakelite, isn't it? Those kind of old, hard plugs of the 80s. And that had smashed. I thought, well, that's okay. Snip, put a new proper moulded plug on, and Bob's your uncle. But everything else, I have been, touch wood, so far. But I've travelled. I've been up to Liverpool twice to pick up at least half a dozen keyboards. I did the last trip I did there. I went to pick up.
We are quite civilised up here, right?
I know. Well, I went up to Liverpool and went to Prescott first. Got the Emacs, then went across to... Actually, no, I stopped in Manchester first.
Where do you find these people? I look on Facebook and eBay, and I'm always looking for bargains, and I never ever find any bargains. I was talking in the chat with Mac earlier. He bought a couple of Revox reel-to-reels for like a couple of £100. Whenever I look for Revox or Studikit, people are asking like $2 or $3 grand.
I think Mac used Ricardo, which is a local Swiss auction site, and because Revox are Swiss, they're cheap here. So I think he contacted the seller and got them to post them.
I must send you a shopping list, Wagyu, and keep an eye out for a nice Studer 4-track or something.
That K150 that was on Ricardo like last year that you were talking about, I'm so gutted. I just didn't get it.
Yeah.
And like it wasn't that far from where my mother lived, so I could have just got her to pick it up
Got it
because it was
posted
really
there, yeah.
it was really cheap, and
Yeah.
it's a K150. I mean, how many of them are there in the world? Like
Yeah.
maybe 100 that were sent to some music schools who wanted a state-of-the-art additive system. I felt really stupid for how cheap it
Don't
was.
people use Gumtree in the UK?
Yeah.
I wouldn't ever buy anything.
I wouldn't ever trust anything from Gumtree. No.
Gumtree, I mean, you don't know whether it's stolen, and even then, the only way to buy something from Gumtree is pick it up in person with cash, realistically, and then then it's most likely to be stolen. Or you don't know if it's stolen whenever you do that sort of cash transaction.
I think if you live in a big city like London or Birmingham or Manchester, those sort of websites might work. But if you're more rural, it's really, really difficult to get.
Oh, there's nothing on them.
Anything, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even you know, casual sex hookups, it's just nothing.
Although I have heard that dogging sites are quite popular in your neck of the woods, Robert.
We don't need websites. We just have dogging sites. Lots of them. Thetford Forest, yay!
Well, Keith is always going out dogging.
Yeah. But literally everything, bar those 4 items here, I have travelled to get. Like the DX5, that was Prescott in Liverpool. The Emaxes, one of the Emaxes was Prescott, the other one was Brighton. The DX11, I knew the guy, luckily, but I met him at Peterborough Services. Same with the SY22, that was Cambridge Services. The CS6 and the Z1, that was the car park of a local sports centre or gym, I think it was. I meet all these strange people in strange places, and we exchange
the thing is,
things.
with current fuel prices as they are, it's actually cheaper to pay for a courier to ship something than it is to actually drive there yourself.
Yeah. And literally every Fairlight I've picked up, you can't post one of those. Well, you can, but with great difficulty. But yeah,
a granting shipping for Fairlight.
Yeah, it's all crated stuff, crated and palletized. If you want to ship one of those, but
or to be fair, when you palleted, it becomes again
cheaper.
relatively cheap. It's just really annoying.
Yes. So many a van has been hired. And
Do you know what happened to that yellow Fairlight Series 3 with no keyboard that was for sale in Switzerland?
Boris's that Martin repaired, and then I thought Peter bought that.
Peter brokered the deal. He never actually bought it and then sold it on. So basically, Boris approached him and said, "Look, I've got 2 Series 3s. I only want one now. Can you sort the other one out?" And so Peter brokered that, but I wasn't. So are you suggesting the guy that bought it might have broken it up and sold it off, or was that because you said it was just the keyboard? I wasn't aware that there was
No, it was without. It was just the rack system. I thought the one he sold.
It was
a rack one without a keyboard.
Yeah. Signed in red.
Red edding.
Yeah, we got him to do that because otherwise, you got to have something on there.
That was one of the 2 that Martin repaired. To be fair, Martin Zentorama in Switzerland. So his story, how he got his 2X, was a guy came around because without announcing on one of his open days in the museum, and just turned up with 3 2Xs to repair. Like just out of nowhere, somebody had 3 2Xs in his car, as one does, and just brings them in and like, would you be able to repair these 3? And he's like, well, I'll keep one and I'll repair the other 2 for free. But yeah, it's still like, how does somebody, some random person in Switzerland, have 3 2Xs?
Well, when we picked up Ian Stanley,
lots of studios there.
No, but what studios are there? You had you had in Montreux in the casino, Queen Studio, and then what else international did you have?
Well,
nothing I can think of.
How many studios are there in Switzerland? the tax haven that it is.
That we know about.
No idea.
Well, people did private studios, like Mike Oldfield, of course, did Discovery whilst he was in tax exile from Britain. And then with Hubert Burgermeier and Harold Suchlader doing all the Fairlight work on that album, or well, a lot of the Fairlight work on that album. But that was like a private studio.
I think it's mostly home studios. There's not any big...
yeah. Or like the studio I did a bit of helping out with. I mean, he was a bit moderately famous hippie studio, and he like worked with Ziggy Marley and recorded him there. But again, that's a converted house, and again more of a home studio. So I can't, apart from Queen, who like had an actual commercial studio.
Yeah.
I can't think of any other big studio in Switzerland, and even that one I don't think saw that much other commercial use.
Probably just private stuff then.
But like three Fairlights. I mean, for one person, it's like two is like many people had two, because one is of course never enough. But,
absolutely.
Well, not from new though. I mean, two new Fairlights would be the price of a couple of houses.
Well, but like Hans and Stanley, like. They had two, of course. If that was two studios, or then Brad Fidel for T2, that was two Series 3s.
Well, so when we picked up Ian Stanley's system from Chris Hughes' studio in Wiltshire, you had in that building there were three Series 3s. You had Roland's Series 3, you had Ian's Series 3, and you had Chris's Series 3, and they were all using them either independently or at the same time. And who did I speak to the other day that got offered the Ian Stanley, or no, asked to buy the Ian Stanley Fairlight, and then got told by Chris, "Don't buy it; it's awful." And then
Ty.
That was it. That was Ty. Yeah, and then we came along and bought it, and yeah, it was awful, but we got it working, and I know exactly where it is, and it's still working to this day.
Well, is there anything that you can't fix on a Fairlight?
Floppy drives and
apart from 8-inch floppies, yeah, possibly.
Well, you can repair those.
Tape drives.
Tape drives are the worst, because not only is it the tape drives that are pretty much impossible to repair, the tapes themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, you need to find exactly which formulation it is. Ideally,
well, it's not so much the tape formulation; it's the fact that the rubber rollers within the cassette, they degrade, and as soon as you start moving the tape, it just smears all over, and that's it. It's gone. So you have to dismantle. So Andre in California has dismantled them.
Well, and just puts them on open reel.
Yeah, and he does it all open, but it's a very long and laborious process, and not always 100%. But he's managed to do it. And I've got boxes and boxes of data tapes. I've even got blank tapes still sealed in their original cellophane, but loads of them from the Wool Hall, which was Tears for Fears studio, with I don't know what on them, because I can't read them. I've got a whole stack of subscriber tapes, which you could subscribe to Fairlight's library service, and they would send you one.
Send them all out. Yeah.
And then you just throw them in the system and upload them to your hard drive. And I've got loads of those, and then I've got loads of blanks, which have all got the Wool Hall Studio logo sticker on the back. But
if not, do you know Andreas Gulfenberg in Vienna?
I know of him. Yeah, we've spoken a few times. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know whether he has any functional tape drives these days, but he used to be one of the, mainly for 2Xs and not for Series 3s.
I would actually suggest that.
But he's done Harry Zuschlader's Fairlights that he has left and inherited from when Burgermeier died.
Mm-hmm.
So and actually he put them. He didn't put them online, but you can ask him for all the Mike Oldfield files that he has from the Discovery sessions.
He sent me a lot of stuff already.
Which is some very exciting stuff in there.
I was just going to suggest, instead of getting your drives fixed, find someone with a working system and see if they can get the data off.
Well, you say you can't take the risk with the tapes because now that they're a 30-year, usually 25 to 30 years old, there's literally no question that the rubber will have started to degrade.
No, but you can rebuild the cartridges.
Oh yeah. Like I say, you can undo them all and do those again, but it's a long process for somebody who's way more experienced than I, and then shipping them out. I mean, I was considering shipping out all my 8-inch floppies to a guy that I know in the Pacific Northwest. I think he's kind of Seattle or somewhere like that, and he's got a system that it's got it's all PC based, but it's like it's got an 8-inch floppy connected here, and then he transfers it to there, and then he converts it, and then he'll stick it on an SD card for you. But it's sending all of those bloody floppies. I've got crates of them, and some of them are going to have some amazing things on them.
Shipping floppies isn't that difficult.
No, but it's weight.
I'm pretty sure Andreas, he's one of the crazy guys who has a 2X with 4 floppies and emulated on it, so he can read them.
Oh yeah.
Pace.
There's people that can do it. It's just sorting it all out. One day I will, I'm sure, but.
If I get some working floppies.
Series 1.
Sorry?
8-inch floppy is only Series 1.
Yes, it was 8-inch floppies on all of them. Series 1, 2, and 3. They never used.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah. No, there was 2 drives on the Series 1 and the Series 2, and then 1 on the Series 3 because they had to have space to fit the hard drive and or the tape streamer.
Did we never do 5 1/4 for the Series 3 as well? Or?
No, never.
Just tape and hard drive.
Yeah, tape, hard drive, and 8-inch. Never. Yeah, surprisingly, never. You would have thought by 1985 they might have thought, oh yeah, we can use these.
I mean, at least the Series 3 is a half-width drive and not the.
Well, some of the Series 2s. I mean, the one I've got has got half-width drive, but the Series 1s and the early 2s were full.
That's like we have what I just knew from Martin. He like had his 2X was some whatever drives from like Series 1s gotten out or whatever. Basically, he had in his system 10 years ago 2 functional full width drives and 2 spare fully functional full width drives. But he didn't have any half width drives that were actually working. He just had a bunch of them, which I think he eventually disposed because they were taking up space in the garage.
Yeah, I've got about 3 half-widths here. And,
it seems the half-widths have aged a lot more badly than the full-width ones.
Yeah. Well, as I said the other week, I think when we were on here, I think the guy that I do this stuff with, Peter in Sydney, he recently got back in touch with Tony Furs, and Tony is very good at repairing 8-inch floppy drives. So Peter's done a deal with him. I think Peter fixed up his 2X for him free of charge, so that in exchange for him fixing up these 8-inch drives that some people still want it. It's like when I bought that QX1. I don't know if you saw Kent, the guy that I bought that QX1 from. What's his name? I can't remember his name now. The guy down in Enfield who's got multiple Polymogs. Anyway, he's got 2 of these.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's got 2 of them. One was a European or UK model, but he'd had it fitted with a Gotek, and he was going to keep that one. And he sold me his American one, which had the 5 1/4-inch drive, which was fully operational. And I thought, yeah, I'll go for that one because it's authentic, it's proper. So that's the one I've got. And then just last week he put his UK one up for sale for $275. I'm thinking, maybe I should have waited, but
flip it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't flip things. I'll buy it and it'll sit here, and I'll go, no, I'll keep that.
Well, no, get rid of your 5 1/4. Keep the one with the Gotek.
No, I like living on the edge.
Yeah, you like it now.
What sort of is it? IBM drive or Sugar drive?
I have no idea what's in there. I just know it's a 5 1/4-inch drive.
Because that's of course always the annoying thing that the Sugar standard was sort of the one that everybody used. Who would have guessed in the early 80s that the IBM standard would become a thing eventually?
Yeah, Yamaha's always managed to have their weird twist on them, you know.
Oh, yeah.
They're like some things changed and some jumper settings got to be different. It's weird.
Can't be as bad as 2.8-inch drives and Roland samplers, or
Probably
some of the Akai's.
Oh yeah. Ah, the
Quick
Akai
discs.
Yeah, the 612. What a
Well,
fun
in other news, my ideal car has just turned up for sale.
Oh God, how much? 15 grand?
No, 19.
Jesus Christ!
But when do you see another one?
What year? 2007.
She's a 10. Yeah.
That's a shitload of money, though.
I just saw one of those just the other day. It was ploughing a field just over there.
Yeah, she's the 6.1
SRT.
V8 fully loaded SRT. So there's a phone call in the morning.
6 miles per gallon.
Swap it for Robbie's DX1.
No.
What, again?
What you have to ask yourself, Kent, is it is your dream car. How many opportunities do you think there will be in the future to buy it?
Next to none.
Exactly. And it's, if you have the money, fulfill your dream while you're still breathing.
Yeah, there's just so many dreams I'm fulfilling.
Just sell a CS80.
I would, but it's not mine. It's actually mine.
Sell it
Better reason.
anyway.
It's a better reason. Yeah. Oh man. I don't know. Like, I don't
Well,
know
but
why does an
bargain them down.
agrophobic? Why does an agrophobic have a dream car anyway?
Oh yeah, there's that.
Well, because you can close all the doors. It's the only way to live.
Just be really aggressive. Just be really
Yeah.
aggressive and offer them 15 grand in cash.
That's what you want.
If you go out and drive it, do you just go to like drive-throughs?
No,
Or-
that's what you want.
That's what I want.
Yeah, that's what you
But
want.
I mean, seriously,
I can't see what is it.
That's a Arteon shooting brake.
Yeah.
VW. Can't really. It's the light. Sorry, the light's off.
Yeah. So I'm more old school. Give me a Land Rover with a turbo diesel engine.
Oh, this is turbo diesel.
Shooting brake is
Yes, but I can fix a Land Rover.
Well, but with a sledgehammer.
Well,
Yeah,
I just need 4 tools.
I saw the new
Screwdriver,
Defender.
range hammer.
I saw a new Defender around here the other day. Actually, I thought, do you know what? That actually looks like the car that used to pull me up, me and my mates up the hill when it was snowing, so that we could sled down back in the 70s. It was a really nice. It was a modern take on a classic.
They just don't do it for me. I like the old classic ladder frame chassis. You can remove everything, fix everything. You can get a PTO from the rear diff. The new ones just they're like new cars, modern cars. I just don't like them. I want creaks. I want solidity. I want to know that if I drive into a tree, the tree's going to hurt more than I am.
No, I don't,
Tree hater.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. Death to all trees. Burn them.
No, I've gotten very lazy in my old age. I mean, I never had an automatic car until 3 years ago, and then got the one that I've got with the DSG on it, and I'll never go back to manual unless I desperately have to.
You see, I had a BMW 525 automatic, 6-cylinder, beautiful, really, really smooth, but I still love manuals. I like the control. I'm weird like that. I like knobs.
Always my thing. But with the DSG, you have the control, but you also have the lack of it. If you want it, you can just stick it in fully automatic, or you can go flappy paddles, or you can go stick shift. You've got all the options. But like if you're stuck in traffic on the motorway and you stop start, my left leg thanks me every day that I don't have to keep going like this, to drop the
the clutch, I can just sit there and just dab the throttle when I want to go and press the brake when I want to stop, and that's all I need.
I think if I was ever going to have another manual again, it would be a 1970 Buick Riviera boat tail. Other than that, I'm not really interested.
But that's not just about the gearbox.
Yeah, true enough.
I'm sorry, I just like stick
from a sports
shift.
car.
Sorry, what? What was that?
Why would you go for something that terrible if you could, like, just go as a dream car for a nice vintage sport car?
No, everybody does sports cars. Everybody's got
like
sports cars.
a semi-fit one, of course. A semi-fit 70s or 80s sports car.
No, I'd rather have a 7.5 litre V8 1970s job, thank you.
I mean, it might also take 7.5.
I'd rather have something like a Land Rover that just says "fuck you."
You can always go for a Trans Am if you want 1970s ridiculous literage.
Yeah, Trans Am's a bit. I don't know. They're a bit twee, aren't they? Really?
They're small. They're small inside.
I know, and people with small dicks drive them. That's a problem, right? No, a Buick Riviera boat tail in mint green.
Mint green.
Yeah. Mint metallic green, that is.
We have a classic
That's the bollocks,
American
mate.
car show around here every now and again, and you see them just like car by car, huge fins and massive lights and loads of chrome, and this as they go past it, it's just
the V8 thumping.
They're pretty to look at, but I wouldn't want to own one.
If you want a real fuck you, get it. You go first.
I always liked that Plymouth pickup.
Oh yes.
That was a nice little motor.
Yeah, it was the SSR, wasn't it?
Something like that, yeah. But unfortunately, everybody else started to think they were pretty good, and the price went through the bloody roof.
Yeah, it's like the old the Prowler, even though it only had the V6. It was kind of cool.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, American cars just really. Do you know? Playing Gran Turismo 7 just recently, I had to do that whole American car thing, and I had to do the whole Mustang challenge and the Corvette challenge and the Camaro challenge. And you buy those cars and you try and tune them so that they go round corners and stay where you put them.
European
and even in
suspension.
the video games, they don't work. Don't like corners.
No, it's because you don't know how to drive an American car.
Yeah, have you
The
considered driving
Mustangs,
it
the
a lot
Camaros,
slower?
and the Corvettes have been independent suspension for years now. Don't give me that shit.
Yeah.
That's
So
right,
I got this
straight.
I got this Mustang, a fairly recent version of a Mustang, and I tuned it up and I was messing with the settings, and for the life of me, I could not get that back end
I
to
know,
stick.
mate. I've seen your lap times.
I know. It's horrible.
But the funny thing is, if you compare a European Mustang with an American Mustang, the suspension setup is way different. I
So
mean,
it's the engine size.
noticeably different.
What's that bloody one they do? The bloke down the road here's got it. I think it's got something like a 2 litre in it or something. But it's still the.
I've
Mustang
never
body.
seen. I've never seen a 2 litre Mustang. All the ones I've seen around me.
Basically,
have
when
been
he could start it up, and the kitten sleeping next to it won't wake up. It's gutless bloody piece of crap that he's bought. But it does look like a Mustang. But that's it.
But the UK suspension geometry is completely different to the American, and it feels
well,
like
it would be because of the roads. We have bends and shit everywhere.
You have bends, bends. We just have gentle curves.
Roundabouts.
Well, it's either gentle curves, isn't it, or it's right angles.
They move beyond leaf springs too.
Yeah. So
I encountered roundabouts in America. Can't remember where though.
I think there's one in Washington.
No,
if I recall,
there's a place where they're everywhere.
I know if you go on YouTube and look up fail videos, you see that a lot of Americans don't know how to use a roundabout.
Yes.
They're surprised when they come across, what the hell's this in the road? Boing, up in
Yeah,
the
the concept of giving way to the left is a bizarre concept.
And yet the 5-way stop sign is a doddle, apparently.
Yeah. I sat at a 5-way stop sign in Michigan, right? I'm sat there, and there are 4 other cars.
They're all waiting for everybody else.
Well, who's going to go? I don't want to go because I'm only a tourist. I might get no, wait. And so I'm waiting for something. I just waited and waited.
But you see these people in these videos, and they're getting pulled over. I mean, I live in London. I live thousands of miles away from America, and I know you stop and don't move when a school bus stops.
Yes.
Now I know that, but so many Americans don't seem to know that, and they're really surprised when they get pulled over. They go, "I was supposed to stop, officer."
But and the school buses, the school buses in America have this big thing that when the school bus stops, this thing comes out the side at the back, which is actually a really good idea. I've got to say.
The amount of kids that have been hit by cars during the winter up in town, I think we should have it here.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's ridiculous.
Well, am I correct in thinking that a DUI in the States, you don't lose your license?
Depending on the state, they do these things called points, and so if you just have your first, you can do classes, and I don't think they take it away first time.
Your first DUI. I mean, if you're driving under the influence here in the UK, at the very least, you lose your license for about 12 months. That's the minimum. I mean, people get jailed for it, for the first offence.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, and yet it still happens. So
Yeah.
Not as much as it used to.
Well,
statistically.
Yeah, statistically, yeah.
I remember when I was living in a town in West Yorkshire, not far from Hebden Bridge, that the local police used to turn up to the pubs up on the tops, the hilltops, at about closing time, and wait until the last person had left, which was normally about 4 or 5 in the morning, and they would accompany each other home. And the deal with the local farmers was that if you crashed into the wall, you had to pay to repair it. And that was with the police with you, because they were about as sober as you were.
Yeah. Well, you always think it's pretty bad, and then you watch the videos of them driving around in Russia. Holy shit.
Oh, God, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I love the way they go. They like with the zebra crossings, which I think are yellow and black out there. They're only going to paint it the once. Fuck it. If it's not there on the road anymore, tough, isn't it?
Yeah. From personal experience, never, ever, ever drink with the Russian. Ever. Full stop. No questions. If someone says they're Russian, shake their hand and walk away.
Yeah, well, they might invade your wallet.
Their capacity for alcohol surpasses even very large people like me.
They might slip some polonium in there these days.
I think that's breakfast for many.
Yeah, mind you, I mean, Fiona would be able to put up a good fight.
What's like a Russian brass player? Like if you know any normal brass player, never try to outdrink a brass section at a bar. I mean, that's a futile attempt. But a Russian brass player, that's like a totally new combination I had to learn. It's like even your normal Russians, they're just like, I don't know why he's still standing.
He used to just drink constantly during snooker matches. And like Bill Werbenek was a Canadian, and his doctor told him to drink to calm down his twitch when he was queuing. And
and that's a bad
he
thought.
just gets through 40 pints during a match or something ridiculous.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
Yeah, he had a drinking competition with a Scottish player called Eddie Sinclair. And after Eddie Sinclair was monged out on the floor, Bill said, "Okay, I'm off to the bar to get a real drink."
Well, I've seen a Russian drink more than a litre of vodka in a 6-hour period, and still drive afterwards.
I used to drink with a guy who drove better after 6 or 7 pints than he did when he was stone cold sober, and I would actually only ever accept a lift off home
When
from
he
him
was drunk.
when he had. But the thing is, he wasn't drunk. He would drink and drink and drink and actually get more sober. It was bizarre.
Jesus,
absolutely bizarre. And this was in a van loaded with sheets of plate glass. So he was a glazer.
Children.
Yeah, well, yeah. But no, he would always give me lifts back home in his van, and he'd like 8 or 9 pints, and I'm like, should I be doing this? And he was immaculate. I've never drunk drove. I don't think. I'm pretty damn certain I've never, not knowingly anyway. I might have been sort of like woken up the next morning and had to drive somewhere after a few glasses, but I have to admit I drove stoned once, and it was the most bizarre experience in my life, and I got hell for it when I got home, and I did make it home, but I drove not very far. I had to drive from my friend's house to a bank to pay a check-in, and that journey was probably about 1.5 miles, and it seemed to take 7 or 8 days.
Yeah, I was about to say, I've driven whilst having smoked the odd joint or two, and driving at 10 miles an hour feels like you're driving at 100.
Yeah, well,
I don't understand people who can drive while smoking dope, because for me everything is just way too quick.
Because the thing was, I had no intention of actually doing this. My friend, who was my, as I said, my dealer, she sold me the stuff, and she said, "Oh, you want to try this? This is really good." And she says, "I've just, do you want to try it?" So I tried it. I thought, yeah, this is nice. And then, of course, you sit down, you just relax a little bit, and you have a little more. I must go. I need to go to the bank. And then I got in the car and turned the engine on, and it hit me then that I really probably shouldn't be doing this. But how else was I going to get from point A to point B and then back home again? So I thought, well, let's do this. It's a short trip. It's easy. It just seemed to take an absolute eternity to get from the bottom of the road to the top of the road. And then when I got into the bank to pay the check-in, I was wearing just like, tracky bottoms and a hoodie, and I thought that everyone in the bank was looking at me because they thought I was going to rob the bank. And all I wanted to do was pay money into the bank. I didn't want to take any money out of it. Yeah, so...
You see, paranoia normally only happens with acid, not dope.
Oh. I smoked some stuff in Amsterdam that made me hella paranoid. But it was bloody good. My first ever trip to Amsterdam... Having only ever smoked weed in the UK, which is pretty rubbish weed, and then you go to Amsterdam, which is much finer class.
And it's
quite,
great. It's graded, and it has quality, and you can choose what you want.
We decided to start off easily, so we went in. We went to this bar just off the Leidseplein, and it was. They've got 2 or 3 places. I had 2 or 3 places. I haven't been there for a while. And it was a coffee shop, and you just went in, you ordered a drink, and then you had a menu, and the menu had all the different types of weed and whatever. So we just thought, well, we'll go with some pre-rolled, because that's got to be mild, hasn't it? It can't be just So we got a couple of pre-rolled joints, and we lit one, and there was 4 of us. It was the band basically. We'd all gone to Amsterdam to have a laugh. And we passed it round the table, and it came back to me, and then I passed it back to this other guy, and he said no, and I offered it to everyone else, and they all said no, we're okay, we're fine. Well, I'm not going to let a good spliff go to waste, so I was just like this. About half an hour later, I started to see like rainbows kind of circling in the corners of my eyes, and I thought, I don't feel so good. Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. So I go to the toilet, and it's cubicles, and I go into one of those. The next thing I know is I can hear voices that are saying, "I think he's dead. I think we've killed him. Oh God, we've killed Rob." And then I feel hands on my ankles, and I'm being dragged underneath the door into across the toilet floor. And
you wonder why American toilets have a 2-foot gap.
Well,
at the bottom.
well, these are European, but they still had, they had that. and what had happened is I must have gone in there, and because
about 10 minutes later, I realised there was a bump on my head, so I must have collapsed in the toilet, bumped my head on something, passed out, because I remember waking up, looking down the bowl of this toilet and thinking, this isn't my pillow. This is what? And then I'm pulled out, and so I get taken back into the bar, and the bartender gives me this look as if to say, "Oh yeah, another noob." So he gets me this glass of
your ankles.
Yeah, he gives me this glass full of sugar water and says, "Get that down you," and then loads of Coca-Cola. Just the sugar apparently helps. So we go out for some fresh air, and the only thing I can think of was everyone was looking at me.
I wonder what the chips were, the crisps were.
and I thought that I had an accident in the trousers department because everything felt warm and tingly. And then so then we proceeded to sort of pace around for a little bit, and then went down to the red light district and had a real blast there. It was very cool. It was.
I think I've only been
bollocksed
once. And that's that was I was spiked basically. I was enjoying these lovely little sponge cakes this woman had baked, and they were really, really nice. And I thought, well, no. I was putting them away like nobody's business. And then I spent, I think, 20-25 minutes making faces into my reflection in a window. And apparently I spent the night in a dog basket with an Alsatian. But when I got up in the morning, it was like, I think a horse broke in and shit in my mouth. It was like, oh Jesus. So. I've never been one for drugs. I've just never been one for drugs.
There's nothing quite like a nice bit of hash cakes. I mean,
yes,
just know that in the end, the other nice thing is lots of vitamin C, and you get rid of that very quickly.
Well, I suppose I was both lucky and unfortunate in that I knew the head of security at the Hacienda in Manchester, and I was working in Manchester at the time, and the Hacienda was the place that I used to go all the time, and whilst ostensibly the Hacienda had a zero tolerance policy towards nefarious substances, the head of security thought otherwise. And I recall attending a large number of events that I don't actually remember attending, although I know I did attend. And the old joke used to be that as long as you weren't using a needle, it was okay. And I met a large number of people who played at the Hacienda, and I know I met them. I have some photos that I actually met them. I have no recollection whatsoever of meeting all these really cool and famous people. And I just know, I just have this warm, fuzzy feeling and some very vague and distorted memories of the Hacienda, which was a fantastic place, and it's a shame that the club closed down. My girlfriend at the time was working for Tony Wilson, and he was a really nice guy, and I basically have a 5-year gap in my memory of many things that happened in that era. But I never ever used a needle, so that was okay. Apparently
Fiona was quite a rascal.
Never trust a needle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fiona was quite a rascal in her younger days as well, when she was a leather-clad biker chick. Would you believe? But,
yes.
Yeah.
I would.
But it's funny because I was thinking the other day about the opportunities for blackmail that I've missed. Like, when I told you, Robbie, about Dave Ball passed out on the toilet with his trousers around his ankle. So, that come in handy. Yeah, it's funny.
Well, I'm
you don't
just
have folders
really.
of blackmail material. You don't just keep them around for bad days. Am I guess the only one who does that?
Yeah.
I'm just really grateful that there were no such thing as cell phone cameras in those days. That's all I can say. Because there were some very, very, very interesting parties.
I've got a picture. I had a picture somewhere of me and my wife, not like that, in our hotel room with joints about this big that we'd got in Amsterdam, and that we were about to go out onto the balcony and consume. I have no idea where that picture is. Maybe it's just in my head. I don't know.
Well, you might have been so pissed, so done out of your head, there might be just vibrators.
When I was a kid, I used to work at a local fairground, as many of us did as a part-time job. And I knew absolutely nothing about weed, but obviously I was surrounded by people who had much more experience in these matters, and it was coming up to a significant birthday, so I said, I'll buy, can I buy some weed, you know? And yeah, sure, you know, how much do you want? I said, I don't know, £50. And he went, that'd be about 100 quid. And, you know, that was a substantial amount of money, but the wages were quite good at the fairground, so it was a couple of weeks' wages. So I said, okay, I'll get £50. And this guy produced this bag, Sainsbury's bag full of weed, and it was my 16th birthday. We went to a club where age was immaterial, and I went in there, and all my mates were there, and we'd all bought, you know, a couple of packs of Rizzlers. And I think the only thing we'd seen were Cheech and Chong videos. So we assembled these huge, how can I put it? These huge pipes of dope, which were about 1 inch diameter and about 12 inches long. So we didn't mix this stuff with any tobacco or anything. We just literally wrapped weed in Rizzlers into 1 inch pipes, lit the end and smoked them.
Sounds like the Camberwell carrot.
And we must have made 10 of these things, and there were only about 20 of us, and we smoked all of these things, and I literally could not remember what happened for the next 3 days. And it was sort of, I know I had my birthday, I remember going to the place, I remember assembling these joints with all my friends, and I remember starting to smoke them, and that literally was that, because we literally went through it. I mean, how many years ago? I don't wish to give my age away, but it was a good few fucking decades ago. 100 quid's worth of dope was a hell of a lot, and none of us can actually remember anything that we did ever. Just that we lit these things in the toilet, and that was it, and no one remembers anything else.
But
so thank God there were no cameras.
The recurring theme with all of this, Sass, is that is memory loss.
Totally.
Are you sure it was the drugs, or are you just like, you know, this is something else?
Well,
he doesn't even remember being dragged out of it. So.
I hope it was the drugs. So that, or I've had a series of strokes over the years.
Well, my memory's really bad now anyway, but I mean, it's because I'm old, really. I mean, I tell you how old I am. When I was born, rainbows were in black and white.
I remember those days. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I remember only having 3 channels on TV. And a black and white 10-inch.
One wired phone at the end of the hall.
Yeah.
And there was only another person at the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One ringy dingy.
I remember going to a concert in North Wales, and the Orb were playing, and someone gave me a mushroom sandwich and mushroom tea. And I just remember lying on the side of Snowdon, I think probably for about 2 days, just tripping my head off. And I don't like psychedelics, but I've got to say it was fantastic at the time. It's not something I'd ever want to, repeat. But that was interesting. And then Glastonbury, where someone, well, I won't say spiked, but someone said, "Oh, this is acid," and we went, "No, it isn't." Well, it turned out it was. So yeah, that was fun.
Holding a hot buchla module at you.
Well, I do think with some drugs it's better not knowing that you've actually taken them. And I think acid is one of those. I think if you deliberately take it, then I think you can perhaps develop some paranoia. But if you've taken it and you don't know, then you don't know that the paranoia that you developed is actually true.
What's more weird if you fall asleep whilst on acid and then wake up with a mouse next to your head that gives some very weird nightmares for the next following days.
That's what happens normally if you own a cat.
I can tell you that was it was a friend's. It was coming up to his 21st, and he was just like randomly one day at uni, because really randomly. You know, I've never done acid, and it's now my 21st. It's just like, sure, why not? I mean, not like we were doing anything. It is not a good idea to do that in a shithole with mice all around. I can tell you, it was not the greatest experience.
Yeah, if you're going to do acid, do it around people who are really, really, really nice, and you're in a really nice environment.
Don't do it in a shithole of a room with like a pile of shit in the middle, a 70 sofa that smells like mouse shit everywhere. Welcome to South Kensington.
Yes, the joys of youth.
Yes.
God. But I would say that weed is probably better than alcohol. If anyone at YouTube is listening, there are lots of states in America where the cannabis is legal, and I think that's a good thing. And I'm really surprised that the UK hasn't legalised it.
I mean, even acid is less dangerous technically than alcohol can be. So I mean, alcohol, well, depending on your metabolism, can be I mean, it can be so bad that.
I think, in all honesty, although it isn't legal here, they don't seem to care very much.
It depends where you live. I mean, you're down south. I mean, where I am. To be honest, if I could find it, I'd smoke that instead of tobacco. To be honest, but. I just don't know anyone who does, so I only have my fond memories, and every now and then if I walk past someone I get that little smell and I just think, oh, you lucky bastard.
It's kind of semi-legal in Switzerland. You can get it with like a THC content under a certain percentage, but it's not like fully legalised like Amsterdam or Holland yet. So.
I mean, in Switzerland, you just need to find a nice physician who prescribes it for a lot of things. Or, well, in Germany, even better, where you just get yourself a private physician, and for whatever reason, you just get it prescribed, and it's all fine.
That's how it used to be in America as well, and then they opened it up.
Yeah. Well, some of the states, you don't have to even go that far. California, you have to have a very easy to obtain medical permission slip, for lack of better words. But it's ironic. In the last 5 to 6 years, there are now 8 dispensaries within a mile of my practice.
Wow.
It's amazing.
Well, strictly speaking, cannabis isn't legal in the Netherlands. And when I was there was most of the young people actually looked down on people who smoked or ate cannabis products. It's decriminalised, and it's not prosecuted or persecuted, but it's not actually legal. I'm not sure that the Netherlands or any other European country has made it legal, but it is decriminalised. And there is a very big distinction there.
They do have a limit to how much you can buy it in a place in Holland. But of course, there's like 8 other places around the corner, so you just go on a little tour.
Yeah, it's getting it home that's the problem. That's
No, they deliver now.
allegedly.
Perhaps the problem, the dark web exists for a reason. I mean, it's easy enough to order the stuff, allegedly. Or so I've been told.
Yeah. Because I must admit, because only a few years ago that CBD was still illegal here to purchase.
Yeah.
So I had to, down some dark alley one evening, go and buy some, a little vial of it, for one of my dogs who had bone cancer, and they said it was very good for them, and it was very good for him. It made him a lot more comfortable. But it was only a few weeks later that they legalised it, and they said, "Oh no, you can buy it now."
Yeah.
Okay. Oh great,
But I like weed, but I don't like skunk. I don't like the hallucinogenic aspect of it.
Mm.
But then I remember the old, cannabis resin that you used to be able to get, which was rubbed between the armpits of whichever Colombian drug lord was producing it.
Yeah. Yeah, because it was obviously a simple decision for me, even though sort of like, because I remember my mum was shitting bricks over the fact she goes, "Oh yeah, well, what you're going to go and buy is illegal. You could get into trouble." And I said, "Well, look, dog needs it. Dog wins."
Yeah.
So, and it was brilliant. It really helped him out, because the other drugs that the vet had given me to give him either knocked him out or made him sick and all sorts of other things.
Well, I mean, cannabis is just a herb. I mean, when you think of all the cultures that use things like cat, or was it ayahuasca? So, natural occurring hallucinogenics or drugs have been used forever. Aspirin comes from the yew tree, salicylic acid.
Mm.
So there's nothing new. It's just the puritanical aspects of Western cultures that has made these things bad. Kent, you can probably remember being able to get kaolin and morphine, which was used to give to babies.
Because my wife has some stomach acid stuff in Japan right now, and I was saying maybe you can get kaolin and morphine, but I'm not actually sure whether it's legal there, because it's kind of sort of legal in the UK. I mean, you get it.
Well, no, you can't get it now.
You can't. They stopped
No.
it. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it depends on your prescription, because a friend still gets really, really hefty morphine very easily with his GP up north.
But this is a thing, isn't it, with prescriptions? Like, if you try and go in the UK, you can buy cocodamol over the counter, from a pharmacy, and
8 milligram.
They will only give you that dosage, and all the packets say, do not take for more than 3 days in a row, because it has addictive qualities and blah blah blah. And so I always have to have some on hand, because if my back goes, it's the one thing that really helps. So I always have a box in the cupboard just in case. And my wife has in the last year or so been having lots of problems with her back, and the doctor prescribed her a tub. I shit you not, a tub of cocodamol.
Oh, lovely.
And she said to him, "Oh, can I?" Because the prescription was 2 tablets 4 times a day, where necessary.
Yep.
And she said, "But when I buy this for my husband at the pharmacy, I'm quizzed about who it's for, what it's for, and mustn't take it for more than three days in a row." And the doctor said, "No, it's fine. I'm prescribing this."
The only problem is if she stops, she will have really, really bad withdrawal symptoms.
Well, luckily,
and stomach cramps, and
quite. Yeah. I mean, I never need to take it more than a day or two, because what my doctor said to me when my back goes into spasm, I basically take 2 cocodamol, say at 10 a.m., 2 ibuprofen at 12, 2 more cocodamol 2 hours later. So you alternate, and it covers all the bases. And it stops the spasm, and it kills the pain that then stops the spasm, because it's the pain that makes the muscle spasm. So, and it just breaks that cycle. And I find that with dental pain as well, it works. Whenever I have, which is rarely, thankfully, that kind of method works for me. But I guess again, it's another everyone is different kind of thing, And I've had some painkillers that have sent me, whoa, blimey, I didn't even have to pay for this stuff. And others that just don't even scratch the surface. But so because all this talk about drugs, just reminded me I hadn't taken my medication this evening, so I just had to nip downstairs because one of them makes me very sleepy, and I like to take it earlier. But now I'll probably have a horrible time waking up tomorrow morning. So thank you.
Well, so will I. Don't worry.
Mine will be drug induced.
I got to let these bloody builders in tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
What, like 8:30 or?
No, they turn up at the door at 7. God bless them.
Jesus. Fair king.
So, but before they turn up, I've got to go out into the garden. I've got to collect all the dog crap. Jesus Christ! If I could sell dog shit, I'd be rich.
Spray painted gold. It's worth a lot more.
And there's this thing huskies do. I didn't know they did this, but like all the other dogs, when they want a crap, they have a crap. There you go. Lovely. Thanks very much. Move on. Not huskies. They walk as they poop, and they leave a trail of breadcrumbs.
Really?
Yeah, they just leave.
Mine never used to do that.
Yeah. No,
Used to
apparently,
leave a file.
I was talking to somebody who said, oh Christ, so many huskies. He said, no, all of them did it.
Well, they do shit while they're running along.
Yeah.
Bed,
so while he's walking along, he's taking a clump, and he does them everywhere.
Like a horse.
And he's got to pick them all up.
At least with the others, you just go to the grouping, and you're bump, 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 nice, in the bag. But Nim, you're chasing all over the bloody gardens. Oh no, there's one over there. Oh, there's one over there.
One of the main reasons I don't have a dog is I don't pick up my own. So why should I? I'm sorry. I just no.
If dogs were man's best friend, they would pick up their own crap and put it in the bin.
Exactly. This is why I like cats. They take themselves off. They find a quiet corner of somebody else's
shit in
garden.
somebody else's garden. Yeah.
and then cover it, but they cover it up. They're very polite about it. Sorry, I have shat in your garden, but I'm covering up.
Somehow I knew this podcast would end talking about shit.
Shit.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it's an apropos segue. I have to head off to dinner. Loads of fun, gentlemen. What can I say?
Yeah. There you go.
Until next time.
Indeed.
Well, cheers, Manny.
Look after yourself, mate. All
Good
right,
seeing
take care.
Will do.
Take care.
Take care.
Yeah, so I've got to pick up all the shite in the morning.
Well, they arrive at 7 and then have a 2-hour tea break.
And then, but it's all the way down the garden, and then round the back of the workshop, and I'm collecting them. And it wouldn't be so bad if you did. Yeah, but if you did exactly the same amount of them, I could count them off. And I go, there's still one missing, and go look for it. You just never know where these bloody things are, and they're just big enough to be a pain in the ass. Yeah. And they're soft little shit. It's all like, oh no, what's this? And I haven't worn shoes and socks for like 2 years. And I had to rush down to the workshop one day.
You learned out the hard way.
And it was dark, and it was like, oh, between the toes. Oh, Jesus. Oh, you little bugger.
Well, again, I'm perhaps I'm of an era that I remember seeing white dog poo.
Yeah, I saw that in the 80s.
And
that's because of all the bone meal in the dog food, which they don't do anymore.
And I stopped feeding Muttley traditional dog food, and she gets fed bones and meat scraps and such like, and her poo turns white.
Oh.
I thought it was just that nobody picked them up. They was just left there.
No. It comes out the right colour, and
then
within
turns.
2 days it goes white because
Like a
it's all
meringue.
the bone meal and calcium and such
Yeah.
like.
Yeah.
And she's lost weight. I mean, Christ, she's what, 14 years old
Maybe
now?
that's what I need to do.
Yeah, bless
Eat
her.
bone meal.
Yeah, and she's a lot healthier than she was when she was being fed traditionally produced dog food.
Yeah. No, I don't give them, traditional canned food. After what happened with the last lot, they all had canned food and they all got cancer in one form or another.
Oh, jeez.
And even the vet said, he goes, what was the dog food you were feeding them? I said, well, there was 9 of them, and we weren't that well off, and we used to get like a nice cheap brand from Sainsbury's, and he went, there you go, that's what done it, mate.
Yeah.
So this lot, they get this quality bloody stuff we're getting once a month, and it costs a fortune.
Find yourself a good butcher and do a deal with them to buy their bones.
They love tripe as well.
And
Yeah.
dogs love beef bones. Big beef ribs. Gives them something to play with, and
So do I.
they'll
Yeah.
be so much happier.
Yeah. They got, mind you, all of them seem to like broccoli. I don't know how that came about.
Broccoli?
Yeah, they love
Even
it.
I don't like broccoli.
No,
I'll eat
well, this
it,
is the
but I don't
beautiful thing.
like it.
I hate broccoli. Fiona's going on, you got to eat your vegetables. And like that, I go, yeah, okay, well, potato, that's a vegetable, isn't it? I said,
Yeah.
broccoli, that's fucking green shit.
And you
out of
get
a
you
fly
get
mode.
vitamin
Fuck off.
D from and vitamin C from potato. Really good
yeah.
for you.
Yeah, well, I always take vitamins in the morning. That's about the only tablets I ever take is the vitamins in the morning. That's about it. I'm sorted with that. So, but yeah, why the dogs develop this hankering for broccoli, I don't know. It's very weird.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, I would recommend that you, if you can find a source of bones, there's nothing that dogs like more. Because when you think, dogs are effectively scavengers.
Well, yeah.
They will hunt, but predominantly they're feral scavengers. So,
yeah. It's our roving reporter.
Hello again.
Hi, Andy.
We're back connection now. It was really rough at Stanford. It was choppy as hell. So.
It was all those annoying kids in the background.
Yeah, I tried to mute it a bunch, but. You guys were talking earlier. I couldn't really chime in because it was too shitty. But
It was ideal with what
shipping
we were
nightmares.
talking about earlier.
Well, there's the shipping nightmare stuff you're talking about. I had a
yeah,
a full-size Yamaha EX5, mint condition, sent to me from a guy in LA who didn't want to ship it. I convinced him to. He had UPS box it up, cost me $300 to ship it, and got here in pieces.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And so, UPS to their word guarantees it. So after about 6 months back and forth, I finally got my money back for it. And found one in Japan that was actually probably 75% price.
Well, they'll pack it all right.
Wow.
And also minty. So it was actually got lucky there. And their packaging was insanely good. I don't know if you guys
You
ever bought
might
stuff
be
from
lucky.
Japan, but the packaging is
I think you might be lucky because I think EMS works from Japan to America, but EMS to Europe is down right now because there's no flights over Russia.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I can tell you shipping stuff. Well, also shipping stuff to Japan at the moment is a bit annoying. It's over these. It takes
Well, because of
like a
COVID,
week
it's
longer
always
than
been
it
bad.
normally-
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah.
On the other end of the scale, though, I had a guy send us an MS-20 in a carrier bag. Can you imagine what that arrived like?
What with a courier or just Royal Mail?
I'm not quite sure. There was just this sellotaped bit of paper on the side of the bag. So 3 Gaddesden Road. Yeah. it
But
was
surely the frustration should be that, these shipping companies, the DHLs and UPSs and post office, shipping things that are odd shaped. It's not like they haven't done it before. And if you're shipping something like a synth, most things, if they're packed properly, will have a do not put weights on this or do not drop. Yeah, this way up, all this sort of. As a shipping company, isn't the whole purpose of your isn't your raison d'etre to be able to ship something and follow basic instructions?
Well, as a UPS guy said to me at the door here one day, we don't get paid to be careful.
I mean, that sums it up, really, doesn't it? Yeah.
We get paid to deliver it, not to be careful. So, well, look at the HydroSense when it arrived. With the, it had the puncher in the box, then the puncher in the other box underneath.
Did you feed that back to them? Yeah. Did you tell ASM about that?
I mentioned it, yeah.
Because
they're very apologetic, and I say, well, look, to be honest with you, it's not your fault.
No, but it's the sort of thing that if a company is shipping that many items, if they tell their shipper that they fucked up, it should be the shipping organisation that pays for it, not
also
ASM.
The retailer, they should double box, because like Quanta arrived just in a single box.
Oh no, this was double
wasn't
boxed.
damaged.
They punctured the box on the inside as well. So it's only because of the foam thing that actually physically went around the sense, stopped it from getting damaged, but it didn't stop the power connector from popping off.
Well, I mean, Prometheus, who was in the chat earlier, sent me a pedal to get fixed. I received it on Saturday, and he'd wrapped the pedal in a soft bag, then covered that in bubble wrap, and then more bubble wrap, and then that was in a box inside of a bag. And it got to me absolutely fine. It took 5 minutes to repair, and I'm shipping it back to him tomorrow. But shipping materials are not that expensive, and it's not that difficult to secure something, even as big as a DX1. I mean, a couple of bits of wood and an awful lot of bubble wrap can protect an awful lot.
Yeah. Mainly making some kind of standoff from the controls on Sense.
It's my heart always sinks when I get that bloody phone call from some guy in Belgium or whatever saying, "Oh, we decided not to come and collect the CS80. We'd like you to ship it to us." Yes. I go, for fuck's sake, because the first thing I do is find
that's £5,000 more, please.
Because I ship them on. It's a 6 foot by 6 foot pallet, and then I got to make up the crate.
Yeah.
Isn't it like at that point cheaper to pay some courier to take a dedicated in the van?
Yeah.
Well, you palletise it. Yeah.
Yeah. So what we do now is we always ship them on the pallets because it makes it too difficult for people to carry, and that way they won't, and they'll actually transport it properly. So
and how many CS80s have the flight case lid?
Oh God, you'd be surprised. Quite a few of them. There's more of them with their lid than without. So actually, that reminds me. When I was emptying the that very, very bottom workshop on Friday, I was pulling out all these various keyboards, and laying up against the side of that shed wall was the CS80 case, the bag with a stand and everything in it. I thought, oh, didn't know we had that. Wow, that's handy.
By the way, that sounds very Philip Glass-like, Robert.
I mean,
very Kayana Squatzy.
I'm unsure whether I'm ripping off Philip Glass or Hans Zimmer of Interstellar. I mean, sounds the same.
Sounds like Interstellar. Yeah.
I mean, they're slightly different, so it's really hard to know now which one I'm ripping off.
If you're going to do Interstellar, I think I'll look it up. There's the ideal organ library for that.
I mean, that's the Salisbury Cathedral one in Halfwerk. Obviously, I find that he wrote it on and then they recorded in Temple Church, which I think in Halfwerk you can also get some Temple Church one. This is just the Project M1 that they've discontinued, so I'm playing around with it now because
I think some of the best pipe organs are in Italy. personally. Best sounding ones.
Really?
Yeah.
Because they're like so few pipe organs in Italy. I mean,
I like German and English.
I mean, I personally, the East German ones are probably. I grew up on Bach, so for me, the Bach sound, the East German ones are definitely the best one. And the Dutch ones are actually, for your sort of, the general Baroque thing, they're quite good. Then the romantic French ones, the Cavalier Choral, I mean, they're their thing. There's nothing that sounds like them. Then the Spanish ones, I mean, they're also quite unique. And then the British ones are a bit sort of... It's a bit in the Cavalier Choral tradition, but also a lot of romantic, and then it sounds like the British music as well. So, I mean, they're quite funny. And then in Britain you have a lot of really high pressure ones, which are called tubas, particularly. Was in Liverpool, the Anglican Cathedral with that tuba, which is just like bonkersly loud. You can hear the other end of Liverpool. That's the sound it is when you're in that cathedral, at least.
I'll tell you what, it's lucky Richard Hilton is in the chat, because when we start talking about pipe organs, wow, you can lose days.
I was always very surprised that Andy Richards was such a fan, because he did that library with Spitfire, didn't he?
Well, he played on Sweeney Todd, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, you say Andy Richards, you think, you know, you think all of the big
Frankie,
you know,
right? Or George Michael.
Frankie, George, he did so much on, you know, PPGs and Fairlights and all the big stuff, and then he comes out of the woodwork, for me anyway, on this Spitfire promotional video, saying how he absolutely loved this particular organ that they sampled. I forget which church it was, and how he cut his teeth on it.
Rugby school.
Yeah, how he cut his teeth on it, and I was like, wow, I had no idea that he was an organ man before anything else.
I like pipe organs for probably unapproved reasons. It's just that they sound so evil.
Oh yeah, they have a quality, don't they?
But then you definitely want more of a French or a British one if you want that sinister sound. Also, very much the American tradition is in that sort of British or French.
They're kind of like the real first synthesizers, right? They're amazing. All the stuff you can do.
Additive synthesizers. Although they cheat out on you, which of course most plugins fail to do. Well, Halbberg does properly, but obviously when you share pipes, if you have your 8-foot, so your normal pitch, and then your 4-foot, as soon if you were to play an octave on the keyboard, then you wouldn't hear it. But you would hear for the first one the 8-foot pipe, and for the second one you would hear the relative 8-foot and the 4-foot. But whereas in a plugin you would have sampled it with both of those pipes, where they would be overlapping. So often in plugins, they tend to either sound a bit phasey or mushier and larger than they should sound in reality.
Yeah.
There is one high-end like pipe organ VSE that everybody seems to use. That
Halbwerk is the main one, where you can like. That's like even worse than getting in Spitfire or orchestral tools. If you think about all the individual organs you can buy for that. I mean, that's a very slippery slope.
Yeah.
I got to try one of those console ones at NAMM. They have the big virtual pipe organs where it's all, you know, VST inside or samples. But you play a proper console with all the stops and all the switches and the foot pedals. It was impressive to try one of those.
There is nothing like listening to a proper pipe organ. It actually moves you physically. You know, when they've got the bass going, you feel it. You don't hear it. Yeah, I mean, it sounds good, but you know, if you sat in a cathedral and really crank up the bass, your body
also the 3D sound of it. But you also have a 3D sound of it.
Like Dolby 300 or something.
No, but like depending on the type, like if it has 32-foot pipes or one of the like 5 organs in the world with 64-foot pipes, you quite often find them in like some concrete feed have a back of an organ, and,
Yes.
and then you like have your some small positives just randomly placed in the cathedral, and also at the top. So I mean, playing them is an absolute nightmare. Like if you play them like from if you have like normally downstairs, you like have your electronic control positions, which are you press a key and you wait and you wait and you wait and it makes a sound.
Then you've got the reverb of the space.
Well, you have the electronic delay going to, well, even if it were to fully at the local level, ignore any of the manual traction and just physically goes to a solenoid of a pipe, where you would have a minimum delay, you then still have your really you get really annoyed about the speed of sound being that fucking slow.
Well, I mean, organs were the original surround sound.
Yeah,
and they utilised the reverb of the chamber, and frequently you'd have pipes both at the front and the rear, and possibly the side of the chamber.
I mean, yes, your classic thing would be to have like your back positive as a player, so when you're sitting on the manual table at the front of it, you would have a small prospectus behind you with some pipes really far into the space that actually give you a nice present sound, and then all the other stuff further hidden away, and then your classic swell system, which, I mean, what a stupid idea that is. Like, let's put all the pipes in the room and have some shutters at the front that you can open with a pedal.
Can I just interject? We're talking about sort of large, weird keyboards. So, some years ago, probably many years ago, a very special man in my life went to East Germany, or former East Germany, to sample an instrument called the Subharkorden. And
Subharkord.
Subharkord, yeah. Sorry, I was reading the Norwegian translations. This Norwegian filmmaker went to make a documentary movie about it, and Steve Howell, who was basically my mentor and sadly dearly departed friend, went out there, and it was like one of the last times he was ever kind of captured anywhere, like in photograph or film, before he passed away. And the documentary has been sat in gestation for many years, and technically yesterday, the 13th, it premiered on Norwegian TV because the director is Norwegian. And if you are able to VPN via Norway, you can now watch this documentary on the TV channel on their website.
Brilliant.
And
Wow.
I've been waiting for years to see this, because all that Ina ever sent me was the clips featuring Steve, because I wanted to pass them on to his wife and daughter, and now we've got the whole thing. And I've just I think it's dubbed in Norwegian. Or not? Is it dubbed in Norwegian or just subtitles? I don't know, because I've only just found that it's
Usually
available now.
Scandinavia is subtitles.
Yeah, it's got
Because
subtitles.
They dub children's shows, but after like 5 years old, they subtitle everything.
So
That's
there's-
why they speak English,
You
because
quite often
they
find that
subtitle.
they dub in Swedish and actually then subtitle in Norwegian, Danish, or Finnish.
So unfortunately, a lot of the people that are talking, and this will be fine for Robert and for people like Mr. Brooks, they're talking in German because they're German. This is where the instrument originated.
It's the developers and then Manfred, the guy who sort of rediscovered it.
But
who actually made some really interesting albums. I would highly recommend.
So yeah, you would have
from
to
Manfred Miersch.
You would have to watch this with that in mind. But there are parts where Steve is where he's talking in English, but most of it's in German, subtitled in what I assume is Norwegian. But anyway, if you want to see it, I'll pop the link in the chat, and then if you have a VPN that can direct, because obviously it's restricted to Norwegian viewers only.
Yeah. Can you hear his voice bleeding through the dub?
I'm just trying to find a clip with Steve in, because he went across there. I can't remember. He did tell me that he was going to to Germany to do this thing, and he was going to sample it and then make one of his instruments from it. And
It should be a sub unless it's been dubbed in German first, because Germans love dubbing everything.
You can almost always hear the English under the dub, unless they totally.
I'm just trying to find one of the clips with Steve in it. Ah, there he is. Right. Oh, bloody hell.
Well,
Oh,
there needs to be some
Jesus.
use for all the dubbing studios in Germany of a go.
They only have about 3 voice actors there.
Here we go.
Well, do you not
they
think
need
that,
to be kept busy.
do you not think that the synthesist community or synthesizer community has ignored things like pipe organs and, dare I say, electronic organs to its detriment? I mean, they were the original synthesizers.
Especially the Novacore, that thing's amazing.
Yeah,
Novacore isn't an organ though. Novacore is a proper synthesizer.
Yeah, but if you look
proper,
on,
as in the Polymoog as well, like it's a divide down thing.
But if you look on eBay, you can buy something like a Technics organ, dual layer.
They are incredibly cheap.
And
If I had a big
you can
farm,
pick them
I would
up for
probably-
150 quid, and in
Well,
some
Leicester is
places
like
they give them
free,
away for nothing.
Yeah, it's like £1.
Yes, I like trying to get an Eminent 310, well, the theatre version, but basically the same as the Unique that Jar used, just heavier. And it's like, it was a guy in Stuttgart, my brother just lived there, I thought, this is free from a really nice synth guy, I could really try to get it, but then it's impossible to get over here, and my brother would be really unhappy to have that sitting in the garage.
There was 2 Hammond B200s for sale here last month for about 150 quid each.
Yeah.
But they're just like 60 kilograms. You've got to.
You need to have some mates to.
You see things like KB3 sample packs, and they'll cost you 30 or 40 euros. And someone will probably give you an organ that will sound better for nothing.
Yeah, or like a Leslie emulation plugin, which costs 99 whatever currency, and then you can for 250 you can pick up a transistor Leslie, where if you put that thing in a room, put a DX7 through a real Leslie, and it sounds more like a Hammond than anything else you've ever heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's all very well until you want to go and buy something like a Yamaha D85, and suddenly they're not very cheap all of a sudden.
or VX1, or what was the EX1?
Yeah.
Oh yes, the EX1 that was the 1970s style console.
The EX1 was the one that looks like a yacht. Which was after the GX1. I mean, it looks like a bit like the Moog organ, that sort of, or
beautifully shaped, very sort of Art Deco-ish.
Yes, but.
So in the Bay Area, the writing's on the wall for organs. Back when I used to go to Guitar Center a lot as in high school, and there was a little place called Bob Berry Piano and Organ World, and it was a massive warehouse, and it was always completely empty of people and full of all kinds of organs and a couple basic cheap synths. Nobody went in there. It was a ghost town, and now it's a burger place. So.
Sass, did you see that link that I posted in the chat? I don't know if it got.
It hasn't appeared. If you send it to me via Facebook, I'll put it in the.
Okay.
I'll put it in the private chat.
Yeah,
there's an idea.
Yeah.
There was an EX1 for sale here as well for about under £4,000, wasn't he?
Yeah, if you put it in the private chat, I'll post it.
It's there. There you go.
I'm surprised you don't have a Hakex one, Robbie.
Well,
that's basically the FM monster.
Mm-hmm. What I'm trying to look out for, and I've never seen for sale ever, is the FM module, the 8 operator FM module that they built for the Electones, and I can never remember. It's the FVX, I think it was called, the FVX. I know UVI got hold of one and sampled it for their FM suite, but it was basically an 8 operator FM synth, but it was a preset thing, so you couldn't really do much with it. Kind of looked like a mini TX816, but yeah, there you go. Sass is just so I was just tearing up a little bit there because that film. So you need to sort out if you've got a VPN or something to watch it. But Steve is there and he's talking, I'll say in English, he was talking in Welsh, but speaking the English language. But, oh, geez, wow. So I got a bit emotional there because I haven't seen him talk or speak since he died. And that was rather special. But it's an incredible instrument, the sub-harpsichord, because it's this bonkers East German thing that was developed and nobody really knew about it apart from the people that developed it. And
it's sort of
rip it. I'll try and rip the video and put it in the comments.
I've got it.
It sort of took over where Oscar Zala left with a mixture of plutonium, and it obviously goes in a completely different way after the war in East Germany, completely isolated. But it's ultimately it's a subharmonic series, but still very much unexplored territory.
Yeah. I'd love to know if he ever, whatever happened with those, because he sampled. I mean, you see him in the film with his Tascam, whatever his digital thing that he was sampling in, and he was timing it. You know, he was so old school. He would sit there, have his watch, and he would just hit a key and then just count the seconds. That's how much I need, because then I can, he knows what he can do with that. And that man was the master of what he called it bonsai sampling. He could get into 640k was unbelievable. What was that micro Korg? Not micro Korg. It was Korg, but it was a small version. Basically, it had a small version of one of their workstation engines in it. Oh, what was it called? TR something or other?
R3?
No, it was small. It was a small black, like just a small keyboard, but it had a whole bunch of sample library, and the Korg guys came to Steve and said, we want all of this in here, but you've only got literally, less than a megabyte of memory or something stupidly small. And he did this job, and he said, "Oh, I've just done this job for Korg," and blah blah blah. I said, okay, lovely. And then I think it was around the time that the Fusion launched, and we were working on the Alesis stand, and he said, "Let's go for a wander," and we came across the Korg stand. He said, "Oh, that's that thing that I did the stuff for." So I went over to play it, and it sounded just so amazing. And I thought, and you had how much space to work with? It was ridiculously small. But then he taught me how to do it, and it's so clever. So clever how he got so much out of so little.
Well, that was the joy of sampling in those days, and working with restricted. Well, it's like so many things. The limitations bring out the creativity in so many people.
Exactly,
yeah.
If you're given everything, you have nothing to seek. But if you're constricted in what you can do, you try and maximise what you can deliver. And I mean, this goes back to whether it's computer games of the 70s and 80s and 90s, or whether it's samples. The perhaps less is more. And you listen to some of these original samples, and again, I draw from experience from the Kurzweils. They're not perfect, but it's not the lack of perfection which makes them sound great. It's the delivery, and I think when you're sampling, it's choosing that bit to sample which makes all the difference.
Yeah. And it's knowing how to use the features of the sampler to replicate the bits that you can't keep.
Yes.
Yeah. And I mean, it was just when he showed me, what he was doing just to get the most out of a sample and keep the footprint so low. It was just I mean, it's common practice, but for me as a young Padawan, it was just like, whoa, you can do that with just that.
Well, when you think the original telephone system had really, really limited bandwidth, and yet it's still perfectly intelligible. Transmitting speech over such a restricted bandwidth, and it's the same with sampling. It's about capturing what is important, and I think that's what they did.
Also, the D50 was so cool. Just sample in a transient to fool the ear, and then you fill in the rest of the synth.
And that's what the whole sample and synthesis methodology was, wasn't it? Everything from the D50 through the JVs and the JDs and the sound canvases and all of that was tiny samples for the attack portion, and the rest of it was all just kind of regular synthesis. It was very clever how they got so much into so little space.
But that ties into the music that you enjoy from the 80s. Someone mentioned, Gary Newman, and you think, it wasn't sophisticated music, but my God, it had depth.
Yeah.
It was simple. I mean, let's face it, any of us in this chat would be able to recreate everything that Newman did in those days. Probably just with one keyboard, and it would probably sound better. But the emotion and the effort behind it—that's what gave it life.
The imperfections, as
Yes.
Robert said, the timing was a bit shocking. You listen to it, but only when you listen to it over and over and over that you hear that the timing is a little bit off. But even then, when you just play it in the car, you don't notice the timing. It's just there.
But I surely can't be alone in not actually liking quantized music and things played to a click track. I like real live music.
I say it all depends. Again, if you
and it's not perfect.
If you listen to something like Pet Shop Boys, where it's predominantly very tight and quantized to hell, it sounds great. But then you listen to Newman, and it's not so tight, and it all depends. It all fits. There is
maybe it depends on how you feel on the day.
I think most people like the kind of organic, non-quantized feel, but they also hate MIDI jitter.
Yeah, there is. I think it is a human. I mean, I was funny because I was editing a podcast today with Matt Johnson, and we're talking about things that weren't quite perfect, and how that actually is more appealing than things that are absolutely bob on. And it is as soon as you start introducing just a little bit of humanness into it, a little bit of grit, a little bit of slop, for want of a better word, because I think that was our conversation. We were talking about the vintage knob on a Prophet 5 and what Arturia added to the Polybrute with this imperfections, like random imperfections that you didn't have any control over. They were just doing it, and that's kind of because he was talking about his OBXA, like how it never sounded the same whenever you played it, because it was just.
That's my question. Do you want random or do you want pseudo-random? Because I personally rather have a pseudo-random that I know I can control. So there's quite a difference if you have 4 or 8 voices, and over 4th one is always going to be slightly flat, whereas if you just never know whether one voice might be incredibly flat or incredibly sharp, then you can also play around with your keyboard assignment of your synth, because get like on a mobile 4 voice, you just you see the LEDs in front, and then if over 4th Sam is the one with the worst errors, and getting that in tune across the entire range.
But you see,
never going to happen. So you just play it in a way where you won't have the biggest problems on there.
But I don't see that as randomness, but that's variation.
No, but it's pseudo-random. I mean,
Yes, but that's variation. I mean, it's like, you know, if you listen to an orchestra play a piece, they'll play it, and it will sound great. And the second time you hear them play the same piece, it will sound great, but it won't be identical. You know, there are always variations when people play instruments naturally.
A different conductor making it different as well, too.
Yes. Yeah, a different conductor can make an orchestra sound very different.
I wish you could say that to some of my customers.
It's like if you try and sample or resample or recreate the orchestra stab, the classic Orc 2 stroke Orc 5 stab on a Fairlight. Everybody knows it's Stravinsky. Everybody knows it's the Firebird Suite. But
Firebird Suite.
But
you try and sample that again. Yeah.
The only way you can get the exact sample as it went as Vorhaus put it into the Fairlight is by having that specific recording
on that turntable.
Well, not necessarily of the turntable, but the recording of the orchestra, which was the Royal Philharmonia, conducted by Sylvester. No, I can't remember his name. I'll have to figure it out. But it was a
it's somewhere on the Fairlight Forum.
Well, I've got the record downstairs, the exact same record. Managed to find a
naturally,
yeah, of course. But Peter showed me this copy, and I thought, okay, I've got that cover in my head. So I Googled it, eventually found it on Discogs, and it is the specific recording, and every other recording of that particular piece of music. It's the exact same piece of music that they're all playing. Even some conducted by Stravinsky himself do not sound anything like the one that was sampled into the Fairlight. It's either too soft or too brash or too long or too short. It's not the same, and this is the beauty of you know, interpretation, and it's different and it's random.
It's also notorious for making people wake up in the crowd.
Exactly.
The shrieks.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, as Ken Lewis said, you know, take a set of recordings of Beethoven's Fifth and look at the runtime of the recordings.
Yeah, it's different every time.
Yeah. It's different taste of a conductor. I mean,
and you know, if you listen to a live band, and you know, rock and roll band, whatever, you know, as long as they're not playing to a click track and to a backing track, that song will be a little bit faster one night, a little bit slower the other night.
But isn't that the beauty of music?
Yeah. What are there people who play without a click track live these days?
Well, probably not. Probably not. But yeah,
we're talking about musicians.
When I used to go to gigs, like in the 80s,
but like even like the amazing musicians, it's like so expected these days to have some backing tracks with all the other shit on the album that they can't possibly perform. That you have all those backing tracks. So ultimately, the only way to do it is either be really good with your click tracks or be really boring with your click tracks. But either way, you have to have a click track in some way. But either you do it well, and the sections you don't need to have it.
But I remember going to see Queen, and when they played live, and I've seen Queen.
Rhapsody, they just out of a tape.
Well, I've seen Queen so many times. The first time I saw them was 1979 at the Liverpool Empire.
Playing fast.
And Bohemian Rhapsody, when they got to the complicated bit, they walked off stage and left a tape recorder playing because they didn't want to mime, they didn't want to screw it up. They literally did the first part, left a tape recorder, a reel-to-reel, playing on stage, and then for the final part they came back in. They didn't play to a click track.
Sorry, I'm not sure.
Oh, sorry, that fucking Alexa thing. Jesus.
ELO actually got busted for using the tape in the show a long time ago, and they weren't supposed to.
But live music play without a click track. That it's that organic nature of it. It's you know, if you play to a drummer, that's great, and if the drummer wanders off time, that's great as well. I mean, you know, no one's perfect. It's that imperfection that works.
Same way every time. They can just go into like a jam phase for as long as they like.
Yes.
And also, when you go, so I used to notice a lot in the 80s when you used to go and see bands, they would play the stuff faster because they're playing to the feel of the room,
yes,
and the energy of the room, and you'd think,
and it would change.
Yeah, and this is faster than I remember it on the record, but then you just don't notice it because you're wrapped up in the whole energy of the thing, and yeah.
But like even
Speaking
with
of faster, I went to see the Ramones
Neil
once in
Peart.
'88, and they played like most of their major songs at almost triple speed.
Yeah.
But like even in the 70s, Neil Peart was playing to a metronome quite often during the more complex. I think the Hemisphere tour, he was they really started using the metronome most of the songs. So Geddy had an Uri 964, which is a great metronome or clock, basically, that you set in frames because it was made for the film industry. So it's a 3-digit decade switches, but you need to set it in 24 frames per second. So trying to make sense of any number you read on that. And that would then trigger the custom OBM8 voice and Minimo rig of him, and then later the OBX and whatever would trigger sequences. But they already started doing that in 78, 79, playing to him, having that click track. And I mean, if you ever heard an Uri metronome, it's literally the sharpest click track you've ever heard. It's like pick, 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 just in your ear. It's really painful.
Well, I just find it bizarre that coming from a woodwind background, that the obsession within the synth community is really about the absolute precision. Whereas when you actually play in an orchestra, every time you play it's different. I mean, you know, if you're playing a piece, you get counted it, you know, you count yourself in, but you're not going to be millisecond precise. But that's not what it's about. That's not what the music is about. It's about how everything fits together. It's not necessarily about the precision of the timing. And that's why I find things like digital audio workstation applications so frustrating, because the precision isn't what makes the sound.
It's all about the grid.
Yeah, I don't like that. It's you know.
Rick Beato has a lot of great videos on that about gridding stuff.
Yeah.
What they just put some classic rock onto a grid and makes it sound really, really terrible.
Yeah, it just ruins it. He goes to Pro Tools and he shows how you grid stuff out and screws it up.
I was finding it interesting watching that live performance of Hocus Pocus by Focus. They were on a TV show and they didn't have time to play the song. They were given like 4 minutes, so they just sped it up and just played it really, really fast.
I just think the clinical, the digital aspect of music timing is actually what perhaps is removing the emotion from it. Maybe that's a personal
you still get drift, right? You have MIDI clock errors and other kinds of stuff, so it's not.
I mean, audio clocks, you don't really have any drift. If you run like your own cesium or 10 meg rubidium clock, then your audio clock should definitely not be drifting. Or well, if you have an atomic clock running it's not drifting a lot more than anybody on the planet would ever notice.
It's also
like
when
you're laughing,
you use,
Sasquatch,
like,
but
sample drums and it's like the same kick, exact same kick over and over again, instead of like an analog degenerated kick that's slightly different every time, or some kind of effect on the kick where it varies slightly every time, because the brain gets very bored with like exact repetition.
That depends on the style of music, though.
But if it's like, yeah, but this like there's a variance which the brain finds interesting, I think.
Yes. Yeah, that's it. It's the nuance in music which is perhaps what engages people. The precision is not natural. I mean, nature is not natural. Nature is not precise.
I mean, fractals are pretty orderly, but yeah.
But they're not perfect.
No.
They're almost perfect, but it's that lack of perfection which gives it the complexity. And I maybe that's why I don't like a lot of modern music, because it's. I mean, listen to some like Dave Brubeck, Take 5. Fantastic piece of music. It flows, it rolls, it has so much to it, and then compare that to something that's done to a 4/4 click track. I don't know.
I mean, like, but like, I would say, like, amazing musicians like Dream Theater, like, they're actually like the sort of annoying musicians of the 80s who like, if I can play to a metronome in my headphones and can learn to play really precise, and you find with many musicians, well, in my line of work, where they actually they played even just to a wiggle metronome, like you get many drummers, and nowadays it's sort of obviously the music since the 80s with clicks becoming, and programmed drums and programmed rhythms becoming so prevalent in popular music that it's become really a thing to be part of one's vocabulary to play really, really precisely. You could say it started with Warren Cann in the late 70s, being annoyed with programming drum computers and just starting to learn to play really precisely against it. But it's really a thing now that drummers play a lot more precise than they used to.
Well, because they're given.
No, I think drummers would like to play more precisely than they used.
They're given drum tracks from Easy Drummer and Superior Drummer saying, "Play this, please," and it's just been composed from MIDI. So, and they have to work out how to play it.
It's like really bad when you get like really anal musical directors who can definitely who like get annoyed when you're like, oh, you're getting half a BPM slow. Come on, keep it up. Some people are so amazing that they can actually properly notice it. I fucking can't. I'll just get along with
I'm glad I can't notice that. Like I don't like hear pitch perfect things because I get annoyed all the time.
How terrible would that be if you're like pitch perfect? Like you would just go through your life and notice, oh, that isn't quite fitting.
Exactly.
It's like a gift to not be pitch perfect.
Yeah. A music teacher a long time ago said he was going nuts walking through Vegas, and all the tones and all this machine started nuts because he was naming off all the notes and everything.
Well, I mean, I think back, my first metronome was Clockwork. It wasn't precise, but it did the job.
I've been sitting here for about an hour and a half waiting for the milkman to turn up so I could have another coffee, and I just heard him clunking the bottles out the front.
What, you still have a milkman?
Not still have, we just got him.
Oh, okay.
And it's
we
brilliant.
had somebody knock on our door the other day, and he was kind of a well-to-do kind of person. And he said, "Oh, hello. We noticed from our records you're one of the few people in the village that don't have their milk delivered." And I said, "Yeah, that's right." He said, "Well, would you like to support your local dairy?" I said, "No, not really, because the way that we go through milk, it's just far more convenient for us to buy it from the supermarket." "Oh, well, did you know?" "Yeah, I did actually, yeah, because I had one of you guys knocking around here a couple of years ago. You told me all about it then. Still not interested. Thank you very much and goodbye." And as I shut the door in his face, it was like, "Oh, what an awfully rude man." I was like, yeah, fucking right I am. Because you want to charge me like 30%, 40% more than I could get it for in a supermarket. And I fully understand the whole, local dairy business. But I'm sorry, this is 2022. Things have moved on.
Do they bring anything apart from milk these days?
Oh, God, they do everything.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
They'll bring you bread,
All the glass
eggs,
bottles, right? Reusable glass bottles.
Yeah, the glass bottles and all this kind of stuff. Well, we live in a recycling area, so all my plastic bottles get recycled. So
what do you mean by get slipped into bags and shipped off to Ava?
Well, who cares? My conscience is clear. I'm recycling.
So I would love to still have a milkman.
I would if they charged a fair price.
No, I'm even happy to pay a 30% premium.
No.
I would prefer to support a local business and a local dairy than I would a supermarket, personally.
No, sorry.
Plus, their bread is the bollocks. It really is brilliant.
I make my own bread.
And so's their milkshakes.
But seriously, if you can like get fresh rolls of bread every morning, that's just amazing. You like actually start enjoying breakfast.
Yeah.
I've got a loaf of bacon downstairs at the moment. Be ready first thing in the morning.
I'll tell you what, we had at the door a couple of weeks ago that I haven't seen for years was two Mormons. You know, two Jehovah's Witnesses come to the door. Have you heard the word of God?
They don't knock on our doors anymore. They just post the shit through the letterbox.
No, they
thankfully, because I can just tear it up and throw it in the
This
bin.
is the first time I've seen them, because they used to come round, I think about twice a year or something like that. You go, have you heard the word of God?
Have you had the handwritten letters yet?
Would you like to talk about Jesus?
Have you had the handwritten letters?
No.
Genuine not like when I first got it, I thought, oh, this is good. They've made it look like somebody's actually written this. And the more I looked at it, I thought, no, somebody has actually wrote this. It's part of their education.
They don't have too much else to do, those elders.
Yeah, but they actually write this shit themselves and they post it to you, and they put a proper stamp on it and everything.
I just turn around and say, I'd like to talk about Osiris instead. How about that?
Yeah, come in. We're just about to slaughter a chicken. Let me show you my way of doing.
Let me talk about where all that stuff actually came from. The old stuff.
The thing is, the same way I feel when I watch Sweetwater videos where they're just talking about your worship ritual and all this kind of stuff in relation to gear. But UK churches have no money, but American churches seem to have money for all the gear.
The worship market in America is insane.
You don't know about mega churches in the UK. I mean, Hillsong. I mean, they pay really well when you work for them. I can remember coming on a Sunday, unplugging one MADI cable from one mixing desk, plugging it into their about equally expensive mixing desk of whatever 5-digit sum they only paid for it. And then sitting around at the end of the night for the show that comes back in on Monday, replugging it back. I mean, and they also the guy that fly in is like $1 million a day that the Mega Reverend makes.
Wow. Well,
it's a crazy market.
Well, every time we've had, when we had this Mormon Jehovah's Witnesses come to the door, it reminded me of that sketch with Callum Gilhooly. Do you remember that, Robbie? On Absolutely. Did you ever see Absolutely?
Oh, it's coming back to me.
With Callum Gilhooly, the most stupid, boring man in the world.
Yes.
With his anorak. It's got pockets.
That's it.
Yeah. Where's Manly?
Have that song by XTC on Loop and they come over.
Well, I had a friend who was inducted into the cult of Scientology, and he tried to induct me. And I mean, as I'm sure you appreciate, I'm a sort of skeptical cynic or a cynical skeptic. I don't know which one, but I went along to a couple of meetings, and my God, that is a cult. I mean, you really have to be pretty fucked up to believe in anything that L. Ron Hubbard ever wrote.
Well, it's nice science fiction.
I don't think it's even good science fiction.
It's not even good science fiction.
I didn't say it was good. It is nice science fiction. It's not good.
Yes, but he wasn't a very good science fiction writer anyway.
I mean, yes, he made more money by calling it self-help and self-healing.
But this belief they have in thetans and their bizarre truth detector,
E-meter, yeah.
And this was an apparently intelligent man who'd been sucked into giving 15% of his salary to a cult.
Well, did you see the
that
Sea Scout
controlled his life?
He had to take care of his ship and all that. I mean, he was a real weirdo.
Yeah, but let's face it. I mean, people believe governments. So what's the difference?
Yeah, you see, I
can get rid of the government.
You think?
Yeah.
Eventually,
if you want to, you can.
Yeah.
I struggle to believe
if
the
you
media.
adjust the site right.
I mean, I don't believe anything until I've read it from both left wing and right wing, and crazy conspiracy theory websites, and mad people. If they're all saying the same thing, there might be some validity to it. But until then, I just remain completely sceptical about pretty much anything I read in the media.
Well, it's just the old saying, there are three sides to every story. This side, that side, and the truth.
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the truth is the one that we seem to be lacking these days.
Yeah.
I don't understand why people fall for religions. I mean, a Japanese cult tried to brainwash me once. And it's just like, I didn't understand how it was supposed to work. Because why would I believe some random stuff people told me?
Well, I have no problem with religion. People are perfectly entitled to believe what they want. Just don't expect me to. I mean, the Bible, great book. The Quran, interesting book. Slightly fucked up in places, but it's still enough. It's still
the Bible's
reading.
fucked up in
I'd say
places
like a
too.
personal religion is fine until you try and force that upon others.
Yes, believe what you want.
Name me one of those books that isn't messed up. They're all messed up.
Well, yeah, but people
the
are
Bible
entitled
was
to
so
believe
bad.
what they want. Just
Bible
don't
was
tell
so
me.
bad.
The Book of the Dead was pretty interesting, but even that had problems. So.
Yeah, but the Bible was actually so bad it had to have a second edition with all the shit taken out.
It's had a few more editions, Kent.
Yeah.
It's a second part, which is even worse. I mean, Revelation. What the fuck is that book? I mean, it starts all right in the Jewish Bible, and then it goes downhill. The further you go, Christianity, it goes downhill, and then you go to Church of Mormons, LDS. Then it's like, Jesus, what the fuck?
But I do believe that people having faith in something is a good thing. People having faith in themselves is the best thing. If they can't have faith in themselves, I'm quite happy to allow them to have faith in something else. But
The Church of Unitarian.
Don't expect me to believe a book that's been written by people who effectively were the first type of government.
Well, the thing about
because
the
that's
Bible,
what religion was.
The thing about the Bible is
Well,
it's got a really poor ending.
Powers like the that's the ultimate power, and you want to control people.
Yeah, religion. What was it? Well, it was about faith in someone. It was about taxation and control. Yeah. So we tell you what to do, and you pay us for the privilege of doing so.
You're happy to do
it
so.
was the first government.
Never in the history of the world, anywhere, ever, has there been, when you have a census, you have to go back to your place of birth.
Like a salmon.
Doesn't happen.
I like that, like a salmon, yeah.
Yeah. So, you read it and you go, okay, you can take things from this, but believing every single word of it is like, I don't know. Not good.
That's why it's called faith. You have to have faith.
It gets progressive. It gets progressively worse. You start off in the Torah, except for 4 Book of Moses, and then it gets downhill. At the end of the Old Testament, you're like Jesus, and then Jesus happens in the New Testament, and it gets like, what the fuck? It's 4 different people who don't quite agree. Wait, it's Constantine who decided which 4 people who don't quite agree on things were to be chosen to be put in the second part.
Yeah, but it's also interesting how there seems to be one Abrahamic figure that appears throughout all religions.
Don't follow the shoe, follow the gourd.
Those are my juniper berries.
I mean, it's nice and convenient, right? That's the whole point of just having one personic being that people can aspire to be like. I mean, it's just really convenient.
Yes.
I do think this kind of mythology is interesting for inspiring you to be creative in different ways. But it's just myths, and it's just old Chinese whisper type things. So
The meek shall inherit the earth. Oh, that's good. They have such a hard time.
But I
Blessed are the cheesemakers.
I don't think he means cheesemakers per se. I think he's referring to all makers of dairy produce.
Hey, speak up!
I think
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Speak up.
I don't deny people
You
their,
big nose.
their personal faith. You know, everyone is entitled to think and believe
course,
what they wish. And
But they can't stop
fact-
there.
the-
most of them aren't created enough to have a personal faith. It's
But
just
only
what-
as long as they allow me the ability to take the piss out of them. You know, it's give and take.
Which, to be fair, any reasonable people don't mind. But that's why I quite like Mormons. They're actually quite fun to talk to, because they first actually most of the time the missionaries seem to know about their religion, so you can actually talk about how ridiculous it is. I mean, they will be very polite about it, but it's still very fun to talk about it. Whereas, let's say some other people knocking on your door might have not too much idea about their religion.
If you ever want to learn about religion, go out drinking with a rabbi, because rabbis, for some reason, all the ones I've met certainly, have an absolutely wicked sense of humour, and there's nothing like a rabbi to take the piss out of Judaism.
I mean, as long as your Yiddish is good enough to understand them, whether I get a bit too beschexter.
My ex-wife and kids are Jewish, so
Yeah.
you know.
I'd rather go out drinking with a nun according to Ken Lewis's experience and what Robbie says about their chuffs.
If you want some good entertainment, watch some of those street epistemology videos. They're very enlightening. They're trying to talk to these people about real issues and seeing how they come about their ideas and if they're willing to be malleable or not. Some of them are not.
But I can
Go
only
to
remember.
bed, Robbie.
I think
Go
I'm
to
going.
bed.
Yeah, there's only one God, and that's me. So, and on that note,
Well, actually, I think
And you're entitled to your opinion, Robbie, and I respect your opinion. I just disagree.
Come worship at my feet.
I respect your opinion, and I will thoroughly ignore it.
Yeah,
as you should.
Worship at the Church of Six Operators.
Yeah. Oh
Well, I
Lord,
think we better
our
knock it
dear
on the head anyway.
Doctor
FMOS, yes.
Yeah. Well,
anyway,
yeah, let's call it a night anyway and reconvene on Thursday.
Oh God, I've got to do it again.
Okie dokie.
We've got to do it again.
I feel compelled.
Compelled, you have to.
Compelled
You
by the
have
power
to.
of Spong.
You have to come into my religion.
Okay, well, I'll wish everyone good night. Good night, Ken. Good night, Robert.
Alright, guys.
Good night,
Testicles,
Andy.
testicles, wallet, and watch.
Rob and
Good fun as
Wags.
usual.
Cheerio.
Yeah.
And I'll see you on Thursday.
Have a good one.
All right,
Cheers.
guys. Look after
Take care.
yourselves. Okay.
Good night.
Take care. Bye bye.